Chapter 28:15. The Wood God Sighed. I heard the ancestral scripture again. It is broad and profound. Only the 3 realms and 6 paths can obtain the true inheritance of the ancestral scripture. The Yuan Sage era is over. I heard from Wu Tian that the ancestral scripture represents the peak of human cultivation and contains the great path. Everyone obtains it and comprehends it differently. The Lu family relied on this to make up for the lack of essence, energy, and spirit, and even made essence, energy, and spirit the most unshakable point. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. There were very few people who knew about the ancestral scripture. Even Elder Gu didn't know about it. However, those who knew were certain that the Yuan Sage era was over. No one could use essence, energy, and spirit to shake the Lu family with the support of the ancestral scripture. The Yuan Sage's body was shrinking, but his essence, energy, and spirit were not much left. He couldn't believe it when he saw Lu Yin standing steadily. Impossible, impossible, impossible. He had already turned into a monster, exposed himself in front of everyone, and exhausted all his trump cards. However, he was still unable to deal with the Lu family. Why was this happening? Behind Lu Yin, Chu Jian thought that he could win or at least severely injure Lu Yin. However, when he saw Lu Yin's relaxed expression, he knew that the situation wasn't good. The Yuan Sage had already reached his limit. He could only attack and break Lu Yin's ancestral scripture. 7 God arrows shot out and the Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix appeared at the same time. 2 forces headed toward Lu Yin, trying to break Lu Yin's ancestral scripture. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back and sensed Chu Jian's attack. It was time to let the power of the Lu family reappear in the 6 Direction sect. In fact, there was no need to use the Divine Seal catalog against these 2 people. However, he had underestimated the Yuan Sage. In that case, he would use it to show these people what the Lu family was all about. The golden light illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 lands, illuminating the samsara space-time and shining on everyone's faces. This light was unstoppable and unstoppable. Everyone's face was illuminated golden, and even the great heavenly venerates were no exception. Outside the tea party, the entire 6 Direction sect, including the boundless battlefield, was covered in a golden light. The Divine Seal catalog of the Lu family appeared at this moment. Nong Yi walked out and raised his hand, sending a green leaf flying towards 7 God arrow and the Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix to contain the 2 attacks. However, Nong Yi alone was unable to stop First Jian. First Jian possessed the strength to fight against Ancestor Realm experts. The next person to appear was Leng Qing. While Lu Yin was in seclusion in the above heaven, he had met Leng Qing. Leng Qing was the leader of one of the 12 Elysium gates, and after breaking through to the progenitor realm, she had become extremely strong. However, she did not have enough time to build up her foundation, and she was far from being able to compare to Elder Emo. At best, she was comparable to Xianxia. Even Xianxia could ascend to godhood, and Leng Qing was no exception. Leng Qing struck out with her blade, cutting the Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix in half. She then slashed her blade at Chu Jian. Nong Yi raised his hand and the hoe fell. At first sight he was shocked. What the hell? How could there be 2 more extreme powerhouses? At the tea party, everyone was watching closely. What kind of power was this? The 6 Paths Guild completely erupted. Everyone was dumbstruck, their blood boiling. What the hell is that? Why are there so many powerhouses helping Lu Yin? Cheating, this is cheating. How could the Grand Empyrean allow the people of the origin space to cheat? Could it be that the battle has started? This was the first time that the God Investiture catalog had completely appeared in front of everyone in the 6-Way Clubhouse. They couldn't imagine how a person could have such a powerful helper. How did that happen? Wasn't this cheating? Not to mention them, even at first sight they could not accept it. In front of him, Leng Qing's blade was incomparably sharp, pressuring him so much that he couldn't breathe. He had no choice but to use the Grade 5 Lotus to block it. However, the Grade 5 Lotus couldn't completely block it and couldn't keep up with the speed of Leng Qing's blade. Nong Yi had even threatened him several times with his farming techniques. Why didn't his master stop him? This was cheating. Shaoyin Divinity gritted his teeth. Lu family's son, you cheated. In their opinion, this was cheating. Wood Deity shook his head. In the Lu family, one person is the ruler of a country. The God Investiture catalog sealed the living and the general appointment platform sealed the dead. This isn't cheating. Void Master exclaimed, This is the Lu family. They won't let off the living or the dead. Lotus Venerable sighed. There's actually such a power inheritance in the universe. This wasn't the first time she had seen it. Once a person died, everything would be gone. However, the Lu family could still use the general appointment platform and the God Investiture catalog to open the eyes of everyone in the Six Paths Guild. Lu Yin stood under the golden light like a deity, looking down on everything. The Yuan sage's body gradually shrank to a normal height. Lu Yin stopped talking. There was no need to recite the primogenitor's scripture anymore. He turned around and looked at Chujian, who was being suppressed by Nong Yi and Leng Qing. Although Chujian had joined forces with the Yuan sage in this battle, Chujian hadn't been of much help. At most he had suffered more injuries and lost more blood. The Yuan sage knelt on one knee and panted heavily. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead and mixed with his blood, blurring his vision. Lu Yin walked up to him. The Yuan sage slowly raised his head and looked at Lu Yin's cold face. Lu Yin's eyes were calm and there was no killing intent. However, the calmer Lu Yin was, the more uneasy he felt. I'm one of the 3 venerables and 9 sages. So what? I don't want to die. I can't die. If I die, you will completely offend the samsara spacetime. Lu Yin smiled and bent down to look into the Yuan sage's eyes. Are you begging me? There was no more resentment, hatred, or killing intent in the Yuan sage's eyes. Instead, there was only anxiety, confusion, and regret. He regretted provoking this son of the Lu family going to the origin space and helping Divine Venerate Xiaoyin. He regretted too much, but the one thing he regretted the most was not killing Lu Yin immediately. If he had joined forces with Madman Lu and the 4-way scales, he might have been able to kill Lu Yin. Why didn't he do that? At that time he represented the samsara spacetime in the 6-way sect and looked down on the origin space. At that time the 4-way scales were very polite to him. At that time he was one of the 9 sages and everyone had to look up to him. Therefore he didn't care about this son of the Lu family at all. He had only looked at him as if he was a clown and played with him casually. He had torn the void beside the Above Heaven sect and allowed the eternal race to invade, causing the Above Heaven sect to suffer heavy losses. He liked seeing the angry and helpless look in the Yuan sage's eyes. He liked the fact that the Yuan sage hated him but couldn't do anything to him. That feeling fascinated him because the Yuan sage was a member of the Lu family that had once been extremely glorious. Therefore he had never thought of getting rid of the Yuan sage at that time. He had enjoyed the pleasure of being high and mighty. However, that was the root cause of the current situation. He regretted it to the extreme. There were many powerhouses at the tea party, but at this moment no one spoke. Everyone was watching this scene and wondered if Lu Yin would kill the Yuan sage. Normally he wouldn't. This was a tea party and Lu Yin had to consider the reputation of the samsara spacetime and the great heavenly venerate. The Yuan sage naturally thought of this, but he didn't dare to take the risk. He looked at Lu Yin. His calm eyes made the Yuan sage even more uneasy. He could feel the oppression of death. The more Lu Yin remained silent, the more the suppression drove him crazy. I will go to the endless battlefield and fight to the death with the eternal race. I will never come back and never appear in front of you again. Before the Yuan sage could finish speaking, a shadow enveloped him. It was Leng Qing from the God Sealing Catalog. She raised her hand and her blade fell. A head flew out with a face full of apprehension, uneasiness, and the desire to live. His face froze in the void and was fixed in the eyes of countless people. It was the head of the Yuan sage. Blood splattered everywhere. No one had thought that Lu Yin would really kill the Yuan sage in front of the great heavenly venerate at the tea party. Void Master sighed. This was going to be troublesome. Great Elder Shangu frowned. He could kill a Yuan sage but not here in front of the great heavenly venerate. This kid was really unscrupulous. No one had thought that Lu Yin would really kill the Yuan sage. Just as he had said, he would do as he said. No one could change the fact that he had killed a Yuan sage at the tea party. He wasn't being impulsive or provocative. He was just fulfilling his promise. Was the result important? The tea party had just begun. Kid of the Lu family, how dare you? Divine Venerate Xiaoyin shouted. Venerate Lotus's face turned cold. This kid didn't take the 3 venerates and 9 sages seriously at all. Gong Sheng and Jiang Sheng also had ugly expressions. No matter what the Yuan sage had done and whether he deserved to die or not, he shouldn't die here as long as he wasn't a traitor of humanity. This kid was too arrogant. Outside the tea party, Countless people from the Six Direction sect were silent as they stared blankly. Lu Yin had killed one of the 3 venerates and 9 sages in front of everyone. This was a major event that hadn't happened in many years and was enough to make history. This guy was really domineering. Yuan Chunan's eyes were red as she stared at the screen with hatred. She wanted revenge. She couldn't let her master's death be in vain. On the boundless battlefield, Bodhi Saint looked at Lu Yin's calm face and recalled what Lu Yin had said when he had exchanged his battle merits to choose a Yuan sage. He hadn't chosen a Yuan sage because he was afraid of becoming an enemy but because he didn't have time to waste on a Yuan sage. Bodhi Saint finally understood. Lu Yin wanted to kill the Yuan sage at the tea party. He was really ruthless. How many years had it been since such a ruthless person had appeared in the Six Direction sect? The headless corpse of the Yuan sage slowly fell to the ground and stained the ground red. Fresh blood fell from the sky. This was the blood of an extremely strong powerhouse and wouldn't dry up so easily. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. The Yuan sage was dead. One grudge had been settled, but there was still the next one. There was no hurry. He turned around and looked at Chu Jian. Chu Jian was also stunned. He hadn't expected the Yuan sage to die. You asked him to join forces with me to fight you. Are you planning to kill him? Lu Yin didn't deny it. He gave you time, didn't he? Chu Jian stared at Lu Yin. You are really ruthless. Lu Yin smiled faintly. I once said that I would chop off the head of the Yuan sage. Since I said so, I must do it. After saying that, Lu Yin looked at Chu Jian strangely. His death isn't worthless to you. At the very least, it bought you time. Furthermore, Lu Yin looked around. That's not all. The surrounding essence, energy, and spirit that should have died with the Yuan sage slowly flowed into Chu Jian's body as though they had a consciousness of their own. Chu Jian was confused. The essence, energy, and spirit that entered his body were constantly replenished and made up for the lack of essence, energy, and spirit in the shortest time possible. What was going on? The theme song of Star Stepping, Only Heart, has been released all over the internet and can be heard on all major music platforms. You can also follow the official account of author Scattered by the Wind. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 28:16. Mr. Da Heng's voice rang out. Grafting. Back then, Yuan Xing asked me to bring him to the wood spirit realm to search for wood innate gifts. He didn't tell anyone what kind of wood innate gift he obtained after coming out. Now we know that it was grafting. No wonder. Mu Tao was shocked. Grafting? That useless wood innate gift that would only be revealed after death? It said that the power of someone who obtained this wood innate gift would enter the body of another person after death. It's usually used for revenge. Everyone understood now. It was no wonder that Yuan Xing had used his wood innate gift before his death so that Chu Jian could avenge him after his death. Only Chu Jian could fight Lu Yin, so he could only choose Chu Jian. Chu Jian felt the abundant essence, energy, and spirit in his body. This power had instantly raised his strength to the progenitor realm. He originally had the strength of a progenitor, but now he truly had the strength of a progenitor, although he didn't know how long he could last. Lu Yin praised, not a bad innate gift. Let me see what you've prepared, perfect young master. No one understood what Lu Yin was saying. They didn't know what Chu Jian had prepared, but Lu Yin had mentioned several times that Yuan Xing had bought time for Chu Jian. What exactly was Chu Jian preparing? Chu Jian raised his hand and unleashed purple qi from the east. His essence, energy, and spirit blasted towards Lu Yin. Behind Lu Yin, Leng Qing leaped forward and slashed down with her blade. At the same time, Nong Yi attacked again, waving his hoe and smashing the void with a terrifying force. Chu Jian's grade 5 lotus opened in front of him and slapped Leng Qing with his nirvana palm. Leng Qing's blade flashed, and even though Chu Jian was protected by his grade 5 lotus, he couldn't completely block it. Chu Jian didn't use his innate gift and allowed the wounds to increase. No one noticed that Chu Jian's blood was translucent and turning golden. Under the golden light of the God Sealing Catalog, the golden color of Chu Jian's blood was not obvious. However, as time passed, the golden color in his blood was gradually discovered. Is that the golden blood of victorious celestial? Someone exclaimed. Xiu Xi and the others were shocked. Su Heng couldn't help but say, brother, be careful. Chu Jian has the same blood as victorious celestial. Wrong. Mu Carving raised his head. He cultivated the victorious battle technique. Su Wui's face was solemn. Among the 3 venerables and 9 saints, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle is the absolute strongest. He is known as the Heavenly Lord. The victorious battle technique: the stronger the opponent, the braver, the more the battle. It is known as a killing technique. I didn't expect Zhou Yi to have cultivated the victorious battle technique. The Zhou Jian's innate gift. The victorious battle technique was. It was Su Wei who had kept Lu Yin perfect. He had constantly reminded Lu Yin to avoid danger and protect himself. He had also warned Lu Yin to stay away from the battlefield. But in the end, Lu Yin had still been able to cultivate the victorious battle technique. Lu Yin had heard of Victorious Celestial's name many times. He was a legendary figure who was disliked by the Grand Empyreans, but he was still able to dominate the 6 Direction Society. His opponents were always the 7 sky gods. This was an existence that the Grand Empyreans loathed, but they could do nothing about. Lu Yin had never thought that he would be able to exchange blows with the victorious battle technique. With a roar, Lu Yin's blood turned completely gold and wrapped around his body. Then, like lava, it turned into a golden battle suit that stuck to his body. It was extremely ostentatious. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They had all seen Victorious Celestial's victorious battle technique. Although Lu Yin's technique was far inferior to Victorious Celestial's, it still had some initial momentum. Lu Yin's strength continued to rise. Outside the tea party, countless people were panting and cheering for Lu Yin. They were frantically supporting the perfect young sovereign. Lu Yin had crushed Lu Yin in the past, leaving them breathless. But that was no longer the case. The young sovereign's strength had soared, and that person from the Genesis space could not stop him. Under Lu Yin's celestial eye, Lu Yin saw Lu Yin's victorious battle technique illuminate the sky. This technique had piqued his interest. With the victorious battle technique, Lu Yin's strength was completely different from when he had first fought First Jian. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Lu Yin lowered his head. Golden blood flowed out of his body and landed in his palm, turning into a golden staff that rippled outwards, bringing with it a gale that swept through the area. He slowly raised his head and looked at Lu Yin. "Thank you. If not for you, I would have forgotten about this technique. I started cultivating it when I was young, but the older I grew, the more unfamiliar this technique became. I didn't know why in the past, but now I understand. It was because I was afraid of losing my perfection. I was afraid of danger. I wanted to remain undefeated, but the more I was afraid, the more I didn't deserve this technique. How can there be an undefeated person in the river of time? The more you lose, the braver you become. This is the victorious battle technique. Zhou Xian, you're the one who made me who I am." Lu Yin smiled happily and disdainfully. "Are you sure you're the one who made me who I am?" As soon as he spoke, Leng Qing raised her blade and slashed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin suddenly looked up and smashed his staff upwards. Bang! There was a loud bang as a terrifying collision swept out in all directions. If this had not been a tea party, the sky would have been shattered. This was the first time that Lu Yin had faced Leng Qing's blade head-on. Behind him, Nong Yi's hoe fell and Lu Yin turned around and struck out with a palm. The Nirvana celestial phoenix instantly appeared, but this time, it was enveloped in golden light. Golden light competed with golden light. One came from the divine seal catalog, while the other came from the victorious battle technique. Lu Yin's victorious battle technique allowed First Jian to fight Leng Qing head-on. His strength continued to soar, and the golden blood was like a source of strength that constantly buffed him, making him more and more courageous as he fought. Lu Yin watched calmly, his eyes shining. It was a good technique, and the victorious battle technique lived up to its name. The more one fought, the more courageous one became. First Jian's innate talent was extraordinary, and it was not without reason that he was called perfect. Since he had been able to cultivate the victorious battle technique at a young age, it was easy to imagine that he and Chu Yuan were geniuses that only appeared once in countless eras. Although Leng Qing had just broken through to progenitor, her strength was not something that an ordinary progenitor could compare to. Given enough time, her strength would be enough to temper herself to the strongest level below the sequence particles, and she might even be able to touch the sequence particles. However, she had only broken through to progenitor recently. First Jian was still being suppressed by Leng Qing and Nong Yi, but he was no longer as powerless as he had been before. In particular, he became more courageous as the battle progressed, which allowed him to find time to attack Lu Yin. Divine Essence Incarnation Sacred Kowtow 7 God Arrows, and a series of attacks shot towards Lu Yin. However, these attacks were immediately dispersed by Lu Yin. The miniature candle god appeared on Lu Yin's shoulder, and he watched First Gen's flowing golden light battle. His rune lines enveloped and weakened First Gen's attacks. No matter what kind of power it was, as long as it affected the runes, the rune lines would have an effect and the rune lines would weaken the power of the attack. First Gen was no exception. There was a thump as Lung Qing's blade slashed at the golden staff, forcing First Gen to retreat. First Gen was stunned. What was going on? He could have easily blocked that blade. A green leaf pressed down on him and First Gen hurriedly dodged. He looked up, but another blade appeared and tore apart his arm, causing him to almost drop the golden staff. He abruptly looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood in his original spot without moving. He looked very casual, but he gave First Gen an unfathomable feeling. What had this person done? Few could see clearly. Void Master exclaimed, "How much power has this Lu brat cultivated?" Void Master's eyes narrowed. "Rune lines?" Wood God exclaimed, "This power is quite strange and it feels irreversible. Although it hasn't reached that level yet, it has that level of power. The primordial space has produced extraordinary people." The victorious battle technique grew stronger as the battle progressed. Who could match it? However, it was being weakened by the rune lines. Even if First Gen's talent was extraordinary, the victorious battle technique wasn't omnipotent. After all, his blood was limited. The golden armor shattered and peeled off. First Gen spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. No, he couldn't hold on any longer. That Zhou Xian hadn't even made a move and was suppressing him with this cheat-like power. Preposterous, preposterous. First Gen's gaze became crazed again. He wanted to fight to the death. Even if he died, at least he could force Zhou Xian to make a move. He had never imagined that one day he would fight to the death just to force this person whom he had once looked down on to make a move. That was all. Many people shook their heads. It was obvious that First Gen had already tried his best. At this tea party, a Yuan sage had been killed and Shao Zun had been suppressed. The son of the Lu family wasn't here to participate in the tea party. He was here to embarrass the great heavenly venerate. Lung Qing raised her long blade and slashed down. Suddenly Lu Yin's eyes widened. Lung Qing's blade had stopped. Using his heaven's eye, First Gen saw that there were sequence particles around. They came from the great heavenly venerate. Lu Yin looked at the great heavenly venerate. Void Master and the others also subconsciously looked at the great heavenly venerate. The great heavenly venerate spoke. His voice resounded through the 9 heavens, but it was ethereal and untraceable. It was as if it had come from endless time, bringing with it the sound of the Tao. This was the beginning of the tea party. The great heavenly venerate's lecture was also the most important part of the tea party. Since ancient times, countless people had broken through after listening to his teachings. This was the reason why the great heavenly venerate's tea party was the biggest event of the Six Direction Association. Many people had broken through their bottlenecks after participating in the tea party. It was all because of the tea party. At this moment, the great heavenly venerate had started his lecture while First Gen was still battling Lu Yin. The lecture wasn't just for everyone at the tea party, but also for First Gen. As the lecture started, First Gen's mind became clear and he subconsciously used his inner world. Using the minor samsara path, he saw scenes that were normally difficult to see. Lu Yin didn't stop him. The gap between him and First Gen was too big. He wanted to see how the great heavenly venerate would help him bridge this gap. If he could really bridge this gap, then First Gen's experience might be of help to Lu Yin. He had come to participate in the tea party because Mr. Mu had said that the great heavenly venerate's tea party might be of help to him. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity even if it was a battle. Furthermore, he didn't care about the battle with First Gen at all. Chapter 28:17. Under the effects of the minor samsara path, the golden battle armor formed by the victorious fighting art completely disappeared from First Gen's body. Although his face was deathly pale, First Gen had just woken up. He was excited and moved as if he had seen something. His minor reincarnation path was originally heading towards his master's great reincarnation path. At this moment, with the help of his master, he was finally able to see the great reincarnation path, the reincarnation spacetime, and the power that his master called the rules. He saw this power which was bestowed to him by his master. It was compatible with the samsara path and he could borrow it. This was a supreme power. Who could resist it? Not to mention Zhou Xian, even the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages were confident that they could take action at this moment. His master was helping him, and the origin spaces people couldn't be rampant at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Lu Yin had also seen it. He had seen Chu Jian raise his hand and touch the Grand Empyrean's sequence particle. If the Six Direction Society thought that the Divine Seal catalog was cheating, then this was the real deal. A Grand Empyrean had personally appeared to help Chu Jian cheat. If not for the celestial eye, Lu Yin wouldn't have been able to see this scene. When he thought about this, Lu Yin's expression sank. He originally thought that the Grand Empyrean's Dao lecture would give First Jian an epiphany and allow First Jian to transform. He wouldn't stop it since that was First Jian's own ability. However, the reality was different. Cheating was one thing, but what angered Lu Yin the most was that First Jian had wasted his time and expectations. He had hoped to see an epiphany. Even if it wouldn't help him, seeing First Jian's epiphany would be fine. Lu Yin clenched his fists and was about to attack when a strand of saber intent cut through the void above the tea party. It suddenly descended and slashed towards the minor samsara path, towards the Grand Empyrean's particle. No one knew how strong a Grand Empyrean's particle was. This strand of saber intent couldn't cut through it, but it affected the particle's compatibility with First Jian's minor samsara path, causing First Jian to be unable to touch the particle. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Everyone looked over and saw Woodcarver slowly sheathing his saber. Listening to the teachings, I occasionally have an epiphany. These simple words made everyone envious. Woodcarver had actually gained an epiphany so quickly. Those who couldn't see the sequence particles didn't care, because the blade slashed down on the minor reincarnation path and didn't slash down on the first encounter. Only those who had reached the law of the Grand Empyrean sequence particles understood that the blade slashed down on the minor reincarnation path. Not everyone could affect Grand Empyrean sequence particles. Wood carving's strength had refreshed everyone's understanding. Even the wood deity was shocked. He didn't expect the wooden carving to have such power. Su Zhu, Great Elder Shangu, and the others all stared at the wooden carving. This was no ordinary power. Su Wei was shocked. He thought that wood carving was about the same as him or even slightly worse than him. However, he knew that he could not do the same thing as wood carving. Wood carving was ahead of him in terms of sequence rules. Lu Yin stared blankly at the wooden carving. Was this helping him? Thinking about the small knife that he had gotten from the Lost Clan, the corners of Lu Yin's mouth curled up. He was indeed senior brother. Mr. Mu had said that Grand Empyreans could not attack him, so Grand Empyreans had used this method to help Chu Jian. However, senior martial brother had stopped him. His sect was reliable. Chu Jian stared blankly at the wooden carving, then at the Grand Empyrean. Without the Grand Empyrean sequence particles, how could he deal with Lu Yin? Just as he was thinking this, the Divine Seal catalog disappeared from above Lu Yin's head, and the golden light completely retracted. Chu Jian looked at Lu Yin, only to see him take a step forward and appear in front of Chu Jian. "You're wasting my time." He then raised a finger and pointed it at Chu Jian. Chu Jian had subconsciously avoided using his innate gift, 9 out of 10 rooms. He had no choice but to use it now or else he would lose. However, when no one knew about 9 out of 10 rooms' innate gift, he had been undefeated. No one could understand it, but now, Lu Yin had attacked 10 times in an instant and 9 of them had missed. The only one that had hit had sent Chu Jian flying, causing him to fall in front of the Grand Empyrean and faint. This was Lu Yin's true attack. What about the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages battle technique? So what if a Yuan sage's essence, vitality, and spirit grafted onto Celestial Victor's victorious battle technique? They couldn't even exchange for a single finger. When Lu Yin truly attacked, Chu Jian's battle ended. The gap between them was like a chasm. From start to finish, Lu Yin only had a palm print on his clothes. The Grand Empyrean's lecture did not stop. She did not do anything because of Woodcarving's attack, nor did she stop because of Chu Jian's defeat. Lu Yin stood in place and listened quietly. An invisible force chased by Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, Xia Shenji, and Luo Lauer out of the tea party and into the endless battlefield. Only Divine Sovereign Shaoyin was not immediately thrown out and remained in the tea party. Xia Shenji wanted to say something but no sound came out. As long as the Grand Empyrean wanted to, she could silence anyone during the lecture. No one was an exception. Inside the tea party, everyone calmed down and slowly immersed themselves in the Grand Empyrean's lecture. Outside the tea party, the 9,990,000 people were silent. The entire Six Direction Society, including the endless battlefield, seemed to be silent. Everyone was listening to the Grand Empyrean's lecture. In the boundless starry sky there is no self and no thoughts, people and stars can be shared. Lie down like a pillow. Wait for the billions of living beings to awaken. Stars fall from the sky. Without death in the mortal world. One voice after another resounded in his ears and Lu Yin just stood there. It was as if his entire being had been brought to the heavens by these voices. He saw the boundless universe, the passing of time, the changing of life forms, and countless scenes that were both ordinary and extraordinary at the same time. Stars were ordinary and mortals could see them. But stars were not ordinary and celestial venerates could see them. The Grand Empyrean used her vision to bring Lu Yin and everyone else to witness the birth of the universe beyond the passage of time. Lu Yin did not know how much time had passed. It might have been an instant or it might have been billions of years. He saw the birth of stars and the convergence of power. He saw the sea of stars, the birth of species, the operation of laws and the birth of the universe. He saw the process of the universe's stars emerging from nothing. At that moment, Lu Yin's mind rumbled as bolts of lightning flashed across his mind. He saw and understood. So this was how it was. This was the embryonic form of his own power. This was the birth of his own power. He knew what to do now. In his heart, on the calm continent of Fates, and the withering time tree that had taken root slowly transformed into a gray stream of light that flowed towards the black and white fog. The river of void god's power also flowed towards the starry sky. The green sprouts formed by the power of wood and space-time, the three-colored soil formed by the monarch's aura, and the astral source ocean all flowed towards the starry sky. It was as if the various powers of the earth were being pulled together, forming a phenomenon that connected the heavens and the earth. At that moment Lu Yin knew what he should do. 380,000 stars revolved around his body and entered his body at the same time, entering the black and white fog that enveloped the starry sky. His body rumbled as he broke through to the 7th level of the serious art. The 7th level of the serious art simulated starry sky had finally broken through. Simulated starry sky not only simulated the outer starry sky, but also the unrestrained starry sky. The so-called 7th level of the serious art was the last level, but that was wrong. This level was the true beginning of the serious art. Progenitor Qin had created the serious sky, and the 7th level of simulated starry sky had caused real stars to appear on the 5th continent. Lu Yin had broken through to the 7th level of simulated starry sky, and he had moved the outer starry sky into the unrestrained starry sky. Everyone's breakthrough to the 7th level was different. It seemed like there was only one person in the starry sky, but there were endless people and people's ideas were endless. The 7th level of the serious art was the true beginning of the serious art. Lu Yin understood. He had broken through and transformed. He finally saw the path that he should walk. He wanted to transform the various powers that he cultivated into the stars in the starry sky. They would shine for countless years and he would decorate his own starry sky. Although this process was very long. His divine power had been transformed into stars from the very beginning. That was the Tao of the one true God. At this moment, Lu Yin's heart was guiding the stars and transforming them into his own Tao. The Grand Empyrean's lecture continued. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked up. In that instant he met the Grand Empyrean's gaze and saw the shock in the Grand Empyrean's eyes. So even you can be shocked. Lu Yin walked step by step to the 9th seat. At this moment, everyone was immersed in the Grand Empyrean's lecture. Apart from Lu Yin there was only one other person, Bai Xianer. Lu Yin sat down slowly with a calm expression. He listened to the Grand Empyrean's Tao voice. This was perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime experience. This time he was able to participate in the tea party and join one of the 6 direction associations in the origin space. It was likely that the Grand Empyrean wanted to embarrass him through Yuan Sage and Chu Jian. Unfortunately they were too far away from him. Brother Zhou Xian, you're amazing. Bai Xianer's voice sounded. Lu Yin was surprised. You can speak. Bai Xianer smiled. She had an elegant, noble and holy beauty. She was as approachable as a little girl next door. The Grand Empyrean is my master. Of course I can speak. Lu Yin was curious. When did you become the Grand Empyrean's disciple? Not long ago. Bai Xian'er smiled. Lu Yin looked at her and she looked back at him generously. Although Lu Yin hadn't recovered his memories, it wasn't the first time he'd interacted with Bai Xian'er using his identity. Every time Bai Xian'er was unpredictable. Whether it was in terms of scheming or cultivation, Bai Xian'er had never been at a disadvantage when they fought. She had even been tricked by him once. Although Lu Yin felt that he could suppress Bai Xian'er in their subsequent encounters, this feeling was still unreal. Could he really suppress Bai Xian'er? Lu Yin didn't know what Bai Xian'er had cultivated or what her relationship with destiny was. Therefore, the first person he wanted to see after obtaining the Sky Eye was Bai Xian'er. Thinking of this, the Sky Eye on Lu Yin's forehead flashed as he stared at Bai Xian'er. Bai Xian'er smiled faintly. Brother Zhou Xian, did you obtain the Sky Eye? You've cultivated the powers of the Grim Reaper, Destiny and Martial Heaven. Among the 6 paths, the first continent's Astral Source Realm, the third continent's Palm Realm, and the 5th continent's Lu family. You also control 3 powers. The 3 realms and 6 paths that once represented the infinite possibilities of the primordial space. Brother Zhou Xian, you are the master of 6 forces. In the current universe, no one can defeat you unless they have an absolute advantage. Junior brother Chujian is too arrogant. Lu Yin had a strange expression. Then what about you? Chapter 28:18. He couldn't see anything with his celestial eye. Bai Xian'er didn't use any power at all, but the more she was like this, the more Lu Yin wanted to see her clearly. Bai Xian'er smiled. I'm naturally no match for Brother Zhou Xian. Lu Yin frowned. As the disciple of a Grand Empyrean, have you never thought of redeeming her? Yuan Xing was her subordinate, but I killed him. Chu Jian was her favorite disciple, but he was also defeated by me. He couldn't even hurt me. Grand Empyrean shouldn't be too happy. Bai Xian'er looked at the Grand Empyrean. Master's heart is as broad as the universe. He won't care about this. She looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes, a smile and adoration in the depths of her eyes. I really am no match for Brother Little Xian. If I forcefully stand out, I will only embarrass Master even more. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and rubbed his wrist. Where did you break through to half-ancestor? Bai Xian'er smiled sweetly. Reincarnation space-time. The power seems to be the same, but it's completely opposite. You can break through here? If it's not connected, how can it be opposite? Lu Yin was stunned. He looked back at Bai Xian'er again. Bai Xian'er also looked at him. Their eyes were immersed in the Tao voice of the Grand Empyrean. It became a scene of time that only they could see. Time flowed. Time seemed illusory. Only they knew what they were seeing. Suddenly, a ray of red light flashed. The next moment, the 9 heavens and 10 earths split. The sky gate was split in 2 and Evergreen Saint was also split apart. The Tao voice stopped abruptly. The Grand Empyrean looked into the distance. For the first time, anger appeared in his eyes. Eternal, you dare. The red light replaced everything and shone on the reincarnation spacetime. Everyone's face was illuminated by the red light. Lu Yin looked up at the red sun in shock. Is that divine power? The Eternal had attacked. Wood God, Void God, Grand Elder Shangu, and the others all stood up and looked outside the sky gate. All the powerhouses participating in the Tea Party, the entire 6 Direction Society, and the endless battlefield were in an uproar. The war had come so suddenly without warning. No one had expected the Eternal to suddenly attack the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. The Grand Empyrean Tea Party had gathered nearly half of the 6 Directions Society's apex experts, including the 6 Directions Society's parallel spacetime sovereigns. Such a powerful lineup had never been attacked by the Eternals before, but now the sole true God had arrived. Tai Hong, it's been a long time since we've had a real fight. Let's settle it at this tea party. A clear and cold voice came from afar. When the voice completely faded, a man walked out from the red sun in the sky. The sun was glaring and Lu Yin raised his head to look at it. However, as the man appeared, the light became even more glaring, making it difficult for Lu Yin to clearly see the man's face. Don't look. Do you want to go blind? Master Wei reminded Lu Yin. Lu Yin lowered his head and unknowingly, 2 streams of blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. He hadn't even noticed it. If not for Master Wei's reminder, his eyes would have been gone. At this time the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. Outside the broken gate of heaven, figures appeared one after another, accompanied by a terrifying and boundless pressure. I'm so tired. I want to sleep. It's time to reorganize this universe. There are too many impurities. Kiki, they're finally here. We should have destroyed this tea party a long time ago. Disgusting. Bai Wuxian still hasn't come. After this battle I'll go talk to her. Kiki, who did I just see? Isn't this little Lu Yin? You've stepped onto the highest stage ahead of time? Do you want big sister to go easy on you? The 6 voices represented 6 of the 7 sky gods. Countless people. Lu Yin's scalp exploded. The sole true god had led the 7 sky gods to the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. This was an unprecedented battle. Boom. Divine power surged and a berserk force swept out. An incomparably oppressive feeling pushed Lu Yin back, causing him to feel suffocated. The sole true god and the Grand Empyrean had exchanged blows. Through his heaven's eye, Lu Yin saw countless sequence particles revolving around them. The heavens and the earth were filled with sequence particles. Some belonged to the Grand Empyreans, while others belonged to the Grand Empyreans and the sole true god. He had never seen such a majestic array of sequence particles before. Elder Mo was the first law sequence powerhouse that he had fought. If Elder Mo's sequence particles were placed on that battlefield, it would be like a firefly competing with the moon. There was no comparison at all. There was no possibility that these 2 types of sequence particles would be tied down. The wood god stepped out. Guizhi, my wood spacetime has helped the 3rd mainland several times, but all I got in return was your betrayal. I said that I would kill you with my own hands. Dark purple spread across the ancient god's body. Then come and try. The Void Master exhaled. I'll deal with the god of forgotten ruins. Kiki, do you have a choice? The witch spirit doll appeared and moved through the void. The Void Master turned around. I've been waiting for you. A card floated and Great Elder Dan Gu stared at Bai Wuxian. The god of forgotten ruins smiled. There are so many old fellows. Who should I kill first? Your opponent is me. The Void Master walked out. Above the god of forgotten ruins' head, 9 wolves devoured the heavens, and the sequence particles continued to spread. But just you? A lotus bloomed in the void as it approached the 9-wolf devourer. Count me in. The 7 sky gods are indeed not easy to deal with. The one who attacked was Senior Lotus. The Taishan Domain, Whitebeard and the Yin-Yang Sword all attacked the zombie god. Most of the 7 sky gods resisted, and only the zombie god was left. But then more figures walked out of the void and everyone's scalps went numb. There were no less than 20 progenitor realm zombie kings. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Where did the Eternals get so many progenitor realm zombie kings? In the sky, a wolf's head swooped down. Lu Yin hurriedly stepped backward to avoid it. The god of forgotten ruins had attacked him. The wolf's head was ferocious, but its eyes were very intelligent. It seemed to be smiling as it chased after Lu Yin. The god sealing catalog appeared above Lu Yin's head. Lung Qing appeared from Lu Yin's side and slashed at the wolf's head. Just as the blade was about to land, Lung Qing disappeared, and so did the god sealing catalog. The wolf's head swooped down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared blankly at the wolf's head descending. How could this be? Where was the god sealing catalog? At some point, the sequence particles controlling the wolf's head had touched him. In an instant, Lu Yin forgot everything. He forgot about the god-sealing catalog, forgot about his battle techniques, and forgot about resisting. He could only stand in place and let the wolf's head devour him. The same scene happened not only on Lu Yin's side, but also on Master Wei, Venerable Lotus, and everyone else targeted by the wolf's head. 9 wolves devour the sky was just the god of forgotten ruins' innate gift, but together with the sequence particles, it produced a terrifying power that could instantly decide the outcome of the battle. At the same time, at least 5 extreme powerhouses were exposed to the wolf's head, their lives hanging by a thread. This was the 7 sky gods. Lu Yin watched as the wolf's head swooped down on him. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to resist, but that he had forgotten to. At that moment, a figure blocked in front of him. The figure was blindfolded and wielded a blade with both hands. The blade cut off the sequence particles above the wolf's head, cut through the void, and slashed at the sequence particles above the 9 wolves devour the sky. With his heaven's eye, Lu Yin could clearly see that the sequence particles above the 9 wolves devour the sky had been cut off. It was woodcut. Senior apprentice brother. Lu Yin was excited. His senior apprentice brother had saved him again. Woodcut's face sank. The 7 sky gods are strange and powerful. Use your full strength. Be careful. Lu Yin nodded. He had just experienced it firsthand. The god of forgotten ruins seemed harmless, but she had almost killed him. This was the true strength of the 7 sky gods. The god of forgotten ruins regretfully said, "Someone has come and is quite troublesome. Little Lu Yin, how many times can you escape from this battle?" Hee. But so what if you run away? Your stage is gone. Lu Yin looked at the god of forgotten ruins in fear. This was an old monster. Elder Mo had been one of the 12 Elysians during the Above Heavens era, and the god of forgotten ruins had been an ancestor of the Wang family during that era. She was an absolute progenitor, and her seniority might be greater than the 9 mountains and 8 seas of that era. She was infinitely close to the 3 realms and 6 das. Compared to Elder Mo, she was the true old monster. In the distance, the yin-yang sword flew backward and stabbed into the ground. Su Heng and Su Leng both coughed up blood as they were slapped down by the corpse god. Lu Yin was shocked. "Brother." Woodcut looked at the corpse god and slashed out with his blade. It pierced through the void and slashed at the corpse god's face. The corpse god raised her hand and blocked the blade with her palm, then pressed down. Lu Yin was shocked. Woodcut's blade could sever law sequence particles and was extremely powerful, but the corpse god had blocked it just like that. The corpse god's palm fell, but Woodcut raised his head and slowly raised his blade. The blade then disappeared. Saber intent. A low voice traveled into Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin saw that Woodcut had no blade, but the corpse god had suddenly retracted her arm. The void was completely torn apart, revealing a deep darkness. With Lu Yin's celestial eye, even the void had disappeared. He suspected that if the corpse god had not retracted her arm, it would have been sliced apart by Woodcut's blade. "You weren't part of the plan," the corpse god said as she stared at Woodcut. Woodcut raised his hand. There was no blade, but at that moment all the blades in the tea party hummed. Even the blades wielded by the powerhouses trembled. Anyone who had stepped into the realm of a powerhouse through the use of the blade would have an unshakable grasp of saber intent, but they had been affected by Woodcut. Woodcut was the sharpest blade in this tea party. This blade should have a sacrifice. The corpse god grabbed the corpse king that was fighting with Lord Gon and threw it at Woodcut. Woodcut's arm fell and the progenitor corpse king was split in 2. There was no way for it to resist. However, the blade had already fallen. The corpse god punched at Woodcut, but Woodcut's blade appeared in front of him to block. Boom. There was a loud bang as Woodcut was struck by the corpse god's fist and was forced to retreat. The Divine Seal catalog appeared above Lu Yin's head. Nong Yi Lung Qing and even Xianxia walked out and attacked the corpse god together. He even tossed the hellworm out. "Bite him." The hellworm struggled, but it did not dare to do so. It was too terrifying. Nong Yi's Ho and Ling Qing's blade attacked at the same time. Xianxia immediately used his divine sword domain to attack the corpse god's arm. However, the 3 progenitors were unable to harm the corpse god in the slightest. Lu Yin could clearly see that the corpse god's entire body was covered in stray particles. What stray particles were these? This was the first time he had seen stray particles hidden within a body. Nong Yi collapsed, followed by Ling Qing and Xianxia. The hellworm did not even dare to approach. Woodcut retreated step by step, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Lu Yin took a step forward and visualized the Akalanatha king's elephant. Within his body, the withered tree that was transforming into stars swayed as time flowed. His fist turned gray and a blackish-purple substance appeared on the surface of his body. He punched at the corpse god, sealing the power of 50 punches. Woodcut shouted, "Don't." Lu Yin's fist brushed past Woodcut's cheek as he punched at the corpse god's fist. Chapter 28:19. Boom. An unshakable pressure pressed down on Lu Yin, and he felt as if his arm was about to shatter. Just like wood carving, he was sent flying. There was no time to think, and he quickly took out his slipper and slammed it down. The slipper slammed out, and Lu Yin saw that it had actually moved a sequence particle. The zombie god was shocked and she pulled her arm back. Lu Yin and wood carving both retreated and coughed up blood. This was the power of a single punch from the zombie god. It was far too freakish. Wood carving's blade was powerful, but Lu Yin was unable to block the zombie god's punch. The zombie god stared at Lu Yin. "Hand over your cosmic ring." She pressed her arm down again, and the number of sequence particles continued to increase. This palm was even more terrifying than the previous punch. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. "This monster." "Retreat." Wood carving pulled Lu Yin back and turned around to attack. Su Wuwei, Mr. Daheng Lord Gone, and the other powerhouses had all attacked the zombie god at the same time. They would rather endure the attacks of the other progenitor corpse kings. The zombie god was the greatest threat, and given enough time she could kill everyone one by one. Lu Yin was panting heavily. How long had it been since the only true god's attack? He had been in danger twice, and the Forgotten Ruins god was right. This was the highest stage in the universe. Lu Yin could be considered a progenitor with the Divine Seal catalog, the slipper and various other methods, but he was still a long way from truly participating in the top stage. Something's wrong. Wood carving's eyes were covered, but he seemed to be able to see. Lu Yin let out a long breath. "You're my senior." Wood carving frowned. "The true god guards are here, but none of the captains are here." Lu Yin was puzzled. There was a battlefield in all directions. Su Zhu, Elder Gu, and the others were fighting sequence particles, while many powerhouses were fighting the zombie god in front of them, but they were still suppressed by her. "Senior, Su Wuwei and the others can't hold on much longer," Lu Yin said. Su Wuwei had also grasped sequence particles, but he was still far from the zombie god's level. His Taishi domain could not harm her at all. Lu Yin finally understood why Su Wuwei was unwilling to go to the endless battlefield. Even he might not be able to protect himself against the seven gods. If this was not a tea party, he might have fled long ago. Wood carving's grip on her blade. "Observe the battlefield and think to break through the situation to resolve everyone's existence. Every battle has a reason." This decisive battle came too suddenly. Not a single true god guard captain is here. There must be a problem. Lu Yin suppressed his impulsiveness. "What true god guards?" The wooden carving slowly raised his long saber, as if he was considering where to strike. 10 corpses in a group and 100 corpses in a group, they are the true god guards. Every 10 corpses has a captain, and by consuming their divine power, they have the strength to fight against us. They are second only to the 7 heavenly gods. However, the true god guards have arrived, but not a single captain is present. After saying this, the wooden carving's body disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already behind the corpse god. The corpse god bent his left arm and smashed it down. His flesh and blood were sliced off, revealing his white bones. However, he managed to shatter the blade. Lu Yin stood in place and stared blankly, but the words of the Forgotten Ruins god kept echoing in his mind. "But so what if you escape? Your stage is gone. Your stage is gone. But there's none." Suddenly he felt someone's gaze on him, and he subconsciously looked over to see Xiaoyin. The Divine Lord. He was fighting a progenitor realm corpse king, but his gaze was fixed on Lu Yin. At that moment, Lu Yin did not see the Divine Lord's ferocious determination to fight against the Eternals. Instead he saw mockery and smugness. What was he smugness about? The Divine Lord had not expected Lu Yin to notice him at a time like this. He sneered and continued fighting the corpse king. Lu Yin stared at the Divine Lord as the Forgotten Ruins god's words echoed in his mind, as well as the memories he had obtained from Xiaxinji's shadow. There was another truth behind the Lu family's banishment. Wang Fan had used Wang Si to incite the 4 cardinal scales to banish the Lu family. At the same time, the Divine Lord had also made a grave mistake and needed to make up for it. Thus, he had suggested to the Grand Empyrean that the Lu family should take the blame for the Above Heavens sect. Both sides had hit it off at almost the same time. The 4 cardinal scales had joined forces with the Grand Empyrean to forcefully banish the Lu family. Lu Yin would not believe that Wang Fan and the Divine Lord had no connection at all. It could be said that they had single-handedly contributed to the Lu family's banishment. Without the 4 cardinal scales, if the Grand Empyrean wanted to banish the Lu family, he would have to start a war with the primordial space. The Lu family could awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan, and the 6th Direction Association would not be able to gain any advantage. Without the Grand Empyrean, the 4 cardinal scales would not be able to hide Patriarch Lu Yuan, and even if the ancestral Mang overturned the situation, it would not be able to banish the Lu family. Neither could be missing, but it was the perfect combination of the two that had ultimately led to the Lu family's banishment. Then what was the reason for their banishment? Was it because of the four cardinal scales jealousy? Did the Divine Lord want to atone for his sins? It was all one-sided. Back then, Lu Yin had made a bold guess that either Divinity Xiaoyin or Wang Fan had been spies. It was even possible that both of them were spies. After the Lu family was exiled, the Eternals were the ones who benefited the most, followed by Divinity Xiaoyin and the four-way scales. Ever since he had learned of this, Lu Yin had hired people to investigate in the reincarnation spacetime, and he had learned many things about the Divine Lord. Ever since the Divine Lord had become an extreme powerhouse, he had occasionally made mistakes that had displeased the Grand Empyreans, but he had always made up for them. His reparations had always been under the premise of harming others, such as the Lu family or the Lost Clan. Thus he had been disliked by the entire Six Direction Association. If he were to take into account the fact that he was a spy, then everything would make sense. A spy helping the everlasting race at a critical moment and causing the human race to suffer losses was very reasonable. A spy instigating a war between the reincarnation spacetime and the Lost Clan and banishing the Lu family was very reasonable. If the Divine Lord really was a spy, then he should have known that Lu Yin was Xianxia. Lu Yin stared deeply at the Divine Lord. The battle around him seemed to be isolated from him and he could not hear anything. All he could see was the Divine Lord. Did he know that Xianxia was Lu Yin? If he was a spy, then he definitely knew. If that was the case, then why did he put on that act at the tea party? Why had Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan and Xia Xinji been thrown into the endless battlefield? What was his goal? Lu Yin's expression changed as the Forgotten Ruins deity's words rang in his ears again. He remembered that if the Divine Lord was a spy in the primordial space, then he could have lured Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan out of the primordial space by framing Lu Yin, causing the primordial space to lose 29 mountains and 8 seas. Regardless of whether this plan succeeded or not, those two were still at the tea party and not in the primordial space. Then the primordial space would be facing an equally tragic battle. This was the Divine Lord's goal. The everlasting race's true target was not the Grand Empyrean tea party, but the primordial space. That was why the Forgotten Ruins deity had said that Lu Yin would lose his stage. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. He had to leave immediately and return to the primordial space. Although everything was based on speculation, if it turned out to be true, how could the primordial space resist the everlasting race? He had left a backup plan in the celestial sect for the tea party, but this backup plan would not be able to stop the everlasting race's invasion. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He had wanted to wait until he broke through to the half-ancestor realm and brought the Lu family back before investigating the Divine Lord. After all, the Divine Lord was one of the 3 sovereigns and was the strongest person under the Grand Empyrean. However, he was still a step too late. The Divine Lord turned and looked at Lu Yin again. His eyes narrowed and there was a bone-deep killing intent. Had this kid guessed it? In the primordial space, in the upper realm of the starry sky tree, a figure walked out of the cold Immortal sect's mountain gate. He opened his scarlet vertical eye and slammed his palm down at the cold Immortal sect's mountain gate. The everlasting race could not invade the primordial space on a large scale, and they had to go through the battlefield on the other side. However, once one reached the progenitor realm, as long as they had the coordinates, they could naturally come over. In the past, because Bai Wangyuan and the other progenitors were present, the everlasting race could not invade. But now they could. As the progenitor realm corpse king's palm landed, the cold Immortal sect's mountain gate shattered and countless wails rang out. Bai Qi raised her head and screamed, "Corpse King, progenitor realm Corpse King." The Corpse King looked down from above and raised his arm, tearing through the void. He slammed his palm down again and the entire cold Immortal sect shook. The clouds in outer heaven suddenly condensed and blocked the Corpse King's palm. A gentle white light tried to push the Corpse King away. Progenitor realm Corpse Kings appeared in the divine martial plane, the Wang family and Dragon Mountain. In the sovereign realm, Wang Jian walked out. As the other progenitor of the Wang family, Wang Fan had asked his shadow, the Ghost Abyss ancestor, to help defend against the Six Paths gang. Now he was the only progenitor left in the upper realm of the starry sky tree. Other than him, there were only Xin Ying and Zhu Mang. Dragon Mountain shattered and the progenitor realm Corpse King slaughtered without resistance. Long Ku roared as a scarlet vertical eye appeared in front of him. The next moment his body turned into ashes. Even before he died, he did not expect to die at the hands of a corpse king in Dragon Mountain. Long Tian's eyes were red as he charged at the progenitor realm corpse king, but he was stopped by Old Dragon. Don't fight it head-on. That's a progenitor realm corpse king. Enai Huang activated her inner world and Enai Long walked out and slammed into the progenitor realm corpse king. However, the corpse king grabbed Enai Long's tail and tore it apart. Enai Long cried out in pain. He regretted staying in the upper realm and should have gone to the lower realm. If he stayed under Zhu Mang, who would dare to attack the White Dragon clan? He regretted it. Dragon Mountain looked like hell. At the critical moment, Long Shi threw out the dragon ancestor's other eye. Grand Elder. Enai Huang stared at the other eye in a daze. This is... The progenitor realm corpse king tore apart Enai Huang's claws. Enai Huang no longer hesitated. She opened her mouth and swallowed the other eye, roaring at the sky. The upper realm of the starry sky tree was attacked by the progenitor realm corpse king. However, the real intense battle in the origin space was in the Fifth Mainland's heavenly sect. At the same time that the one true god attacked the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, many figures tore through the void and arrived outside the heavenly sect, bringing with them a bloody aura. In the heavenly sect, Wuxia and the other progenitor realm experts walked out and looked ahead in shock. There were a total of 10 progenitor realm corpse kings. Elder Chan was shocked. Where did so many come from? Lu Yun's face was pale. He had fought with the Eternals before and any progenitor realm corpse king was not easy to deal with. However, there were 10 of them in front of him. Leng Qing gripped the hilt of her saber tightly. Master Shan took a deep breath. Qin Le gritted his teeth. Chapter 28:20. 7 Ancestor Realm experts against 10 Ancestor Realm corpse kings seemed to be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, but with Wuxia and Leng Qing's ability, they could deal with more than one. Everyone, it's time to decide the fate of the Above Heaven sect. In this battle we must defend the Above Heaven sect to the death. Elder Chan shouted. Defend Heaven's sect to the death. Those below the progenitor realm are not allowed to come out. With that said, the 7 Ancestor Realm powerhouses charged towards the 10 Ancestor Realm corpse kings. Unimaginable destructive power spread in all directions. Fortunately, the Above Heaven sect blocked the earth. Otherwise, the aftermath would have swept across the Milky Way. Above the Sky sect, the Blood Ancestor looked up. No one had expected 10 progenitor realm corpse kings to suddenly attack the Eternals. Without the Tao Lord, this battle would really decide their fate. Lu Bujing, Imperial Preceptor Bu Tianke, and the others were watching intently. Although those below the Ancestor Realm were not allowed to participate in the battle with their strength, they were more than capable of causing harm to ordinary Ancestor Realm experts. Hen Exen, Fate Maiden Yao Di, and the others all looked in the direction of the Above Heaven sect. They didn't know if they should get close to this battle. The Outerverse had been turned upside down in the shortest amount of time. Leng Qing had injured a corpse king with a single saber strike. The corpse kings had the physical strength of a progenitor, but they did not have the combat strength of a true progenitor. They were not difficult to deal with. Leng Qing had injured one progenitor realm corpse king with a single saber strike while fighting another at the same time. He was not at a disadvantage. Elder Chan used the 3 Yang ancestral qi to transform Shui Wuqing and Ancestor Hui, easily finding the Ancestor Realm corpse king's weakness. Wuxia was also fighting 1 against 2, suppressing the corpse kings. Seeing this, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Although these Ancestor Realm corpse kings were very powerful, fortunately they did not have true Ancestor Realm battle prowess. Given enough time, they would be able to kill them all. Suddenly, a shadow covered the sky. A colossus squeezed out from the void and fiercely smashed into the sect above. Leng Qing was shocked. Countless saber edges rose from below. Heavenly Saber Realm. The Heavenly Saber Realm was extremely sharp. Anyone who fell into the Heavenly Saber Realm had to pass through it. Otherwise, they would be pierced by the endless sabers. The surface of the gigantic object shone with a black light. It stepped on the Heavenly Knife Realm and crashed into the sect above the heavens. If Lu Yin was here, he would definitely recognize that it was a camphor bug. It was a camphor bug that had escaped from the boundless battlefield. The camphor insect's defense was extremely strong, but it had met its nemesis, Lu Yin, who had smashed its back with his slipper. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for anyone to break through its defense. The camphor worm appeared and slammed into the sect above. Even Ling Qing could not stop it. At the critical moment, the ancestral turtle retracted its head and limbs into its shell and crashed into the camphor insect from the side. The two were about the same size, and the ancestral turtle forcefully knocked the camphor insect aside. Countless people were stunned. No one had thought that the ancestral turtle would be able to knock aside an existence that was obviously a progenitor realm creature. That creature could even step on the heavenly saber realm and pass through. What did the ancestral turtle have to do that? On the ancestral turtle's back, the Mavis family was stunned. River Mavis gripped the tree trunk tightly. Is it that powerful? None of the other Mavis clan members were able to provide an answer. The ancestral tortoise was something that they had swindled from the Lu clan. Initially they had thought that it would at most possess the battle prowess of a half-martial ancestor, just that it was slightly larger in size. Usually it would be intimidated by the caged WM, so it did not dare to talk back. Who would have thought that it would be so useful at such a crucial moment? Lu Bujing heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Yin had told him that the ancestral tortoise was not ordinary. Although it was usually bullied by the caged WM, the caged WM's characteristics meant that it would only threaten the ancestral tortoise and not take any further action. This showed that the caged WM was not easy to bully. The ancestral turtle wasn't weak. It was only because of its fear of the corpse god that it was seen as weak. But who wasn't afraid of the zombie god? That was the 7 sky gods. Only now did Lu Yin truly understand how terrifying the 7 sky gods were. Animals had better instincts than humans, and it was normal for the ancestral turtle to be afraid of the corpse god. The camphor insect was knocked aside. On its back, a person wearing pitch-black armor sat up. His facial features were indistinct, and even his arms and legs could not be seen. He rubbed his head. Who bumped into me? The ancestral turtle retracted its head into its shell and carefully stared at the strange person on the camphor insect's back. It had sensed danger. The strange person wearing pitch-black armor turned around and saw the ancestral turtle. He was stunned for a moment, but then he was overjoyed. Great, another pet. Baby, were you the one who bumped into me? That's perfect. It's the collision of love. It's definitely the collision of love. Just you wait, Big Brother will love you very soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the camphor insect turned around and crashed into the ancestral turtle. The ancestral turtle's head shrank even more. Boom. There was a loud noise that caused countless people's eardrums to hurt. Everyone watched in horror as the sky was occupied by 2 colossal creatures. They were colliding with each other, and an unstoppable sound could be heard. On the other side, Ling Qing heaved a sigh of relief. 2 progenitor realm corpse kings attacked him from the front and back. Ling Qing's gaze turned cold as he raised his blade and slashed. There was a whoosh as an arm was severed from the corpse king in front of him. Even if the corpse king in front of him used the gray eyes transformation and strengthened its physical body by 10 times, it was still unable to block Ling Qing's attack. Just as he was about to slash out a second time, his body suddenly swayed and he almost lost his grip on his blade. A strange feeling assaulted him and countless voices echoed in his mind. It was as if they were trying to make him lose consciousness. Ling Qing's eyes went wide. He was one of the 12 Elysium sect masters from the era of the above heaven, and he was the first sect master to break through to the progenitor realm after the establishment of the above heaven. How could he be attacked by a thief? Get out here. A man walked out of the void and exclaimed, "Very few people can resist the invasion of my consciousness. You're not bad." Ling Qing stared at the man and kept retreating, dodging the corpse king's attacks. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. I'm the captain of the True God Guard and a member of the Thousand Bureau. True God Guard? Ling Qing had never heard of it, but he knew that the person in front of him was very difficult to deal with. Was he a corpse king? Far away, Wuxia also encountered something strange. His evil aura was torn apart by an unknown force. It was not directly torn apart, but the evil aura became flat like a piece of paper. This piece of paper was torn apart by someone. The person who tore it apart was a woman. She had long orange hair and wore a tight white battle suit. She wore long white and orange boots as she walked towards him step by step. Wuxia looked at the woman. Corpse King? The woman looked up, and only then did Wuxia see that her eyes were orange, but they were unusually clear. They were definitely not scarlet vertical eyes. Captain of the True God Guard, Juji. Please enlighten me. Wuxia was puzzled. True God Guard? Zhu Ji raised his slender fingers and pointed at Wuxia. Turn into a flat surface. After saying that, a strange fluctuation swept across. Wuxia's gaze turned cold. This woman was not simple. Including the black-armored man on the back of the camphor insect, there were 3 captains of the True God Guard. The battle situation changed in an instant. The captains were strong enough to restrain Leng Qing, Wuxia, and the other experts, while the Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings that were fighting with them rushed towards Above Heaven. The pressure of 4 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings frightened many Above Heaven. Beside the cauldron He-Ran was shocked. How could this be? She thought this place was very safe and only needed to deal with Xianxia. How did it suddenly become a battlefield? 1 2 3 4 5. How many extreme experts were the enemies? She had been to the ultra-spacetime border battlefield before, but, at most there would only be 2 extremely strong enemies. He-Ran was stunned. She had never seen such a big battle. More than 20 extreme experts were in a chaotic battle. Even the most intense battle in the endless battlefield could not be compared to this. Was this the endless battlefield? Was this the front line of the battle between the Eternal Race and Six Paths Guild? Lu Bujing exhaled. It was their turn to fight. As Heaven's Gate sect masters they could do it. But there were too many of them. Hen X and Life Girl and the others were not here. We'll take care of 2. I'll leave the remaining 2 to you. Try your best to deal with them. Dan Pu walked out along with Fangyi. She should be called Dan Fangyi now since she had reached the Ancestor Realm. Lu Yin had specially contacted the Lost Tribe before attending the tea party and asked them to send 2 Ancestor Realm experts to help guard Above Heaven. He knew that this tea party would not be simple. The 4 cardinal scales had joined forces with the Shaoyin divinity to deal with him. He could deal with the methods he saw, but it was difficult to deal with the methods he could not see. He was smart, but others were not stupid. He could only try his best to leave behind a backup plan. The Lost Tribe had given him face, which was beyond Lu Yin's expectations. He had only wanted to borrow 1 Ancestor Realm expert and then ask Su Wuji for help. He had not expected the Lost Tribe to send 2. With 2 Ancestor Realm experts hidden in Above Heaven and Lu Yun, they should be able to deal with most variables. Even if Bai Sheng and the others returned and started a war with Above Heaven, they should be able to deal with it. But Lu Yin had not expected the Eternal Race to send a True God Guard. 10 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings and 3 captains. This was not within his expectations or even his knowledge. The only True God attacking Grand Heavenly Venerables Tea Party and the True God Guard attacking Above Heaven. Who would have expected this? It could only be said that the Eternal Race's scheme was too deep and their foundation was too strong. With the 2 Ancestor Realm experts of the Lost Tribe, Lu Bujing and Kai Er were confident that they could deal with the other 2 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. In Above Heaven's main hall, Wang Wen looked at the battle in space and sighed. The direction of this battle would determine the future of humanity. He had to think of a way to protect himself. Thinking of this, he took out a transparent coffin and lay down in it under the strange gazes of many people. Your Highness Chess, it is not that I don't want to help you, but I can't do it. Everyone, good luck. Reincarnation spacetime above the tea party. A wolf head appeared above Lu Yin's head again. The Forgotten Ruins deity had no intention of letting him go. Facing the Forgotten Ruins deity he could only escape. The difference between this sequence Lower Realm expert and ordinary Ancestor Realm experts was too great. Could be said to be a chasm. No matter who he faced, he had the strength to fight, even if it was by Wang Yuan or Wang Fan. But against the Forgotten Ruins deity, under the sequence Lower Realm, he had no ability to make a move. He would forget all his methods and even forget to resist. How could he fight? Lu Yin stepped backward to dodge while taking out wireless goo. The wireless goo vibrated violently. The uneasiness in Lu Yin's heart grew stronger as he answered the call. Above Heaven's sect is in trouble. More than 10 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings have attacked. This sentence made Lu Yin's heart sink to the bottom. More than 10 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. If they were ordinary Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings it would be fine, but this news was equivalent to Above Heaven's sect asking for help. With his senior brother Elder Chan and the others overseeing the situation, they had actually asked for help. One could imagine the pressure Above Heaven's sect was facing. Lu Yin looked at Divine Venerable Shao Yin again, looking at his conceited face. There was no need to guess. He was 90% likely to be a spy. Chapter 28-21. Lu Yin wanted to expose Divinity Xiaoyin, but if he did, he would be helping the Eternals, making this battle even more difficult to win. Divinity Xiaoyin was one of the 3 sovereigns and he was definitely not weak. He could fight against the 7 celestial gods, regardless of victory or defeat. He must have mastered the sequence particle. Any sequence particle powerhouse could change the outcome of the battle. If Divinity Xiaoyin went to the above heaven, it would be even more impossible for them to resist. The above heaven lacked sequence particle powerhouses. Be careful. A thought materialization appeared behind Lu Yin, separating him from the Divine Witch Spirit doll that had suddenly appeared. The Divine Witch Spirit laughed strangely. Kiki, why are you helping him? Master Wei, do you really think that this kid was forced to rebel against the Yu family? Lu Yin frowned and slapped the Divine Witch Spirit doll with his slipper. The Divine Witch Spirit doll laughed strangely. He Rant's disappearance. Master Wei, you should investigate Bai Qian's identity. Nonsense. The thought materialized in a funnel separating Lu Yin from the Divine Witch Spirit doll. Lu Yin was also puzzled by Master Wei's attitude. Regardless of whether he had anything to do with the Yu family's rebellion, Master Wei had spoken up for him several times during the tea party and had just saved him once. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange. You helped me cripple Luo Shan. This time I'll return the favor. Master Wei's voice sounded. Lu Yin understood. So that was the case. Divinity Xiaoyin and Luo Shan had joined forces with the Yu family to rebel against Master Wei. Master Wei had been looking for opportunities to attack Luo Shan, but Luo Shan was one of the 3 sovereigns of the Six Direction Society, the Space-Time Master. It was not easy to deal with him. Thank you, but be careful of the Divine Witch Spirit. He controls space. Lu Yin reminded. After a pause, he glanced at Divinity Xiaoyin and whispered, Divinity Xiaoyin might be a spy. The thought materialization froze for a moment. In the distance, Master Wei and Reverend Lotus were still fighting against the god of forgotten ruins. Master Wei's entire being had almost materialized, constantly isolating the god of forgotten ruins sequence particle. When he heard Lu Yin's words, he looked at Divinity Xiaoyin shock. Lu Yin had to remind him. Xiaoyin's sneak attack would be too dangerous. He did not want Divinity Xiaoyin to help the Eternals in this battle, but if Divinity Xiaoyin's plan was to ambush a powerhouse, the losses would be greater. This was the only thing Lu Yin could do before he could figure out what Xiaoyin was thinking. He chose the lesser of 2 evils. After saying that, Lu Yin tore through the void and left. He wanted to return to the above heavens sect. However, in the next moment his expression changed. He couldn't go back. Ah brat, since the beginning of the war you can only enter and not leave. You want to leave the battlefield? How could it be so easy? Which spirit god laughed. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly as he was unable to leave. This situation was similar to when he had been schemed against by the 6th mainland, where he had been forced to fight against the Corpse King. However, he had only been unable to leave because of Jiang Qingyue, and that did not mean that he was unable to leave. The power in his heart spread out, forming a starry sky of its own. Lu Yin tore through the void once more, but he suddenly stopped. In an instant, the eternal kingdom that he had found after tearing through the void disappeared. What's going on? He tore the void again, but the result was the same. He really couldn't leave. It wasn't that he couldn't leave. Lu Yin looked at the Forgotten Ruins god. It was her. The god of Forgotten Ruins smiled at Lu Yin. Little Lu Yin, it's not that easy to leave this stage. Lu Yin had become the nemesis of many people, but there were also others who could be his nemesis, such as the Forgotten Ruins god. Lu Yin had many tricks up his sleeve, and no matter what kind of desperate situation he was in, he could rely on his various methods and external items to survive. Even when he had been schemed against by the Eternals and covered by the Sourcebox array, the Eternals had been certain that he could not escape. In reality, how could he not have escaped? If not for Jiang Qingyue, the power in his heart would have been enough for him to leave. But no matter how much power he had, what could he do if he forgot? The Forgotten Ruins god was his nemesis, as she could make him forget all kinds of powers, even forgetting how to deal with the current situation and the power to survive. Lu Yin did not know how the Forgotten Ruins god had done it, as the Celestial Eye had not seen any sequence particles touching him, but he had forgotten. The moment he tore through the void to leave, he had forgotten how to move, how to search, and everything else. Even if it was only for a moment, he could not leave. The Forgotten Ruins god's lips curled up seductively. The laws are not as simple as you think. This simple sentence gave Lu Yin a new understanding of the sequence of laws. The celestial eye could see sequence particles, but could it see through the laws? Sequence particles were just one of the external manifestations of the laws, but they were not necessarily the only form. If the celestial eye was truly omnipotent, then Wu Tian would not have disappeared. Furthermore, Lu Yin's own cultivation was still unable to unleash the celestial eye's true power. The fact that he could not leave sent a chill down Lu Yin's spine. At this moment he had to withstand the murderous intent of the 7 sky gods, and the above heaven was facing a desperate situation. The Eternals seemed to have completely awakened, and they wanted to capture the humans in one fell swoop. At some point, a gloomy power approached Lu Yin. Came from the Xiaoyin divinity. He had seen what Lu Yin had said to Master Wei Wei, but he had not expected Lu Yin to see through him. He did not know what had gone wrong, but it did not matter. Since he had been exposed, then he would completely cut off all ties with the Six Directions Society. With the true gods restraining him, the Grand Empyrean could not retract his power. He would completely cut off all ties at this tea party. After so many years he had done enough. Path of decaying heaven. Lu Yin turned around and swatted with his slipper, dispersing the dark green lunar energy that came from the side. Immediately after, the Yin God All appeared. The complete ancestral weapon, the Yin God All, stabbed at Lu Yin and collided with the slipper. With a crack, the Yin God All shattered. The Xiaoyin divinity was shocked, as he had not expected Lu Yin's slipper to be so powerful. However, it was just an external item. The decaying lunar energy surrounded Lu Yin in an arc, and with his celestial eye, Lu Yin saw the arc of sequence particles approaching and corroding the void. As expected, the Xiaoyin divinity had also grasped the sequence particles. Mu Feng, Master Su, Elder Dan Gu, Master Wei Wei, and the others all had their own opponents. None of them could help Lu Yin, so he could only face the Xiaoyin divinity alone. The corrosive sequence particles were a power that Lu Yin had never faced before. The Xiaoyin divinity avoided the slipper, and the lunar energy transformed into a current that rushed forward. Lu Yin moved the spatial lines, but he discovered that they were also being corroded. He used the reverse step, reversing spacetime to avoid the lunar energy, but he found that it was all around him. A dark purple substance spread out, and Lu Yin tried to strike out with his palm. His palm was fierce and peerless, and it pushed aside the lunar energy. However, the sequence particles touched his arm and corroded it. And this was just a touch. The irreversible path of decaying heaven. Daikit. The Xiaoyin divinity sneered. Do you really think I don't know that you're Xianxia? Lu Yin nodded. Above him, the divine seal catalog bloomed with golden light. Xiaxinji, Leng Qing, and Nong Yi all attacked together, continuously chipping away at the lunar energy. However, just as the Xiaoyin divinity had said, the path of decaying heaven was irreversible, and it continuously corroded the void and everything. Even the shadow that Feng Shen had borrowed was corroded. When things reached an extreme, they could only move in the opposite direction. The plan's secret art and other techniques could reverse the situation under normal circumstances, but they could not reverse the sequence particles. This was the power of laws, and laws were corrosion. Lu Yin wanted to use the eternal darkness to suck the Xiaoyin divinity in order to cut off the sequence laws, but he could not get close. The Xiaoyin divinity could not be easily sucked into the eternal darkness either. He understood the lost clan too well, unlike Xiaxinji. A rain of red flowers fell from the sky, one after another. It was very beautiful. The red flowers were enchanting and beautiful, as if they were celebrating the arrival of this bloody battlefield. A red flower touched the Xiaoyin divinity, causing him to frown. The area that was touched by the flower felt numb. There was something wrong with the flowers. The path of decaying heaven moved along his fingers and swept the flowers. The red flowers were continuously corroded and melted, but they continued to appear out of thin air without end. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw Bai Xian'er's calm expression. When she saw Lu Yin looking over, she smiled. Brother Zhou Xian, let's work together to deal with him. He's using the power of sequence laws, Lu Yin said. Bai Xian'er smiled. I know. As she spoke, more red flowers fell from the sky, one after another. It really did look like rain. The Xiaoyin divinity stared coldly at Bai Xian'er. He did not know what these red flowers meant, but this woman was clearly not stupid. She had been accepted as a disciple by the Grand Empyrean and was even his senior sister. It was better to be safe than sorry. Lu Yin raised his hand and sent the power of extreme Yin towards Bai Xianer. He wanted to see how Bai Xianer would block the Shaoyin divinity's sequence particles. Bai Xianer did not block them. Instead, she dodged them without any warning. Even Lu Yin could not see how she had done it with his third eye. Brother Zhou Xian, his strength will continue to weaken. His reflexes and adaptability will also decrease. This is all I can do. I'll leave the power of sequence laws to you. Bai Xianer smiled at Lu Yin as if she did not care about the Shaoyin divinity. Lu Yin looked at the Shaoyin divinity. Under his third eye, the Shaoyin divinity's movements were different from before. It was as if something was hindering him. One of the three sovereigns, a powerhouse of sequence laws, was actually affected by Bai Xianer. Was it because of those red flowers? How did Bai Xianer do it? What he had experienced was not something Bai Xianer could imagine, but she could never see through it. The Shaoyin divinity did not expect that he would be affected by a mere immortal realm cultivator. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. How could a mere immortal realm cultivator do this? Two mere juniors. Do you really think you can overturn the heavens? I'll send you to hell together. Under the Shaoyin divinity's feet, the entire void transformed into a dim color. Everything around them changed. In just an instant, Lu Yin and Bai Xianer seemed to have left the tea party and arrived in an unfamiliar city. This was a city filled with dark buildings. When they looked up, dark clouds covered the sky. There was not a single trace of life. Suddenly, dark clouds descended rapidly and enveloped Lu Yin and Bai Xianer, bringing with them a huge pressure. The two hurriedly retreated. The dark clouds turned into the power of extreme Yin and swept out, entangling the two. The two entered the Shaoyin divinity's ancestral world. This place was called Extreme Yin City. Whether it was the buildings or the living beings in this city, everything was made of extreme Yin. There was a strange corrosive power everywhere. Chapter 28-22. Lu Yin was shocked. He used his celestial eye to see the city clearly, and all he could see was the power of Yin. Above his head the dark clouds dispersed, revealing a full moon. The full moon shot out a beam of light that enveloped the entire city. Lu Yin and Bai Xianer tried to escape from Sun Yin City, but it was as if they were trapped in a swamp of Yin energy. If it was just Yin energy, Lu Yin could absorb it with his heart. At most he could add another Yin energy star to his galaxy. However, there was more than just Yin energy here. There was also the path of decaying heaven. The two of them didn't dare to touch the corrosive particles. In the distance, dimensional masters materialized consciousness and the wooden carvings blade appeared at the same time, trying to break through Sun Yin City. The Shaoyin divinity sneered, Sun Yin City has no living beings. The power of Yin is living beings, and the path of decaying heaven is living beings. I've been collecting the path of decaying heaven for so many years. It's not that easy for you to break through. The wooden carving's blade could only cut off a third of Sun Yin City's power. It was the same for dimensional masters' materialized consciousness. Wood God, Void Master, Grand Elder Gu, and the others didn't have the time to care about this. Lu Yin fought the Shaoyin divinity while thinking about the above heaven. His mind was in a mess. The everlasting race had attacked, and the Shaoyin divinity had exposed his identity. There was only one possibility. They were confident of victory. Under such circumstances, it wasn't possible for one person to turn the tables. Unless the primogenitor was reborn and added a power that could suppress the one true God, even the help of the seven sky gods might not be enough. The Six Directions Society, the endless battlefield, the above heaven, the tea party, and everywhere else had started fighting. No one knew how long the everlasting race had been preparing for this moment, but Lu Yin knew that they wouldn't allow humans to turn the tables. They must have made preparations for all the variables that they knew, such as the Thunder Lord, the extraterrestrial powerhouses, and the victorious Celestial. The Six Directions Society couldn't turn the tables, and Lu Yin himself was in a desperate situation. He looked at the Shaoyin divinity on the other side of Sun Yin City and saw the excitement in his eyes. He turned to look at Bai Xianer. Although she wasn't panicking, she was a little pale. No matter what methods she had, she couldn't be relaxed when faced with the difference in strength between her and the Shaoyin divinity. Bai Xianer looked at Lu Yin and the two looked at each other. Do you have a way? Lu Yin asked. Bai Xianer shook her head. I do. Bai Xianer was surprised, but then she smiled. I knew Brother Zhou Xian would not disappoint. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked into the distance. The Shaoyin divinity didn't immediately pull us into the city, but he could have done so. His full-powered Tao of rotting heaven would have been enough to drown us. You saw it with your heaven's eye? Therefore we can die at any time. But you said there was a way. The price is rather high. Xianxia smiled as if she wouldn't die if Lu Yin said he had a way. What do I have to pay? Lu Yin stared at her. The Book of Destiny. Xianxia was surprised. That book has already been burned. You still want it? That's my business. She took a deep look at him and took out the half-burnt Book of Destiny from her cosmic ring, tossing it to him. If Brother Zhou Xian wants it, I'll give it to you. Lu Yin took the Book of Destiny, his eyes burning with desire. He had tried it before and the Book of Destiny could be restored by the die. Although the price was rather high, it was still useful. There was always a chance of recovery. Once it was fully restored, he would have 3 books of destiny. At that time he would be able to see what Zhao Ran was. It wasn't impossible for him to cultivate the art of destiny. After all, the continent in his heart was formed by Fateson. Right, there was Fateson. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia again. And Fateson. Xianxia was stunned, but before she could react, the situation in Lunar City changed. The Shaoyin divinity had truly made his move. He saw that Lu Yin and Xianxia were actually talking in his ancestral world and even giving him gifts. They were completely ignoring his ancestral world. Corrode. Go to hell. With that, the Tao of rotting heaven's sequence particles surged towards Lu Yin and Xianxia. At that moment, extreme danger descended upon them. If they were enveloped by the Tao of rotting heaven, they would truly be corroded. The sequence particles were a qualitative change and Lu Yin had very few methods to deal with them. He wouldn't even be able to escape. He took a deep breath. You still owe me, Fateson. Don't forget. He then looked up. It's time to break through to half-ancestor. At some point in time, a faintly discernible pressure had appeared in the sky. This was the origin tribulation. Before today, Lu Yin wasn't sure if he could break through in the reincarnation spacetime. Even if Xianxia had broken through here, even if she had said that at the tea party, he still wasn't sure. When Lunar City appeared, Lu Yin knew that it would be difficult for him to escape. Thus he had tried to break through to half-ancestor and reality had proven that he could. He didn't know why. This was clearly the reincarnation spacetime, and even if he cultivated astral energy, there was no origin tribulation here. How could he break through? The only possibility was that Xianxia had said, if they aren't connected, how can they be the opposite? The reincarnation spacetime and the primordial space were connected. They were clearly 2 different spacetimes. Now wasn't the time to think about this. The half-ancestor origin tribulation was really coming. The Shaoyin divinity suddenly looked up and his expression changed. What was that? At the tea party, everyone subconsciously stopped and looked up at the sky. They felt a strange pressure. To the people of the reincarnation spacetime, they didn't experience the origin tribulation. The 3 sovereigns and 9 sages could be bestowed by the Grand Empyreans, so they didn't understand. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Was she finally breaking through? Little Lu Yin, are you breaking through to half-ancestor? Forgotten Ruins God was surprised. Would God looked over? Origin tribulation exists in the primordial space. I haven't seen it in a long time. Void Master frowned. This origin tribulation doesn't seem right. He knew Wu Tian and had seen many tribulations. However, Lu Yin's half-ancestor origin tribulation didn't seem right. Void Master was puzzled. Origin tribulation doesn't exist in the reincarnation spacetime. Why can this kid undergo it here? The origin tribulation in the sky confused everyone. However, no matter how they thought about it, the origin tribulation had indeed appeared. The pressure from the origin tribulation black hole rumbled. The sound was soft, but it made the hearts of those who heard it tremble. Not good. We can't get close to the origin tribulation. Retreat. Void Master suddenly remembered and hurriedly retreated. The 7 sky gods, Wood God and the others all retreated. Lunar City disappeared and Shaoyin divinity also retreated. He didn't understand the origin tribulation, but he could sense the danger. Under the origin tribulation, his entire body felt cold as if he could die at any moment. This feeling shocked him and he subconsciously wanted to escape. Xianxia avoided him. No one dared to approach Lu Yin at this time. The war continued. However, the 7 sky gods, Wood God, Void Master and the others were still fighting. Chujin woke up because someone had dragged him close to the origin tribulation. After all, he was a disciple of a Grand Empyrean and no one wanted to see him die. Because of the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, many people in the Six Directions Society had seen the decisive battle brought by the Eternals. They had also seen Lu Yin's origin tribulation. The origin tribulation was unique to the primordial space, and now it had appeared in front of the Six Directions Society. Lu Yin was dressed in white and he looked up. Strange, this origin tribulation didn't seem right. He had undergone many tribulations in the primordial space, and the range of each origin tribulation was huge. However, although this one was huge, it wasn't as big as the sixth origin tribulation. In fact, it wasn't even as big as an emissary's origin tribulation. What was going on? Bao Sage avoided the corpse god's arm and looked at Lu Yin. He exclaimed, "I didn't expect to see a reincarnation tribulation in my lifetime." What reincarnation tribulation? Jiang Xing didn't understand. Bao Sage explained, according to ancient records, there are no tribulations in the reincarnation spacetime. There is only one kind of tribulation and that is reincarnation tribulation. Our cultivation is bestowed by a Grand Empyrean, but some people, even if they are bestowed with power, are too strong and attract a backlash from the reincarnation spacetime. This backlash is called a tribulation and it's called a reincarnation tribulation. My ancestor once saw a reincarnation tribulation. It was Celestial Victor Star's reincarnation tribulation. Jiang Xing was shocked. Celestial Victor Star went through a reincarnation tribulation? Do you think he's called a celestial for nothing? Bao Sage asked. What are you talking about? Be careful not to get slapped to death. In the distance, Mu Tao's mustache trembled. He was constantly on guard against the corpse god and he regretted coming back. Although there must have been a huge battle in the endless battlefield, or else the others would have come back to help, he would rather fight in the endless battlefield than face the seven sky gods. Bao Sage wasn't the only one who knew about the reincarnation tribulation. Reverend Lotus and Reverend Xiaoyin also remembered. Reverend Xiaoyin's eyelids twitched. Reincarnation tribulation, he remembered. This was a reincarnation tribulation. This kid had actually attracted a reincarnation tribulation. Once he was bestowed with power by a Grand Empyrean, he would become another Celestial Victor Star. No, the Six Directions Guild couldn't allow another Celestial Victor Star to appear. For this operation, they had paid a huge price to trap Celestial Victor Star in the endless battlefield. If there was another Celestial Victor Star, the seven sky gods would have to be deployed to deal with him. Lu family's son, that's a reincarnation tribulation unique to the reincarnation spacetime. Take care of yourself, Void Master reminded. Because the reincarnation tribulation had appeared too long ago, they only remembered it now. Lu Yin was puzzled. What reincarnation tribulation? In the reincarnation spacetime, batches of powerhouses will appear. What you will face is the strongest attack of those powerhouses at the same level as you. This is a reincarnation tribulation, and it is also a tribulation given to you by the reincarnation spacetime. If you can't block it, only death awaits you, Bai Xianer said. Lu Yin looked at her. You're also a reincarnation tribulation? Bai Xianer smiled but didn't say anything else. Instead she pointed upwards. She wasn't the only one. Everyone subconsciously looked up and saw a circular pillar of light that was connected from head to tail. It was circular in shape and all kinds of scenes flashed within it. It really was like reincarnation. Lu Yin saw it and stared at it. He had seen a similar scene before. When he ascended the stargazing tower with the Book of Destiny, he saw the river of time and saw the history of the past. He was clearly going through the half-ancestor origin tribulation, but he actually encountered a reincarnation tribulation. Countless people's gazes were attracted by the reincarnation tribulation, and they didn't know who would appear. The reincarnation spacetime had been around for countless years, and it had existed since the Above Heaven sect was still around. No one knew how many powerhouses had been born during that time, and some of them weren't even recorded in history. Chapter 28-23. The Grand Empyrean had talked about history at the beginning of the Tea Party, and there were many names that even the 3 reverends and 9 sages had not heard of. These people were like the people who had appeared between the Daoist sect's era and the primordial spaces era. Perhaps it was because of the passage of time, or perhaps it was because they had been overshadowed by too many brilliant eras, causing their history to be blurry. Lu Yin did not know how many progenitors had existed in the Daoist sect before the 9 mountains and 8 seas, Or how many of them were like progenitor Qin and the others? Although they were from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, their true strength might have been able to illuminate the past and present. The reincarnation tribulation became everyone's focus. Even though the battle was still ongoing, it was not as intense as it had been at the beginning. An intense pressure formed a hurricane that swept towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's white robes fluttered as he looked up at the reincarnation tribulation. Only by breaking through to the half-ancestor level could he awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan and lead the Lu family back. This was the only way out of this situation that he could think of. No matter how difficult this reincarnation tribulation was, he had to break through it. Who in the half-ancestor level could stop him? There was a flash of light and a figure descended from the reincarnation tribulation. He held a spear and the tip of the spear turned into fragments that pierced towards Lu Yin. The previous great stone saint used a spear to replace a truncheon. His meridians were like stone and he used a stone spear technique to shatter and then reform. Xianxia exclaimed. In front of Lu Yin's eyes, the shattered spear tip suddenly reformed into a stone spear. Even though it was only a single point, it was as stable as a boulder. Lu Yin clenched his fist and looked up. A blackish-purple substance covered his arm as he punched out. I don't care what kind of transformation you have or what kind of boulder you are. Let's see who can block my punch. Bang! The spear shattered and this time it truly shattered. The figure was shattered by a single punch without any resistance. Xianxia was stunned. The previous Great Stone Saint had been recognized as a genius of the Great Stone Saint bloodline. He had created his own bloodline and abandoned the truncheon. He had been a brilliant figure in that era, and if he had not encountered the 7 sky gods he would not have died. But now he had been shattered by a single punch? Was this Lu family's son really that terrifying when they were in the same realm? Lu Yin's battle with Lu Yin had already shocked them, but now a familiar figure had been shattered with a single punch. This shocked them even more because it had been so effortless. Following that, another figure appeared, roaring as it transformed into a huge monster that charged towards Lu Yin. It's the Taoist bloodline. The great bloodline ancestor's bloodline. Somewhere in the reincarnation space-time, the little food saint's eyes widened. Which generation's old ancestor was this? Before he could see clearly, the Tao Tai was smashed to pieces by Lu Yin's fist. It was as if the punch had landed on the little saint's face, making him feel aggrieved. The Xianxia was a bastard. He didn't give them any face at all. At least slow down a little. Beams of light flashed one after another and powerful figures appeared one after another. Every single one of them had a great background. Lord Lotus frowned. The reincarnation tribulation had appeared more than once. Lord Victor the Celestial had appeared once and there were others as well. However, not all of their reincarnation tribulations had appeared at the level of the 3 Venerables 9 saints. There were also others who had not reached the level of the 3 Venerables 9 saints. His samsara tribulation was harder to deal with than anyone else's. These strong people that appeared at the beginning were just exhausting his strength. The real difficulty would come later. Perhaps he himself would appear? Just as he thought of this, a lotus flower bloomed and pressed down on him. Venerable Lotus was speechless. Her power had really appeared. The god of forgotten ruins laughed. Isn't this Xiaoyan's power? Will it also be crushed by a single punch? The others looked on. Would Venerable Lotus power also be crushed by a single punch? Lu Yin punched out and the lotus flower was crushed. Many looked at Venerable Lotus. He was not giving her any face at all. He had crushed it with a single punch no matter what kind of power appeared. Even the lotus flower, which had an extremely strong defense, could not withstand a single punch. This was Lu Yin's invincible strength at this level. No one could withstand his strength alone, regardless of whether it was the 9 saints or the 3 venerables. The corpse god looked at Lu Yin, especially the cosmic ring on his hand. The Beirong was in that ring and he wanted to snatch it away. The ancient god praised. Since ancient times, there have been very few who have reached the imperishable palm realm. The Lu family has produced a genius, and with such strength, even the reincarnation tribulations cannot stop him. The wood god shook his head. Gu Yizhi, you are too confident. Although the Genesis space is invincible and you are one of the 6 paths, it does not mean that no one in the reincarnation spacetime can compare to you. The Grand Celestial can compete with the primogenitors, and the 3 venerables can also compete with the 3 realms and 6 paths. The ancient god's expression did not change. Compete? Other than Dou Xing, who else can compete with us? How long can Dou Xing live? His Dou Xing technique is always overdrawing his life force. Do you really think that the stronger you meet, the stronger you become? The only reason we don't fight him to the death is because we don't want to be dragged to death by him. Look around and see if there is anyone in the reincarnation spacetime who can withstand a punch from the Lu family. The imperishable palm realm is the path that humans should take. Lu Yin punched out and another figure shattered with a thud. There were already 13 of them, and the one who had just been shattered was the Bao Saint. The Bao Saint's expression did not look good. He who had broken through to the immortal realm could not withstand a single punch from Lu Yin. This was equivalent to telling everyone that once Lu Yin stepped into the progenitor realm, he would not be able to withstand a single punch. Wait, no, he was no longer a match for a single punch now. The Bao Saint was not confident that he could withstand Lu Yin's terrifying punch. Lu Yin looked at the reincarnation tribulation, which showed no signs of weakening at all. He did not know how long this would take. He did not know how many progenitors had appeared in the reincarnation spacetime, and he was most afraid that even the great heavenly venerables would appear. He did not want to test how strong the great heavenly venerables who had broken through to the half-ancestor realm were now. He only wanted to break through to the half-ancestor realm as soon as possible, lead the Lu family back and break the everlasting race's plan. Thinking about this, Lu Yin took a step forward and headed towards the reincarnation tribulation. Why should you send a tribulation to me? Lu Yin's gaze was fierce. He was from the origin space, not the reincarnation spacetime. He wanted to directly break through this reincarnation tribulation. At this moment, everyone stopped and looked at Lu Yin as he attacked the reincarnation tribulation. Had anyone tried to break through the origin tribulation? It seemed that no one had. If there was, they were already dead. Lu Yin's action made even the Forgotten Ruins god and the others stop and look over. Facing the reincarnation tribulation, Lu Yin punched out. It was this punch that he wanted to break through the reincarnation tribulation. Suddenly, a black lotus bloomed and blocked in front of him. Lu Yin's punch landed on the black lotus, but it did not shatter it. Venerable Lotus blurted out, "Master?" Although the 3 venerables and 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime all called the great celestial venerables their masters, this was only in the macro sense. They each had their own masters. The current Venerable Lotus 9th grade's master was the previous Venerable Lotus, known as the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable. If the reincarnation spacetime had to gather the 3 strongest venerables, Victorious Celestial would definitely be one of them. The second would be the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable, the Black Lotus Annihilation and the Turbid Lotus Venerable. No one could deny the terror of the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable. She did not die in war but self-immolated and turned into a black lotus. This was one of the most pitiful things in the history of the reincarnation spacetime. If the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable did not self-immolate and went further, her strength would not be any weaker than Victorious Celestial. There would be a second Celestial in the reincarnation spacetime. In the Six Direction Society, countless people were excited. The World Annihilation Lotus Venerable was one of the few powerhouses that was widely recorded. Even the younger generation knew about her. Lu Yin's reincarnation tribulation had also attracted the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable. The Black Lotus had blocked Lu Yin's punch. With Master here, the Lu family's son won't be able to get through this easily, Venerable Lotus muttered to herself. Void Master was shocked. The World Annihilation Lotus Venerable has also appeared. The Lu family's son is in trouble, but even the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable cannot stop him. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's expression was uncertain. He had seen and feared the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable before. That woman in black who looked like a blooming poisonous flower had left a deep impression on him. With her strength, the Lu family's son would not be easy to deal with. That was what everyone thought. Then cracks appeared on the Black Lotus and it shattered. Everyone was stunned. Venerable Lotus was aghast. Impossible. One punch. Even though the Black Lotus did not shatter immediately and was delayed, it still shattered in the end. The strongest Venerable Lotus in history had broken through to the immortal realm, but she still could not block Lu Yin's punch. Lu Yin's punch had shocked everyone as much as the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable. Jiangxing gasped. Even the World Annihilation Lotus Venerable could not block a punch. Who else in the reincarnation tribulation can do it? They could not think of anyone. Could it be the Victorious Celestial? or an exalted celestial. Lu Yin was about to punch again when a figure appeared from within the reincarnation tribulation and sat cross-legged in front of Lu Yin. The punch that he was about to unleash suddenly stopped. Lu Yin looked at the figure sitting cross-legged. He did not know why, but he did not want to fight. This punch was hesitant. Dimensional Master was shocked. Would God Void Master and the rest looked over. Here. Jiang Xing Bao Sage and the rest were shocked. In Limitless, Bodhi Sage was commanding the Six-Way Society to counterattack the Eternals. The 7 Sky Gods had all gone to the tea party. She wanted to use this opportunity to expand the Endless Battlefield's battle results. No matter what happened at the tea party, her battlefield was the Endless Battlefield. The slaughter in the Endless Battlefield was not much easier than the tea party. The Gourmet Sage, the current Grand Stone Sage, and some of the Six-Way Society's powerhouses were all fighting. The extraterrestrial powerhouses were also fighting the Eternals. The entire universe was in chaos. Even though the Endless Battlefield's slaughter was fierce, Xixing's appearance attracted her attention. Xixing was one of the 3 Reverends and 9 Sages. His status was not as high as Lotus Sovereign Annihilation, but he could attract everyone's attention because he was too mysterious. If Bodhi Sage was mysterious because he had presided over Limitless, then that was only for a period of time. In the long river of time, Bodhi Sage was not that old and was about the same age as Jiang Xing and the others. However, Xixing was different. No one knew his age and similarly no one knew his strength. Xixing was the only powerhouse among the 3 Reverends and 9 Sages who had never fought. No one had ever seen Xixing fight and he had never been to the Endless Battlefield. Even so, no one dared to underestimate him. No matter what, he had lived for too long and his seniority was even higher than Victorious Celestial. If not for the fact that he had never fought, he might not have been one of the 9 Sages. There were rumors that Xixing's existence was to stabilize the reincarnation spacetime and to help the Grand Empyreans. There were even rumors that the Grand Empyreans' tea could only be drunk at the tea party, but Xixing could drink it at any time. Xixing was the uncrowned leader of the 9 Sages. Thank you. Book Friend 592858813 Book Friend 5766948 Cat North South QAQ Mr. Jin's Tomorrow Heartless Little Enemy Brothers Reward. I'll give it to you. Yesterday the baby's 1-month-old celebration was held. Next I have to ask for leave to give the baby an injection. In June I have to go on a business trip to Beijing. I'm too busy. Fortunately my brothers have always supported me. Thank you. Chapter 28-24. He Wuxian looked at the reincarnation tribulation. This person wasn't easy to deal with. He had tried to kill Xixing before but he had given up in the end. It wasn't because of his strength, but because Xixing's fearless spirit had affected him. Once a person's willpower reached a certain level they could really reverse the universe. Even if Xixing had been sitting still, He Wuxian had hesitated and even retreated. The Lu family's son should be feeling the same as He Wuxian. Under the reincarnation tribulation Lu Yin hesitated. He didn't know why but he couldn't do it. He didn't want to destroy this harmonious scene. This person sat cross-legged and stabilized the void. It was like an eternal scene that couldn't be destroyed and he couldn't bear to destroy it. This person seemed to be sacrificing himself, which stirred Lu Yin's compassion. This person shouldn't be beaten. Lu Yin didn't attack and neither did Xixing. The reincarnation tribulation continued to flash. Bai Xianer muttered to herself, Xixing can't stop Brother Zhou Xian, so the reincarnation tribulation is still looking for him. Brother Zhou Xian, I have to admit that your strength is unfathomable. At that moment the sky of the reincarnation spacetime suddenly changed. An indescribable astral source swept over from afar, as if it wanted to push the entire reincarnation spacetime away. Everyone looked into the distance and saw the boundless astral source whistling over. What's that? Everyone was shocked. The entire reincarnation spacetime was affected, and many people coughed up blood as the energy in their bodies flipped over. Lu Yin looked into the distance with a dazed expression. Is that an astral source? The Genesis Space's astral source? The sole true God and Grand Empyrean's battle suddenly stopped as they looked into the distance. Grand Empyrean's expression turned ugly. It actually attracted the entire Genesis Space over. How can it be so impatient to help this child? The sole true God praised, even I am amazed by the Lu family's son's talent. He far surpasses his ancestor Lu Yuan. Even Lu Yuan's tribulation didn't have such momentum. It seems like we have to invite him to die today. As the endless astral source appeared and pushed the reincarnation spacetime away, not only did it push away the astral source, but it also pushed away the reincarnation tribulation. A new black hole appeared in the sky. Lu Yin's jaw dropped. Was this necessary? He was only transcending a half-ancestor origin tribulation, but the origin tribulation from the origin space actually came to the reincarnation spacetime? How badly did she want to stop him? The ancient god looked at the new origin tribulation in the sky with an unprecedentedly serious expression. He's clearly in the reincarnation spacetime, but he managed to draw the origin tribulation from the origin space through the sequence string. This child's talent is truly terrifying. The wood deity frowned. The reincarnation tribulation is only a backlash caused by this child's strength. It won't help him in his breakthrough to the half-martial ancestor realm. However, the primal space half-martial ancestor origin tribulation is different. Once he overcomes it, he will become a half-martial ancestor and transform his inner world. That is the true tribulation that cultivators of the primal space should overcome. I wonder if the origin tribulation of the half-ancestor in the primordial space wants to destroy him or help him. The ancient god raised his head. It's fine if we destroy it, but once we cross it, we will definitely kill him. Above the tea party, the tribulation origin black hole began to expand. Everyone began to retreat. Lu Yin was certain that this expansion would surpass the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as well as the space sealed by the eternal source box array. But so what? Even if the space was opened, who would be able to leave? This place was equivalent to the battlefield of the final battle. Whoever left was a traitor. Furthermore, Lu Yin himself was unable to leave. The god of oblivion had probably dispelled the reincarnation tribulation that had just occurred. With the tribulation origin tribulation affecting him, he could actually head to the primal space. But how would he leave during his tribulation? He could not leave during his half-martial ancestor origin tribulation, as leaving meant giving up on the half-martial ancestor tribulation. There was no point in him going to the primal space as he needed to awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan. Breaking through to the half-martial ancestor realm was imperative. He no longer cared about the battle situation. Everyone was retreating, even the 7 sky gods. No one was willing to be enveloped by the tribulation origin tribulation. The tribulation origin tribulation did not matter who it was. It was based on the strength of the person undergoing the tribulation. Once the 7 sky gods were enveloped by it, the tribulation that descended would be enough to threaten them. Lu Yin temporarily forgot about everything else as he stared at the tribulation origin black hole above his head. Come, let me see what kind of tribulation this is that it can cross through parallel space to stop me. When an emissary underwent the half-martial ancestor tribulation, the greatest transformation was the transformation of the astral origin cyclone into an inner world. Everyone's inner world was different, and the type of inner world that was formed was determined by each person's personality, the strength they displayed, and the direction they wanted to cultivate. Back in the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin had asked Lu Bujing and the others, and the conclusion he had obtained was that the astral origin cyclone was the foundation, and the direction of cultivation was the key to choosing the inner world that one wanted to transform. Lung Qing's inner world was the Sky Blade realm because he cultivated the path of the blade. Kuei Luo's inner world was the Dragon's Gate, which suited his personality better. Lu Yun's inner world was the Thousand Streams Dao Breaker, which suited the characteristics of Lu Yun's strength. Elder Chan's inner world was more special as it was the Hall of Honor. It resonated with the Hall of Honor in the real world, and it also represented Elder Chan's wish to have the Hall of Honor protect humanity. Everyone could choose which inner world they wanted to develop, and Lu Yin had long since decided that the first inner world that he wanted to transform would be based on strength. He had 4 astral origin cyclones, and an ordinary person could transform a single astral origin cyclone into an inner world. Lu Yin thought about it for a long time and he was unwilling to give up on 3 astral origin cyclones, but he also had no way to combine all 4. Thus he decided to transform them all. First, the first one. Lu Yin looked up and muttered to himself. Behind him, the Akalanatha elephant appeared vividly, and it roared at the tribulation origin black hole. Its terrifying power rippled through the void, visible to the naked eye. Outside the tribulation origin black hole, the Forgotten Ruins god was shocked. Based on strength? That's not a good choice. The sorcerer spirit god was puzzled. This kid was not stupid. He had cultivated various powers from the 3 realms and 6 Daoists, and he himself had cultivated a strange power that could ignore spatial seals. How could he use strength as a base? The ancient god narrowed his eyes. Strength as a base. That was not a bad choice, as the imperishable realm was the true path that humans should take. Unfortunately, everyone was short-sighted. If this kid could use strength and battle force to carve out an unprecedented path, then he would coincide with the ancient god's goal. However, it was still a little narrow-minded. The realm of mastery was the path that humans should take, but there was more than one path. The ancient god had not known before, but now he knew. In the 6 Direction Society, countless people were fighting the Eternals while watching the screen in shock. They watched as the Tribulation Origin black hole continued to expand. This was the first time that they had seen such a scene. Why would there be tribulations when breaking through? Wasn't it good to break through and increase one's strength? Perhaps this was the true reason for the Origin space's destruction. The Tribulation Origin black hole was deep and terrifying. Lu Yin dared to attempt the reincarnation tribulation, but he was not confident in facing this black hole. In the end, the reincarnation spacetime was not on the same level as the Origin space. The ripples in the void slowly approached the Tribulation Origin black hole and finally connected. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Feel it? Let me see what I'll encounter if I want to transform my inner world. In the long river of time, what was the first thing that came to mind when strength was mentioned? If this question was asked to the people of the 5th mainland, they would only mention Lu Yin. However, if this question was asked to the people of the Origin space, they would not mention the Lu family but the Mavis family. The Lu family was synonymous with strength, but the Mavis family was the controller of that strength. In terms of pure strength, even the Lu family could not compare to the Mavis family. This was because the Mavis family had inherited strength. Lu Yin watched as a person descended from the Tribulation Origin black hole. It was a humanoid Tribulation Origin black hole. Everyone who understood the Tribulation Origin black hole knew that the humanoid Tribulation Origin black hole was the most difficult to deal with. This was because the Tribulation Origin black hole believed that it could stop the person undergoing the tribulation. Lu Yin immediately recognized that the humanoid Tribulation Origin black hole was a Mavis. Their clothes were very distinctive. Should he let the Mavis family stop him? Lu Yin's eyes blazed. He had defeated the Ascendant Mavis of this era, as well as he Luo Mavis of the Origin space. He wanted to see if there was anyone in the Mavis family who could stop him when he was on the verge of breaking through to the Ancestor realm. There was no one more suitable than the Mavis family for this tribulation. As the family that controlled the 2nd mainland, they had the same status as the Lu family. Lu Yin had never underestimated the Mavis family, and today he might be able to see the peak of their era. The humanoid Tribulation Origin black hole waved a hand, and a divine tree appeared behind it. This divine tree connected the heavens to the earth, and its shining fruits shone brightly. At the same time, boiling battle force scorched the void. This was the Warring States period. Lu Yin raised his brows. He Luo Mavis also cultivated battle force. It seemed that the Mavis family had admired Gu Yiji's strength in that era. Outside the range of the Origin tribulation, the Elder God and Wood God did not make a move. They both stared at Lu Yin, who was undergoing his tribulation. In any case, it would not take long, and even if he broke through to the Ancestor realm, it would not change the situation. Perhaps I know who she is. The Elder God looked at the humanoid Tribulation Origin black hole. How nostalgic, little girl. Bang. The void exploded and black cracks spread out in all directions. The humanoid Tribulation Origin black hole collided with Lu Yin's fist, and its body was sent flying. Lu Yin took a step forward and punched out again. The Mavis family was very strong, but he was not an ordinary Lu family member. Even if he was the Lu Tianyi of that era, he would not be able to do so. He knew that he was stronger than anyone in his generation. The humanoid Tribulation Origin black hole raised its arms in response to Lu Yin's punch. With a bang, the Tribulation Origin black hole was dispersed, and the Warring States period shattered. Lu Yin stood in the sky and looked into the distance. The divine tree had yet to disappear. Lightning bolts intertwined, and the humanoid Tribulation Origin black hole reappeared beneath the tree. This time, the humanoid Tribulation Origin black hole raised its hand without hesitation. Glowing fruits fell from the tree and were caught by the humanoid Tribulation Origin black hole. 1 fruit, 2 fruits, 3 fruits, 10 fruits, 15 fruits. Lu Yin was stunned. She could eat like this? Regardless of whether it was Yuhua Mavis or Heluo Mavis, they would use their infinite strength to visualize the divine tree and then eat a fruit. At most they could eat 2 or 3 fruits. But this girl had eaten so many? As the fruits were eaten, the humanoid tribulation origin black hole's strength increased at a visible rate. Lu Yin could feel the pressure of its power just by standing there. Outside the range of the tribulation origin black hole, the Forgotten Ruins god exclaimed, "I remember now." Sata Chi, the elder god, looked at the humanoid tribulation origin black hole with nostalgia. "Really is you, Achi." Chapter 28-25. The Mavis clan had once produced a freak during the above heaven era. His eyes were dull and he had no life instincts. He was always in a daze and only when he was fighting did he resemble a human. That Mavis was called Achi, no one remembered her name. They only knew that she was called Achi. Her cultivation speed was extremely fast. What made everyone gasp in admiration was her stomach that could continuously swallow fruits, allowing her strength to truly reach an infinite level. She was the true synonym of infinite strength. Despite being an idiot, everyone was certain that she would break through to the ancestor realm sooner or later. Once she did, Mavis would welcome an absolutely terrifying expert, a monster that would make even the 3 realms and 6 Daoists sigh in admiration. It was as if she was born just for Mavis. Unfortunately, she had died. She had become the eternal regret of the Mavis clan, and also the regret of the Dao Lord of the Third Mainland, Gu Yizhi. That Achi's favorite thing to do was to look for Gu Yizhi to train his battle chi. Even we have to admit that in this realm, there is no one who can surpass Achi in terms of strength. Son of the Lu clan, if you can surpass her, you will become the strongest person in the inner world since ancient times, the ancient god murmured. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the humanoid tribulation origin in front of him. She was still eating her fruit. The pressure grew stronger and stronger, and if Lu Yin didn't use any other methods he wouldn't be able to win just by relying on brute strength. This was a true Mavis monster. Heluo Mavis was far too weak compared to this humanoid origin tribulation. To think that she was a Dao child. Finally, all of the fruits on the divine tree were eaten, and the humanoid origin tribulation casually dispersed the tree. There was no need for visualization, nor was there any need for Sengoku. It slowly raised its right fist and punched at Lu Yin. Lu Yin could feel the pressure of pure power. His breathing almost stopped. How many years had it been? Ever since he surpassed Ascension Mavis, he had never been at a disadvantage in terms of strength. With just one punch, he knew that he was no match for this humanoid tribulation origin being in terms of strength. This was the limitless power of the Mavis family. Since she was able to consume the fruit, then he would not hold back. There was a loud bang as the humanoid origin tribulation charged towards Lu Yin and punched out. This punch crushed the very fabric of space and brought with it an unparalleled pressure. Just the aftershocks alone tore through the void and extended beyond the origin tribulation's range. As the aftershocks swept out, the gate of heaven was shattered, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook as they were torn apart. Su Heng, Xiu Xiai, Jiangsheng and the others also felt it at this moment, and they found it hard to breathe. They couldn't believe that there was actually such a terrifying power. This was not a power that an immortal should possess. Even the Divine Eater did not possess such power. Lu Yin looked at the incoming fist. It was so small, but its strength was exaggerated. If the speed was not fast, he could avoid it. However, this was a competition of strength. How could he avoid it? If he avoided it, how would he be able to form his inner world? Since the origin tribulation had appeared, he had to destroy it. Lu Yin's expression turned cold as the purplish-black substance spread out from his palm. He activated his inextinguishable battle force and the immovable heavenly king elephant roared, causing his arm to wither. He punched out and the withered tree within his heart swayed. 50 punches. Bang! The violent collision almost ruptured everyone's eardrums. Many people felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. The shock waves formed an earth-shattering force that swept through the void. The stable void floated like a wave before turning into a tsunami that spread out in all directions. This was Lu Yin's peak punch, and he had used pure strength to forcefully shatter the humanoid origin tribulation. The humanoid origin tribulation's boundless strength was enough to kill a progenitor. However, Lu Yin's strongest punch could threaten anyone below the sequence particle realm. The humanoid origin tribulation shattered without any resistance. Lu Yin passed through the tribulation and his tightly clenched fist slowly relaxed. Achi had been defeated. The ancient god was not surprised that Qi was outside the range of the origin tribulation. The Lu family's son had all sorts of methods, and even if his strength could not compare to Qi's, he still had other methods to win, such as the Divine Seal catalog. That punch just now had not been based on pure strength. However, Qi's strength also originated from the Mavis god tree, so they were the same. The half-progenitor origin tribulation had just begun, so why had he encountered Qi right at the beginning? There should not be anyone whose strength surpassed Qi's, and the ancient god was somewhat puzzled. Lu Yin had a connection with the origin tribulation black hole, and it was a connection of strength. This connection was the direction in which Lu Yin wanted to transform his inner world. When the humanoid origin tribulation shattered, an invisible force caused the astral origin cyclones within Lu Yin's body to change. Lu Yin raised his brows. He had succeeded just like that? Normally, there should be more than one origin tribulation. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Could it be that the black hole had sensed his 4 astral origin cyclones, which was why the tribulation that appeared was the strongest? That was not impossible. No wonder the humanoid origin tribulation had appeared, and it had been so monstrous. If it had been an ordinary half-progenitor and not him, then no ordinary progenitor would have been able to block the humanoid origin tribulation's punch, let alone after swallowing the fruit. After all, the humanoid origin tribulation had blocked one of his punches before shattering the second one. Within the samsara tribulation, even the Black Lotus had not been able to block a single punch. This was definitely the strongest origin tribulation that had appeared when transforming one's inner world. Within Lu Yin's body, the astral origin cyclones began to change. They left his body and turned into rays of light that circled around his body, gradually spreading out in a beautiful manner. Lu Yin raised a hand and touched one of the rays of light. Energy surged into his body and he was delighted. This was pure strength, and these rays of light represented strength. He continued to draw the rays of light into his body, and his strength continued to swell. His original strength continued to increase, and his inner world continued to expand as more rays of light appeared. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. Just how many rays of light were there? If all of these rays of light entered his body, how much would his strength increase? He could not even begin to imagine as his inner world would expand. The higher his cultivation, the greater the range. This was what it meant to use strength as a foundation to obtain an inner world that would allow one's strength to increase without limit. The seemingly simple lines continued to expand like flat plains, but they brought about the possibility of unlimited strength. Since that was the case, this inner world was called limitless. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, those from the Six Direction Society did not understand and felt that it was normal. However, the Forgotten Ruins God, Sorcerer Spirit God, and the others felt that something was amiss. The Eternals understood Lu Yin too well. Each of his origin tribulations was world-shaking, so how could a humanoid origin tribulation end? However, when they saw that Lu Yin's inner world had transformed, they knew that it had indeed ended. How could this be? If a half-progenitor's origin tribulation ended like this, then they felt that it would be a waste of the price they had paid to cross over to a parallel universe. No, there's a problem, Sorcerer Spirit God said. The Forgotten Ruins God stared at Lu Yin. Little Lu Yin, there's no accident. Then, she looked up at the black hole and her eyes flashed. This origin tribulation shows no signs of dissipating. Everyone in the Six Direction sect thought that Lu Yin's origin tribulation had broken through to half-ancestor. It should have disappeared. Jiang Sheng and the others also prepared to continue attacking the corpse god. However, not only did the black hole not dissipate, but it also expanded. Lu Yin took a deep breath. This was how it should be. Although the origin tribulations were terrifying, which one of his origin tribulations wasn't world-shaking? The emissary's origin tribulation against progenitor Qin, the sixth origin tribulation against the mother tree, and the eighth origin tribulation without limit. This half-ancestor origin tribulation was no exception. It was great to undergo tribulation in the reincarnation spacetime. He wanted to let the reincarnation spacetime and the Six Direction sect see how the Genesis space cultivated and how difficult it was for someone from the Genesis space to reach the progenitor realm. What bestowal? What talent? All of that was useless. It would never be able to create the glory of the above heaven. Only by overcoming the origin tribulation and narrowly escaping death could one achieve supreme glory. Lu Yin let go of the lower passage using the astral origin cyclone as the foundation. This time he had already thought about it. Space. Space and time were both elusive powers. Some people even said that they didn't exist. Regardless, Lu Yin wanted to use space to touch the origin tribulation and see what kind of inner world would be born. Tai Jade Domain. Lines appeared. It was Su Wuwei's Tai Jade Domain. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, Su Wuwei watched in amazement. He had never undergone an origin tribulation before, so what would happen if he touched it with his Tai Jade Domain? He was looking forward to this moment. Everyone's attention was on Lu Yin. It was just a half-ancestor origin tribulation, but it was enough to stop all the battles in the Tea Party. Even the sole true god and the Grand Empyrean were in a stalemate, waiting for Lu Yin to undergo his tribulation. The lines of the Tai Jade Domain touched the black hole, and an astral origin cyclone appeared in the lower passage. Black Wuxian raised his head. A second astral origin cyclone. Forgotten Ruins God's eyes widened as he licked his bright red lips. There's actually a second astral origin cyclone. No wonder. Little Lu Yin, you're really surprising. The undying god opened his eyes. Interesting. When the lines of space touched the origin tribulation black hole, Lu Yin suddenly fell into a trance. He saw familiar scenes that had just appeared. He saw Taiyin City, Saint Evergreen's corpse, Yuan Sage's despair, and the arrogance of their first meeting. These were all things that had happened before, so why was he seeing them now? A gust of wind blew through the origin tribulation black hole, cool and refreshing. Then an invisible river appeared. Except for a few people, the rest couldn't see it at all. The ancient god's expression changed as he blurted out, "The river of time." The zombie gods stared at the origin tribulation. The undying god was much more awake. Void Master and Grand Elder Gu were stunned. The river of time. This kid was clearly undergoing a tribulation, but a river of time had appeared in his origin tribulation? Only powerhouses at the level of sequence particles could see the river of time. It was a place that only existed in legends. Even powerhouses who had the innate gift of time or cultivated to the point where they could reverse time might not have set foot in it. The undying god's eyes widened. He was the founder of Reverse Step, which could reverse time and space. He understood time very well. Seeing the river of time appear, the corners of his mouth curled up. You touched the river of time with space. It's impossible for you to live with your realm. The appearance of the river of time represented time, ancient and modern, and represented an incomprehensible level. Chapter 28-26. Lu Yin's scalp went numb when he saw the river of time appear. No matter how confident he was, he had never thought of drawing out the river of time. Was this an origin tribulation? This is murder. The river of time flowed towards Lu Yin. He had experienced traveling through space-time before, but he didn't know what would happen if he came into contact with the river of time. Going back to the past? Or to the future? Either way, he didn't want to. However, as the river approached, he had no way to stop it. Space and time, how could they compare to the boundless flow of time? He must have been out of his mind to use space to touch the origin tribulation. This was an uncontrollable power. Xianxia had come into contact with the power of time and had secretly hidden it, not wanting Bai Wang Yuan and the others to know about it. One could imagine how important the power of time was to him. As for Xianxia, he was already considered one of the most powerful existences below the sequence particle realm. This was not a power that he could come into contact with at the moment. He was too impulsive. He had only wanted to use space to transcend the origin tribulation and transform his inner world, but he had never thought that it would be so difficult for him to transcend the origin tribulation. In particular, he didn't expect the space to draw out the river of time. Why did space bring time? With no time to think, he raised his hand and summoned his die. The only thing he could do now was roll it. With a flick of his finger, the die began to spin. With a flick of his finger, a useless object was revealed. With a flick of his finger, the die began to spin. With a flick of his finger, the die began to spin. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, the ancient god and the rest looked at Lu Yin. Was that his innate gift? No one knew much about dice. What the Eternals knew about Lu Yin was that he could control others at close range, improve the performance of certain objects, and disintegrate certain things that could not be disintegrated. The die had 6 points of talent. The Eternals, or perhaps many people, had guessed a little but not all. They had never thought that the talent of the 6 dice would be concentrated in one person. Lu Yin tapped out with a finger. The river of time did not move very quickly, but it was still closing in. Lu Yin did not want to give up on transcending his tribulation. If he did, then it would be difficult for him to break through to the half-ancestor realm, and it would also be difficult for him to break through the Eternal's ambush. At 4 o'clock the scene in front of him changed and he appeared in the time-stop space. He had only come here to give himself more time to consider. It was impossible for the origin tribulation to be unsolvable. Since he could draw down the river of time, there should be a way to break it. He had to consider it carefully. Suddenly, the timer in the time-stop space started to jump. It started out as 3 days, but when he looked at it, he saw that there was only 1 minute left. He was shocked and he quickly used the star source to increase the time. The star source kept increasing the time in the time-stop spatial dimension, and the time kept jumping, sometimes increasing and sometimes decreasing. Lu Yin was overjoyed. He finally understood. The river of time represented time and its essence was time. Although he was hiding in the time-stop space, this place was also time. Two similar forces were colliding. The constant collisions caused the time in this space to be constantly consumed. The moment the number jumped was the moment the river of time in the outside world flowed. This was a battle between the long river of time and the Dai's 4 pips time-stop space. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. So that was how it was. Right, he should have thought of this. As he watched the numbers continuously jump, he continued to fuse with his astral source. He wanted to forcefully grind away the river of time. The moment the numbers stopped jumping would be the moment the river of time flowed past. He didn't know what others were looking at. Only a second had passed, but the river of time had already passed. However, the river of time was not something that others could understand. He didn't even have the time to hide his innate gift. All he wanted to do was to pass this trial. As long as he could pass it, everything would be fine. Very quickly, the numbers suddenly skyrocketed and Lu Yin subconsciously stopped. The number stopped moving and the river of time flowed past. Lu Yin gulped. This meant that he had passed the trial. Almost a year had passed, and Lu Yin had increased the time in the time-stop space by almost a year, which was about the same as the amount of time he normally spent. Now he only had 41 days left. He wasn't in a hurry to leave and he simply waited while recovering his body. The half-ancestor origin tribulation wasn't that simple, as there were still 2 more half-ancestor origin tribulations. He hadn't forgotten that the reincarnation tribulations hadn't disappeared and had only been pushed away. However, the Xixing was still around and more powerhouses would appear during the reincarnation tribulations. Although Lu Yin was disgusted by the reincarnation tribulations and felt that these tribulations were completely unnecessary, he had no choice since he was in the reincarnation space-time. In a flash, the time ended, and the scene in front of Lu Yin changed as he appeared in the area where he had undergone his tribulation. However, only a second had passed in reality. Outside the range of the origin tribulations, those who had seen the river of time had seen a strange scene. The river of time had clearly been flowing slowly, but it had suddenly disappeared in an instant. The entire process had only lasted 1 second, and although the river of time itself couldn't be understood due to the existence of time, that 1 second of disappearance had still made those who had seen it feel uncomfortable. Blackless God's eyes stared at Lu Yin. The power of time. This kid really does control the power of time. What happened in that 1 second must be his innate gift. The Forgotten Ruins God smiled. Little Lu Yin, the power of time isn't easy to control. Do you want to tell me? Let me help you? Lu Yin ignored them. The disappearance of the river of time meant that he had passed the origin tribulations, which meant that his inner world was about to transform. Although the Forgotten Ruins God was teasing him, they were all very curious as to how his inner world would transform after crossing the river of time, and what it would transform into. Even the sole true God and the Grand Empyrean were curious. Someone who hadn't even reached the half-ancestor realm had actually crossed the river of time. This was something that they hadn't expected, but once he did, the results would be unimaginable. Under everyone's gazes, Lu Yin began to move. Lu Yin's breakthrough astral origin cyclone slowly transformed until it finally transformed into a beam of light. Everyone was stunned. Light? Lu Yin looked at the ray of light in front of him. It was a ray of light that hadn't disappeared. It was grayish-white in color and looked very ordinary, but this was his second inner world. Lu Yin opened his celestial eye, and what he saw was still a ray of light, but it also seemed to be formed by spatial lines. He raised his hand and touched the light. The next moment his face lit up with ecstasy. He didn't know how to explain it. This seemed like light, but it was actually space, and its greatest use was to chase after time. Space chased after time. What kind of concept was that? He hadn't thought about it before. Someone once said that time was light and that it was propagation, but it was also an illusion. If a person's speed was fast enough to surpass the speed of time, then they could reverse time and return to the corresponding scene at that time. Lu Yin had traveled through time before, but back then he hadn't understood it at all. Now, however, he seemed to understand a little. Space was the carrier of time, and time traveled through space. It was both real and illusory, and what flowed out could be either time or space. Mastering either would allow one to touch the other. Now Lu Yin's inner world had transformed into both a physical space and time that could be seen with the naked eye. He could rely on this to chase after time. This also meant that Lu Yin truly had the ability to reverse time. His breathing quickened. Reversing time was completely different from reversing time. Reversing time was said to be reversing time in space, but what he could control was only to cause it to become chaotic. This ray of light was different, as it could truly reverse time. Lu Yin knew this the moment he touched it. However, he didn't know how long it would take to reverse time. He had to try it, and he also had to test the results of reversing time. The ray of light revolved around Lu Yin and then entered his body. Lu Yin raised his head. Since this ray of light could reverse time, then he would call it flowing light. The transformation of his second inner world, flowing light, was complete. Outside the origin tribulation, everyone was silent. Those who didn't understand were at a loss. They only saw Lu Yin standing under the origin tribulation, his expression changing from calm to fear, then to ecstasy a second later. Finally, a ray of light appeared in front of them, but no one knew what had happened in the middle. As for those who could understand it, they were very interested in that light. That light was definitely not simple. The sorcerer spirit god laughed strangely. "Hey kid from the Lu family, are you interested in sharing your second inner world?" Lu Yin looked at him. "Not interested." "But..." Lu Yin looked at the Forgotten Ruins god. "If you ask me, I can tell you." The Forgotten Ruins god was stunned, then laughed happily. "Little Lu Yin, I didn't dote on you for nothing. I'll tell you whatever you ask. If I ask you, will you tell me too?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "As long as you ask." The Forgotten Ruins god's eyes turned and pointed at Lu Yin's head. "Are you digging a hole for me? Or are you digging a hole for yourself? The origin tribulation hasn't disappeared yet." Everyone looked at the sky, speechless. The origin tribulation black hole hadn't disappeared? The origin tribulation hadn't dissipated, and the person who was going through the tribulation talked to outsiders. It was very likely that outsiders would be implicated. No one knew what kind of origin tribulation would descend. But then again, the origin tribulation hadn't disappeared yet? Lu Yin looked up. "Yes, it hasn't disappeared. Really saw me. Then let's continue." The wood god's face was solemn. "The third astral cyclone? Guiji, has there ever been such a person in your origin space?" The ancient god's eyes were still. "The more talented one is, the more intolerable he is. No matter how many astral cyclones or inner worlds he has, after this tribulation I will personally kill him." The wood god shook his head. "You can't do it." The ancient god looked at him. "You can try." Then he said loudly, "7 sky gods after the origin tribulation, kill the Lu family's son. This child cannot be left alive." The witch spirit god's eyes narrowed. The Forgotten Ruins god raised his eyebrows and his smile fell. The zombie god clenched his fists, still staring at Lu Yin's cosmic ring. The black god frowned. The undying god was still as lazy as ever. The wood god's voice also sounded. 6 Paths Guild, protect the Lu family's son. No matter if there is a grudge or not, the greater the threat this child can bring to the Eternals, the greater the benefit to the 6 Paths Guild. I, the wood god, request that you all consider the overall situation of humanity and let this child live." The Void Master laughed. "Of course I have to let him live. I promised Wu Tian to protect his inheritance. Moreover, this kid is to my liking." Grand Elder Shan Gu exhaled, his face solemn. "My lost clan will protect him with all our might." The Void Master looked at Lu Yin. "This child has great research value. We should keep him." Chapter 28-27. Mu Carving tightened his grip on his sword and Su Wui's expression turned solemn. Mr. Daheng, Su Heng, Su Leng, Xiao Ci, Mu Tao, Jiang Xing, Bao Xing, and the others all adjusted their mentality and prepared for the upcoming battle. Lotus Reverend was the same. They had fought because of the Eternals' invasion, but now the upcoming battle would revolve around Lu Yin. Humanity did not want to lose this genius with limitless potential. He had long since forgotten their first meeting. He stood in a corner and watched Lu Yin's tribulation. That spot should have been his, but why? The words he had once said to Chuyuan kept echoing in his mind. Chuyuan was right, this person was a monster. Bai Xian'er's eyes flickered as she stared at Lu Yin. Brother Zhou Xian, you're becoming more and more unpredictable. Beneath the black hole, Lu Yin revealed the astral cyclone within the middle pass. Everyone had been mentally prepared as the tribulation had yet to end, and there was a high chance that there would still be an astral cyclone. However, when it truly appeared, many found it difficult to breathe. 3 astral origin cyclones. 3 astral origin cyclones could form 3 inner worlds. How terrifying. And these were just 3 inner worlds. Once he became a progenitor, he would have 3 ancestral worlds. Who could deal with him? The Lu family already had the Divine Seal catalog and the General Appointment platform, but Lu Yin had still managed to summon 3 ancestral realms, which was a cheat among cheats. Once he successfully reached the level of the sequence laws, he would be able to take on all of the 7 sky gods by himself. Lu Yin's display of strength had already surpassed everyone's understanding of it. Even the ancient gods were shocked. The 7 sky gods were going all out to kill Lu Yin. One could only imagine how shocking this was. Even the 6 Paths Society, who did not understand the cultivation path of the Genesis space, were shocked. Throughout history, no one had ever reached this step. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He planned to use his 3rd inner world, the overturning sky palm. This was something that Kuei Luo had reminded him of. Before coming here, Kuei Luo had specifically looked for him to remind him of the overturning sky palm. When Lu Xiaoxian had created the overturning sky palm, it had attracted the attention of many ancestors in the cosmic tree realm, including the Lu family's ancestor. When he had first heard this, Lu Yin had not been too shocked. However, the more he learned, the more he realized just how shocking it was to attract the Lu family's ancestor. This was Ancestor Lu Yuan, one of the 6 Daoists of the 3 realms. It was unimaginable that the creation of a battle technique could draw out Patriarch Lu Yuan. Lu Yin could not understand how Lu Xiaoxian, who had not even reached the level of an emissary, had been able to create a battle technique that had drawn out Patriarch Lu Yuan. Even if he had learned the overturning sky palm, even if he knew that the overturning sky palm was indeed powerful and belonged to the realm of battle techniques, it should not have been created by Lu Xiaoxian. Even with Kuei Luo's repeated assurances, Lu Yin felt that it was impossible for Lu Xiaoxian to create the overturning heaven palm. Now he did not dwell on this. The overturning sky palm was very strong, indeed very strong. He could feel it when he fought with the undying god's avatar. Sometimes, the overturning sky palm could bring about a reversal, just like the Primogeniture Sutra. Since the overturning heaven palm was so powerful, Lu Yin decided to use it to transform his 3rd inner world. It wasn't only because of the heaven-toppling palm, but also because he wanted to give an explanation to Lu Xiaoshuan's past self. The 4th seal had nothing to do with Lu Xiaoshuan's memories. Instead, it was a test. No matter how far away the Lu family was, as long as he could break the 4th seal, he would be able to awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan. This meant that his plan to break the seal and restore Lu Xiaoshuan's memories had failed. He was Lu Yin, not Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Xiaoxian had his own life. From the moment the Lu family was exiled, Lu Xiaoxian had already died. He was Lu Yin. He wanted to give Lu Xiaoxian an explanation. Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at the tribulation origin black hole. The overturning sky palm planted a sky. The sky was the palm and the palm overturned the sky. The earth was the soil and the sky was the soil. Now that the soil was in the sky, it was bound to overturn the sky. Others couldn't see anything when the palm overturned, but this sudden palm allowed Lu Yin to cross through parallel space and see the origin space, the starry sky tree and the 5th mainland. What was going on? Lu Yin's eyes widened in shock. The overturning sky palm allowed him to see the origin space? The 3rd tribulation origin black hole looked like the most ordinary tribulation. The black hole didn't display any shocking scenes. Instead, a single speck of dust slowly descended towards Lu Yin with a white light. Lu Yin stared at the speck of dust. What was this? In the distance, the only true god and the Grand Empyrean exclaimed, "Nascent dust." The ancient god took a step forward, his expression changing for the first time as he stared at the speck of dust. This had actually appeared? Aside from the ancient god, no one else in the 7 sky gods could recognize what it was. Only 3 people on the battlefield could. It seemed like a light speck of dust, but it shocked the 3 of them. Lu Yin didn't know what it was, but he knew that since the origin tribulation had appeared, it wouldn't be that simple. Thus he opened his celestial eye. It was difficult to describe Lu Yin's current feelings. With his celestial eye he actually saw a sequence particle. What the Lu Yin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It was actually a sequence particle. Damn it. A sequence particle had actually appeared when the overturning sky palm touched the origin tribulation. How could he deal with this? Old Monster Imo, the Shaoyin divinity, and the corpse god had all beaten him up so badly that he couldn't do anything about it. If he could dodge those attacks and have someone to help him, then who could help him in this tribulation? What the hell? A speck of dust had actually touched a sequence particle? Lu Yin's entire body went cold as he watched the speck of dust fall. It was very gentle, but the pressure it gave him was immense. He didn't know what the consequences of being touched by this speck of dust would be, and he didn't want to know. He didn't need to care about anything now. All he needed to do was block it as much as possible. He struck out with a palm to test the speck of dust. Lu Yin struck out with all his strength, but the speck of dust didn't even move. Lu Yin's face twitched as the God Seal catalog appeared above his head. This was the innate gift of the Lu family, and it didn't count as any outside help. Back when he had faced his 6th tribulation, his father had appeared and used the God Seal catalog to summon Progenitor Wen, which had almost caused Lu Yin to fail. The God Seal catalog's golden light illuminated everyone's faces, and one figure after another walked out towards the speck of dust. The speck of dust seemed insignificant, and it couldn't even block out the God Seal catalog's light. However, that speck of dust made Lu Yin feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Nong Yi raised his hoe and swung it down, causing countless overlapping images to appear. His all-out strike landed on the speck of dust, but it still didn't move in the slightest. It could clearly be blown away by the wind, but it couldn't be moved. Lung Qing raised her blade and slashed down. The blade slashed down, but it still couldn't move the speck of dust. Elder Chan walked out, and a quiet path extended towards the speck of dust in an attempt to take it away. However, the path shattered the moment it came into contact with the speck of dust. This was the first time the speck of dust had revealed its might, and it caused Lu Yin's scalp to go numb. Xianxia unleashed his divine martial sword domain, and his astral energy swirled around him as he slashed down with all his might. His blade landed on the speck of dust, but it was useless. The blades either brushed past the speck of dust or were crushed by it. It was clearly an attack from a progenitor, but it was as powerless as a child's attack. What they were facing wasn't speck of dust but more like a giant. The ancient god heaved a sigh of relief. There's no need for us to do anything. That's primordial dust. The wood god frowned. Primordial dust? I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. He suddenly raised his head in shock. Primordial dust? The progenitor's ancestral weapon? The ancient god's gaze was deep. The progenitor's ancestral weapon is dust. A speck of dust can destroy space-time. Even though this speck of dust is only guided by the primordial dust, and its power can't reach the progenitor's level, it's still not something that the Lu clan's son can block. Primordial dust is filled with rebirth and rebirth. If he can't even block rebirth, how can he block rebirth? The primordial dust is over. Lu Yin watched as the speck of dust fell and Nong Yi, Lung Qing and Xiaxinji all rushed out. It didn't matter if they could block the speck of dust as long as they could grind it away. Lu Yin could at least see some hope. However, the 3 figures were all crushed and the speck of dust didn't even slow down. Lu Yin hurriedly retreated, but the speck of dust still appeared above his head. The distance between them slowly shrank, and the speck of dust didn't increase just because he avoided it. Lu Yin struck out with his palm and 50 punches landed. The speck of dust remained unmoved. Lu Yin grew anxious and he almost took out his slipper to slap it. Fortunately, he held himself back. Calm down, he had to calm down. There had to be a chance of survival. The primordial dust couldn't possibly kill someone, so there had to be a chance of survival. Lu Yin took a deep breath and forced himself to close his eyes and calm down. No matter how close the speck of dust was to him, he had to remain calm. The speck of dust was too strange. Did he have to use the power of his newly transformed inner world? He had a feeling that no matter what power he used, it would be useless. This speck of dust couldn't be eliminated by strength alone. What had he drawn out by using the overturning heaven palm? If he really couldn't do it, could he take out the Beirong? This was a corpse, so how could it be considered an external object? Back when he had faced the emissary Origin Tribulation, he had relied on the Beirong to resist the final bolt of lightning. However, that bolt of lightning shouldn't have been considered an Origin Tribulation. If not for the Beirong's corpse, he would have had no chance of survival. Similarly, that Origin Tribulation didn't care about external objects, so he could rely on the corpse. This time, however, it was a genuine Origin Tribulation. Overturning heaven palm, a palm technique with a concept. Lu Yin suddenly looked up. He understood that this speck of dust represented a concept, and it wasn't something that could be resisted by physical strength. The overturning heaven palm had drawn out Patriarch Lu Yuan because of its concept. If even Patriarch Lu Yuan was concerned, then it was normal for this speck of dust to have such power. Since it was a concept, then it had to be resolved with a concept. If the overturning heaven palm drew out a speck of dust, then the overturning heaven palm would resist it. Lu Yin raised his hand and placed it in the sky. It was bound to be the overturning heaven palm. A surging concept allowed Lu Yin to see the primordial space once more. He saw the mother tree, the fifth mainland, and countless people. Some were familiar, some were unfamiliar. The speck of dust trembled, but it only trembled for a moment before slowly descending. Lu Yin saw hope as the overturning heaven palm was indeed effective. Since the first time wasn't enough, he would try a few more times. He realized that the fifth mainland was a little clearer this time. Did this mean that the overturning heaven palm's power would increase? Concept. What exactly was a concept? He didn't understand, and he didn't need to. The overturning heaven palm was the correct answer. Overturning heaven palm. Overturning heaven palm. Overturning heaven palm. Overturning heaven palm after overturning heaven palm allowed Lu Yin to see the fifth mainland more clearly, as well as the people who were both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Chapter 28. The dust continued to vibrate, and Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. He had to shatter this dust. At this moment, the dust was only a meter away from him. The pressure descended, and Lu Yin felt like an ordinary person. He watched the mountain descend, and he couldn't help but cough up blood. Continue. Overturning sky palm, overturning sky palm, overturning sky palm, overturning sky palm. The speed increased, and the dust trembled more violently. The pressure on Lu Yin grew, and he didn't know how much longer he could hold on. He couldn't hold on any longer. A light appeared beside him. It was his second inner world, flowing light. The light shuttled back and forth, and Lu Yin felt as if time had reversed. He saw the dust a few meters away from him, and he wanted to leave, but he couldn't. It was as if he was looking at another version of himself, and the light had brought him back to the past. What was the use of seeing the past but not being able to change it? Lu Yin returned to reality, and the light whistled towards the dust. The dust miraculously retreated a bit, and although it was only a tiny bit equivalent to a second's worth of distance, it still excited Lu Yin. Flowing light could reverse time even if it was only a portion of it. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Flowing light continuously shuttled around the dust as Lu Yin continuously used overturning sky palms. Outside the range of the Origin Tribulation, countless people stared blankly. Most still didn't understand what was happening, but those who did were shocked. He actually reversed time. Mu Tao was shocked. Time was ethereal to most people, and even if there were existences that could touch the power of time, they couldn't reverse it. For example, Xianxia could rely on the scale of time to prevent others from escaping, but he couldn't reverse time. Reversing time, for example, was just messing up time, not reversing it. The only person who was similar to this was Wendy Yushan, who could reverse time. It was her innate gift that she had been born with, and she had been immediately accepted as a disciple by Bodhi Sage the moment she had been discovered. However, her innate gift had remained the same for many years, and it had been difficult for her to improve. This was the power of time. Lu Yin was using flowing light to continuously reverse time. This wasn't just touching time but also controlling it. Right now it was just a second, but in the future it wouldn't be. As his cultivation level increased and his understanding of his inner world deepened, his control over time would become stronger, and he would have a path to cultivate time. Even though it was just the beginning, it had already saved his life. If not for Flowing Light's inner world, Lu Yin would have either to withdraw from the tribulation and fail or be destroyed. Streams of light shuttled back and forth. Even the ancient gods were shocked by Lu Yin's tribulation. This kid was clearly only undergoing a half-progenitor origin tribulation, but it was even more shocking than the progenitor origin tribulation of others. He had seen too many people undergo the ancestor realm origin tribulation. Among them were the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the era of the Above Heaven sect, as well as people like Ancestor Qin. Their origin tribulations were quite shocking, but they were not as shocking as this child's. He was only a half-progenitor origin tribulation. Lu Yin's face was deathly pale, and he had no idea how much time he had reversed. Dust continued to fall from the top of his head and he turned his head back, falling and turning his head back. After being struck countless times by the overturning palm, Lu Yin was able to see the 5th mainland more and more clearly. His body continuously cracked open from the pressure and he coughed up blood. The sequence particles above the dust didn't change at all. Lu Yin couldn't even move a single sequence particle. The one true God praised, to be able to endure for so long under the first dust, this child is indeed worthy of the title of Daoist master. The Grand Empyrean stared at Lu Yin as she had still underestimated this child of the Lu family. This child's inner world was extremely powerful, and he could create limitless possibilities. If he had been born in the upper sect era, he would have been protected by the Grand Empyrean and smoothly reached the progenitor realm. He would have definitely been one of the strongest humans, but this era was different. Even if she didn't act, the Eternals wouldn't have allowed this child to live. With the one true God and the 7 sky gods watching him, it was impossible for this child to leave alive. Lu Yin's body cracked open inch by inch. Even though he was continuously reversing time, his body was finding it difficult to endure. His head was dizzy and his limbs were numb. He didn't know how many more overturning palms he could unleash, and he didn't know how long it would take for the dust to disperse. He had to endure and endure until now. He had obtained the power of time and he possessed truly limitless strength. He had a strength that even Mr. Mu was shocked by. He couldn't die and he had to live. He had to break through and he had to fight for a chance at survival for the Above Heaven sect. He had to bring it back to the Lu family. With a low roar, Lu Yin spat out blood and his eyes turned red. He continued to unleash overturning palm, overturning palm, overturning palm. In the starter space, the battle between the Above Heaven sect on the 5th mainland grew even more intense. Countless ordinary people were implicated and they wailed in agony. Planets shattered one after another and spacecraft exploded one after another. Invisible attacks could instantly tear through the universe and no one could stop them. Many people knelt in front of Lu Yin's statue, praying for the Pathmaster's return. More and more people knelt down and prayed, and countless voices converged to form an enormous wish that constantly called out Lu Yin's name. Lu Yin saw the overturning palm and he saw the war in the Above Heaven sect. He saw countless people struggling on the edge of life and death. His eyes turned even redder and he had to survive no matter what. He had to fight for a chance at survival for himself, for the Lu family, and for the people who were praying for him. What had they done wrong? They had only wanted to live on and live an ordinary life. The 5th mainland trembled slightly and the black hole trembled as well. The wishes of the people on the 5th mainland, the concept of the overturning palm, and Lu Yin's hope had all transformed into an indescribable attack. The overturning palm, which was bound to overturn the heavens. The dust violently trembled for a moment before disappearing. A stream of light floated in the air, and Lu Yin's entire body was bathed in blood. He looked up and saw that the speck of dust had disappeared. The surroundings were silent and he could clearly hear his own heartbeat thumping loudly. Lu Yin let out a long breath. It was impossible for an origin tribulation to be absolutely unsolvable. Since an origin tribulation had appeared, then no matter how terrifying the tribulation was, there had to be a chance of survival. He had grasped that chance with his second inner world. Even though he had survived the tribulation, Lu Yin still felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. If he hadn't thought things through and continuously used the overturning palm, if he hadn't had the stream of light that could reverse time, what would have happened to him? Lu Yin didn't dare to think about it. He had only wanted to try using the overturning palm and give himself an explanation to Lu Xiaoshuan's era, but he had almost gotten himself killed. This overturning palm definitely couldn't have been created by Lu Xiaoxian. It was absolutely impossible. As the dust disappeared, The astral origin vortex in Lu Yin's middle finger began to transforming into an inner world. After experiencing the tribulation, he had to wait for the results. He had narrowly escaped death, and Lu Yin was very curious as to what his third inner world would be like. Everyone was curious, including the only true god, the Grand Empyrean. What would the inner world of a person who could survive under the first dust look like after his metamorphosis? The stream of light entered Lu Yin's body, and a speck of dust appeared in front of him. Lu Yin blinked. Was it this again? Outside the tribulation's range, whether it was the Six Paths sect or the Eternal Race's 7 sky gods, all of them were staring at Lu Yin. Most of them still couldn't understand what was happening, and they could only see Lu Yin coughing up blood and his body cracking. They knew what Lu Yin was enduring. Only the 3 of them knew. 7 sky gods, prepare to kill Zhou Xian. The ancient god's voice rang out, shaking the tea party and the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He saw that Lu Yin's third inner world had actually formed the first dust, which was inconceivable. That was the progenitor's ancestral weapon, so how could it become this kid's inner world? As one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms, the ancient god was all too familiar with the power of the first dust. It was incomparable. How could this kid form the first dust with his inner world? The wood god frowned. The 6 Paths sect must protect the Lu family's son. He didn't know the first dust, and although he had been in contact with the primordial space for a long time, that didn't mean that he had come into contact with the progenitor. At most, he had come into contact with Guizhi. Although he didn't know the first dust, he understood Guizhi's impatience to kill the Lu family's son. The Lu family's threat to the eternal race had skyrocketed, which meant that the 6 Paths sect's support would also skyrocket. Even further away, the Grand Empyrean frowned, his eyes filled with complex emotions. First dust? This kid's inner world formed the first dust? That person didn't die? How could his first dust become this kid's inner world? The one true god was surprised. This is getting more and more interesting. Lu Yin didn't know the first dust, but he knew that he had almost been killed by this thing. In terms of power, this thing was extremely terrifying. He slowly raised his hand. It was soft to the touch, but Lu Yin was certain that if someone else touched this speck of dust, the result would be completely different. The fact that this speck of dust could appear in the origin tribulation meant that someone had used it before. Perhaps it was a manifestation of someone's power, but why had it become his own inner world? He had clearly touched the origin tribulation with the overturning sky palm, so his inner world should be related to the overturning sky palm. His first inner world had been touched by his own power, and it had formed an inner world with limitless power. His second inner world had been touched by space, and space had chased after time. The 2 forces had formed a beam of light that had become a stream of light. This third inner world was something that Lu Yin couldn't understand. It was in the sky, so it was bound to overturn the sky. Could it be dust? Lu Yin withdrew his hand and the dust entered his body. Since this was his third inner world, then he would call it the mortal world. Everyone outside the origin tribulation wore solemn expressions as both sides prepared to attack. Once the origin tribulation dissipated, an even more intense battle would occur. Lu Yin had become a half-ancestor, but he had changed the situation of this battle. They were all prepared to attack, but the origin tribulation had yet to disappear. Lu Yin looked around and saw the ancient god and the rest of the 7 Godski's murderous intent. He also saw the wood god and void master's vigilance. He also saw Su Heng and Su Lung's worry. He smiled faintly. Why are you all so anxious? The origin tribulation isn't over yet. In terms of urgency, Lu Yin was more anxious than anyone else. He didn't know how the battle between the sects above was going. However, he was also the one who couldn't be anxious. He had to survive the origin tribulation, and the more anxious he was, the easier it would be for something to happen. Everyone was stunned. There's more. Su Wei cried out. Everyone stared blankly at Lu Yin. There's more? That was what they were all thinking. Mu Carving loosened his grip on the hilt and looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Master, this junior brother of yours seems to be a monster. No one had expected Lu Yin to still be in the middle of his tribulation. They all looked up at the sky. That's right, the origin tribulation black hole showed no signs of disappearing. Thank you. Only the wind moves freely. Want quantity. Boss is awesome. Book friend 59292110 far away 1985. Book friend 5443220 Sun Chaoji brother Thank you for your support. Chapter 28-29. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked up at the astral origin cyclones in Shanghui Pass. He only had 4 astral origin cyclones, but he still had the power to form his own starry sky in his heart. He didn't know if the power in his heart would experience a half-progenitor origin tribulation, but it probably wouldn't. The death god's power cultivation would not experience an origin tribulation either. This was a different power system. Even Mr. Mu was shocked by the power in his heart. Once it was triggered, he couldn't imagine what kind of monster would appear. As he thought about it, the astral origin cyclones appeared. Everyone was stunned. There really was one. The Forgotten Ruins god laughed, and her laughter grew louder and louder. Interesting little Lu Yin. You're really interesting. No one has been as interesting as you since ancient times. How did you cultivate? For astral origin cyclones, hee. The undying god was shocked. For astral origin cyclones. You didn't die when you broke through to become an emissary. What a miracle. The witch spirit god cackled. I regret it, hee. If I'd known that this brat was such a freak, I wouldn't have come up with such a scheme. He would have directly transformed into a corpse king, and we would have had one more celestial. Elder Shan Gu sighed in admiration. No wonder he had been able to draw out an ancient card. This brat's cultivation had shocked even the 7 celestials. He was not bound to the current universe, which was why he had been able to break through the limits. He had to protect this brat. Lu Yin couldn't hear what the others were thinking. He was conflicted. He had already thought about the 4th astral origin cyclone, and he would use the progenitor's scripture to trigger the origin tribulation. Many people transformed their inner worlds with their own battle techniques, and some even had innate gifts. However, Lu Yin didn't do that. His battle techniques, and cultivation strength were all concentrated in his heart, and he didn't want to use someone else's strength to transform his inner world. Thus, the first inner world was strength and the second was space. This wasn't someone else's strength, but his own. It was a strength that originally existed in the universe. The overturning sky palm had been given to him by Lu Xian. He had thought that Lu Xian had created it himself and that it belonged to him, which was why he had used it. Although he didn't think that Lu Xian could create the overturning sky palm, he was the only one in the universe who knew how to use it. In his original plan, he had planned to use the primogenitor scripture on the last of the 4 inner worlds. It was the only inner world that could receive the power of the legacy to trigger tribulation origin. Furthermore, this legacy was not simple. It came from the primogenitor, so it was definitely worth it. But now he was starting to panic. The origin tribulations were getting crazier and crazier. The river of time, dust, and all kinds of strange origin tribulations appeared. If the last one touched the origin tribulation with the primogenitor sutra, would it attract the attention of the other primogenitors? He was confident that he was invincible against all the experts of the same era. Even the 6 Daoists and the 3 worlds couldn't be stronger than him. This was absolute confidence, but that didn't include the progenitor. That was the progenitor of humanity. No one knew what kind of power he possessed. The river of time and the dust caused Lu Yin to hesitate. Should he use the primogenitor scripture to touch the origin tribulation? Everyone could see Lu Yin's hesitation, but they didn't know what he was hesitating about. They thought that he didn't know what kind of power he should use to touch the origin tribulation. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. He already had 3 inner worlds. How much energy would a person have and how much power could he cultivate? Lu Yin's 3 inner worlds were each more terrifying than the last, and they had already exceeded everyone's imagination. How could he possibly have more power to touch the origin tribulation? Lu Yin had power, and he didn't just have one. He had even considered using the Divine Seal Catalog or the General Appointment Platform to touch the origin tribulation. However, Lu Bujing had eliminated this consideration. In his own words, the Divine Seal Catalog and the General Appointment Platform weren't powers that could touch the origin tribulation. Even if they were used, they wouldn't be able to trigger the tribulation, and they wouldn't be able to transform the user's inner world. Aside from that, Lu Yin also had rune lines, palm indestructible, and so on. There were too many things, and what he wanted the most was the primogenitor scripture. However, he was now scared stiff by the origin tribulation. After muttering to himself for a moment, Lu Yin let out a long breath. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at the origin tribulation. He was definitely scared, but he couldn't die yet. He wanted to save the Above Heaven sect and bring them back to the Lu family. However, if he gave up on his original plan because of this, it would be tantamount to losing the determination in his heart. How would he continue on his path in the future? In order to bring the Lu family back, if he chose a safe method to pass the half-progenitor origin tribulation, would he really be able to break through the fourth seal? He didn't know how strong the seal that the Lu family had left for him was, but with Lu Tiany's foresight, it definitely wouldn't be weak. If there was even the slightest chance of failure, then all of his previous efforts would have been wasted. Where would he go to find the Lu family in the future? How would he save the Above Heaven sect in his current desperate situation? The origin tribulation was a narrow escape. If he could survive 3 tribulations, then he could. He had to survive the 4th one. When he thought about this, Lu Yin opened his mouth and recited the primogenitor scripture. The heavenly Tao's bestowal, swallow and spit out hundreds of rivers. The ancient earth's harmony, imitating the high sages. The heavenly Tao's insufficiency, condense qi. Leap through the starry sky and lie down. Communicate with people and swallow and spit out hundreds of rivers. Leap through the vast expanse and lie down. Lu Yin's recitation was so soft that no one outside the origin tribulation could hear him. However, his voice was like a heavy hammer that shook the universe. It constantly created ripples that continuously struck the origin tribulation black hole. In the distance, the Grand Empyrean and the only true God had solemn expressions. This child had actually dared to use the primogenitor scripture to touch the origin tribulation. There were only 2 outcomes, life or death. If the river of time and the origin dust could give him time to react or even resist, then the primogenitor scripture could not. Others didn't know, not even the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Only those who had reached their level knew what the primogenitor scripture was. It didn't bring about a calamity but a judgment. Why were only the 3 realms and 6 Daos able to obtain the primogenitor scripture and cultivate a unique power? It was because they were the masters of their own continents. Even if others cultivated the primogenitor scripture, they could only use the 3 realms and 6 Daos as a foundation and not the true primogenitor scripture. It was the same for the Lu family's son, but it was different if he used the primogenitor scripture to touch the origin tribulation. He would bring about a true judgment of life and death. The judgment would only take an instant. Not to mention him, even the 3 realms and 6 Daos would live and die in an instant when faced with such a judgment. This was a judgment, not a calamity. It was a judgment from the universe. Voices were transmitted into the tribulation origin black hole, and Lu Yin suddenly saw a strange scene. He saw a patch of spacetime flash by, one spacetime after another, and he saw something that seemed to be connected to each other. He saw the primordial space, the mother tree, the 5th mainland, and Leng Qing's tribulation. Why did he see Leng Qing's tribulation? The next moment, Lu Yin's mind shook and his mind went blank. He couldn't remember anything, and it was as if he had lost his soul. His eyes lost focus. He was no longer himself. He was just a shell. This feeling also only lasted for an instant before Lu Yin woke up. He looked at the origin tribulation black hole in confusion. What had happened? In the distance, the Grand Empyrean and the only true God were shocked. He didn't die? The only true God's lips curled up. It seems that this child is very popular in the primordial space. He won't die. To him, this might be the easiest stage of the half-step ancestor origin tribulation. The Grand Empyrean looked deeply at Lu Yin. She knew what it meant to not die. This child had walked the same path as her. She hated this kind of person the most. The origin tribulation still hadn't appeared. Lu Yin didn't know what had happened, and neither did those outside the origin tribulation. Even the ancient gods didn't know. They all looked at the origin tribulation. Within Lu Yin's body, the astral energy vortex at Shanghui Pass underwent a transformation. He was surprised. The origin tribulation clearly hadn't appeared, but the astral origin cyclone was transforming into an inner world? Why was this happening? The more abnormal it was, the more uneasy Lu Yin felt. However, he couldn't do anything at this moment. He could only watch as the astral origin cyclone transformed. The leaf that had originally been there, the item of origin, suddenly fell down and entered the middle finger's inner world, accompanying the speck of dust. Lu Yin was like a passerby, unable to understand what was happening within his own body. Finally, the inner world of Upper Wisdom Pass appeared. Lu Yin discovered that his inner world was very strange. Other people's inner worlds would cover a large area, such as Zhou Xian and Elder Chan. Or they would be weapons such as xiaji. Even the more strange ones would be like kue luos, which allowed one to leap through the dragon's gate. But what was his inner world? An infinite inner world was normal and flowing light was also acceptable. The mortal world was strange. A speck of dust could be considered a weapon, but this fourth inner world was more like a piece of paper. Lu Yin looked at the inner world that his astral origin cyclone had transformed into. It was just a piece of paper, no a book? No, a piece of paper? He didn't even know how to describe it. It was like a God-sealing catalog, but it was completely blank. There was nothing on it. Lu Yin looked at this blank piece of cloth, not knowing what it was for. Just as he was at a loss, words appeared on the cloth. Lu Yin hurriedly looked over and saw names. Lung Qing Kui Luo Lu Bujing Elder Chan, the Blood Ancestor, Master Shan, Elder Gong, and so on. One familiar name after another appeared on the cloth, and more names appeared. Lu Yin recognized the first few, but he didn't recognize the later ones at all. These names continued to appear on the cloth, and the names that had appeared before were pushed aside to be replaced by new names. Lu Yin stared blankly. He didn't know what these names represented, but as more and more names appeared, the cloth seemed to become more and more sacred. There was an invisible weight that wasn't physical, but rather an indescribable weight that pressed down on Lu Yin's heart. Perhaps he knew what these names represented, but he hadn't expected this to appear when he used the Primogeniture Sutra to touch the origin tribulation. Since that was the case, he would call this inner world the wordless heavenly tome. Is it over? What happened? Jiang Xing asked in bewilderment. Lu Yin looked over. Brother, are you all right? Be careful, the 7 heavenly gods are going all out to kill you. Once it's over, run immediately. Su Ling shouted. She wanted Lu Yin to leave this place. Although he was escaping from the battlefield, this was a battlefield of extreme powerhouses, and Lu Yin was only a half-martial ancestor. Even if he left, no one would say anything, not to mention that the 7 heavenly gods were out to kill him. Great Elder Dan Gu said, "Leave." The god of forgotten ruins smiled. Little Lu Yin, can you tell big sister what your 4th inner world is? Lu Yin raised his brows and looked at the wordless heavenly tome in front of him. He then looked at the god of forgotten ruins. You can't see it? The god of forgotten ruins blinked in surprise. Should I? Thank you. Can't sleep enough. Book friend 5902326 Book friend 59293538. Book friend 56891899 Faraway 1985 Brothers Reward. Thank you for your support. I'll add more chapters. I'll be going to Beijing for a business trip in the middle of June, and I'll have to stay up late again. Thank you brothers for your support. Chapter 2830. He Wuxian's eyes constantly changed as he stared at Lu Yin. There's nothing. Lu Yin's expression remained the same as he looked at the wordless heavenly tome in front of him. There was nothing. It was clearly here, and it seemed that only he could see it. Even the 7 sky gods couldn't see it, let alone the others. The origin tribulation hasn't dissipated. Blue Brat, do you have a 5th astral origin cyclone? The corpse god rarely spoke, but his voice was low and resounding in everyone's ears. The Shaoyin god clenched his teeth. He had to kill this brat. 4 inner worlds were too strange. Lu Yin shook his head. No. He indeed didn't have a 5th astral origin cyclone, but the power in his heart was even stranger than his own. He looked up and saw that the origin tribulation still hadn't dissipated. Not only that, but the reincarnation tribulation that had been pushed aside hadn't dissipated either. Xing was still there, but everyone had been distracted by the origin tribulation and hadn't paid much attention to him. The reincarnation tribulation also needed to be dealt with. There was a rumble as the origin tribulation rumbled, and then its range began to expand. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. No way, it's expanding again. He knew that the origin tribulation hadn't ended yet. The transformation of the inner world should have ended, but Lu Yin's was different. He knew that it wouldn't be that easy, but he hadn't expected the origin tribulation to expand. What else would appear? He felt as if this was his first emissary origin tribulation. The others were the same, forced back by the origin tribulation, but no one said anything. They wanted to see what kind of tribulation would appear. What Lu Yin feared the most was the power in his heart attracting the origin tribulation. The rumbling grew louder and louder. Lu Yin looked up at the origin tribulation and saw lightning streaking past. It was bottomless. Crack. Cracks spread to his side. Lu Yin suddenly looked to his side. Prek, prek. The ancient god shouted, space-time tempering the body retreat. There was no need for him to say anything as everyone could sense that unimaginable destructive power was spreading. They were clearly far away but they felt as if there was a blade at their backs. At this moment even the 7 sky gods had to retreat regardless of cultivation. They didn't want to be affected by the shattered space-time. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the shattered space-time would be. From a distance he looked like a grasshopper trapped in a glass bottle. No matter how hard he tried he couldn't escape. The glass bottle kept shattering and cracking and if he came into contact with any of the cracks he would definitely die. Lu Yin cursed under his breath as he used the reverse step to continuously evade the attacks. It was actually the shattering of space-time. This was not just the shattering of space. Rather it was the entire space-time. Time-space. Everything within this area was shattering. Outside any of the cracks was a world of nothingness. Rune lines spread out and Lu Yin wanted to detect the shattered space-time in advance. However, as soon as the rune lines spread out, they disappeared into the shattered world of nothingness. In this place, all of Lu Yin's powers were laughable. The only thing he could do was run. But even if he escaped, where could he escape to? He was trapped in this tiny world and this world was shattering and being destroyed. Lightning descended and struck Lu Yin's body, causing him to cough up blood as he was smashed down by the impact. But there was also lightning. Using his celestial eye, he saw that the lightning was wrapped in sequence particles. It was no wonder that he couldn't resist at all. His 4 inner worlds were transforming and Lu Yin's body was transforming as well. His strength had already reached the level of a half-ancestor, and his strength had increased by quite a bit compared to before his tribulation. Even so, he still couldn't resist the sequence particles. Fortunately, he wasn't instantly torn to pieces. There was a crack as his arm broke and shattered space-time appeared beside him. Light shuttled back and forth within Lu Yin's body, reversing time for 1 second. Lu Yin hurriedly turned around and space-time shattered where he had been standing. He had avoided the attack, but if he hadn't reversed time he would have lost his arm. The next moment lightning descended once more. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and took out the textless heaven book to block in front of him. The lightning struck the book and the sequence particles were blocked. This was the effect of the textless heaven book's inner world, and it was also Lu Yin's greatest gain from his tribulation as a half-ancestor. He now had a way to block the sequence particles. He relaxed as his intuition had been correct. The textless heaven book could indeed block the sequence particles. Lightning continued to strike and space-time continued to shatter. Lu Yin continued to flee as only time and space existed here. Any other power would be devoured by the shattered space-time. He had no opponent so he could only flee. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, everyone's faces paled as they stared blankly. It was truly a hopeless situation, and even if an extremely strong powerhouse entered, the chances of surviving were extremely small. Su Heng knew that he would only be able to last for a few seconds at most, but Lu Yin had already lasted for a long time. Space-time continued to shatter Lu Yin's body, but the light reversed time and forcibly allowed him to survive. 1 second could do many things. On the surface of his body, Lu Yin felt that his body had become stronger. Was this the effect of the lightning? He looked up and saw another bolt of lightning crashing down. The origin tribulation was both a tribulation and a reward. If one failed, they would either fail or die. If one succeeded, their strength would transform. Right now, Lu Yin was experiencing a test of life and death. The shattering of spacetime would kill him and the bombardment of the lightning could also kill him. However, the origin tribulation would also transform his physical strength. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and put away the textless heaven book. Rumble. Lightning crashed down and Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. His body had almost been blasted to pieces and his reaction had slowed down. His entire body was numb but he could not stop. Space-time continued to shatter, and the light gave him a second to reverse time. However, if he was completely swallowed by the void realm, then the light would be useless. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and continued to flee. The space here had long since become chaotic and he could not control it. The only thing he could do was flee. Flee, flee, flee. Lightning crashed down and Lu Yin spat out another mouthful of blood. His white robes had long since shattered and his body had reached its limit. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, Everyone was silent as they watched Lu Yin endure it. Those from the Six Direction Society rejoiced that they had not been born in the Genesis space. Who could survive such a tribulation? This was clearly a half-ancestor origin tribulation, but most powerhouses would not survive. This was simply a hopeless situation. The more they felt the despair of the origin tribulation, the more they admired Lu Yin. Even though this was their first meeting, they were now convinced that Lu Yin was not someone they could fight against. Upper limit? Some people simply could not see an upper limit regardless of whose disciple or successor he was. Boom. Boom. Bolts of lightning crashed down fiercely. They were tyrannical and difficult to resist. Lu Yin felt that he could not hold on any longer. Using his physical body to resist the lightning was simply courting death. He did not know how much stronger his body would become, but he knew that if he continued to resist he would really die. Within the origin tribulation black hole, a giant bolt of lightning brewed and finally crashed down, illuminating everyone's faces. Lu Yin looked up. Damn it. He subconsciously wanted to take out the wordless heavenly book, but at that moment he felt a burning sensation on his back and an intense pain engulf his nerves. The fourth seal that had always been there had appeared. The origin tribulation was like a temperamental little person. It seemed like a tribulation that brought death, but it also contained life. It was a narrow escape from death, and the life contained within death could transform the person undergoing the tribulation. If one looked at the origin tribulation in this manner, then one would be infinitely close to death. This was because both life and transformation also contained death. The constantly moving lightning above his head was this hidden death. Lu Yin was absolutely certain that if he hadn't used the wordless heavenly book to block the sequence particle, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the lightning's bombardment and would have been instantly killed. The wordless heavenly book could not block an infinite number of stray particles, and there was a limit to it. Lu Yin did not even know if he could withstand it. The moment the lightning crashed down, the fourth seal appeared on Lu Yin's back. It was just like when he had first become an explorer. A seal could be used to suppress a person's breakthrough, but it could also be used as a barrier to block the external death energy. This fourth seal was clearly different from the previous three. It emerged from Lu Yin's back and transformed into a transparent palm that pressed down on Lu Yin. Its goal was to suppress Lu Yin and prevent him from successfully undergoing the tribulation. This was the final test that the Lu family had given him. Once he broke through the fourth seal, no matter how far away the Lu family was from him, he would be able to awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan when he broke through to half-ancestor. This was both the Lu family's pressure and hope. The fourth seal sensed the descent of the half-ancestor origin calamity, and it intended to suppress Lu Yin together with the tribulation. This seal had accompanied Lu Yin since he had become a half-ancestor step by step, and it was no longer an external object that would attract additional calamities. The Lu family had naturally taken this into consideration, as no one would be able to break through the half-ancestor origin calamity with just this seal. If this was an ordinary half-ancestor origin calamity and Lu Yin was just an ordinary half-ancestor, then the calamity would not be able to do anything to him. This seal would be able to suppress him and prevent him from successfully undergoing the tribulation. However, Lu Yin was not facing an ordinary half-ancestor origin calamity. Even the ancient god who had looked down on the universe since the era of the above heavens had never seen such a monstrous half-ancestor origin calamity. This half-ancestor origin calamity had surpassed the ancient god's expectations, and it had also surpassed the expectations of the person who had originally placed the seal. When the fourth seal appeared, it first tried to suppress Lu Yin, but then it sensed the terrifying threat of the lightning. The purpose of the seal was to test Lu Yin, not to kill him. Thus, the transparent palm flipped over and smashed towards the lightning. Lu Yin watched in a daze as the transparent palm collided with the lightning. With a loud boom, the entire world, the universe, and even the reincarnation spacetime trembled. Outside the range of the origin calamity, everyone watched in a daze as the incomparably huge lightning was blocked by the transparent palm. It was unable to penetrate the palm, and countless tiny lightning bolts scattered down like raindrops. Lu Yin put away the wordless heavenly book and walked towards the countless lightning bolts. At this moment, the many powerhouses at the tea party and countless members of the Six Paths Society saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Lu Yin was wearing a white robe as he underwent the tribulation. The lightning bolts were powerful, and space-time tempered his body as he walked step by step towards an unimaginable height. With every step he took, his body was baptized by the lightning bolts. Space-time continuously tempered his body, but when the flowing light reversed for a second, Lu Yin would have time to regret. This allowed him to become even more relaxed and even more mysterious. Chapter 28:31. Countless people's jaws dropped, and their scalps went numb as they watched. Who could walk through the shattered spacetime? Who could remain unscathed under such lightning? Who could undergo a tribulation in white and bring about a feast that would shock the entire Six Paths society? At this moment, Lu Yin's image was deeply imprinted in the hearts of countless people. He faced the lightning and endured the tempering of the shattered spacetime. He was like a god in countless people's imaginations as he walked step by step on the path to godhood. The 7 sky gods, Dimensional Master, Void Master, and the rest were all silent as they watched Lu Yin walk down this unbelievable path. Divinity Xiaoyin was stunned. He could feel the terror of the lightning, and it was on the same level as his own strength. How could this kid withstand it? What level had he reached? No one could explain it to Divinity Xiaoyin, as some people were naturally adept at breaking the rules. Ever since Lu Yin had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had constantly broken the common sense of cultivation, which had caused countless people to doubt cultivation. Was the current division of cultivation realms wrong? How could a melder surpass realms to fight against an explorer? How could an explorer surpass realms to fight against a hunter? How could a hunter surpass realms to fight against an emissary? How could an emissary resist and instantly kill a half-ancestor or even a war ancestor? How? Lu Yin's achievements were clearly outside of everyone's knowledge, and they could be recorded in the annals of history. However, Lu Yin's achievements continued to appear. It was as if his appearance was meant to break the established common sense. Regardless of whether it was a normal person or an absolute powerhouse, their common sense would be broken. Lu Yin walked towards the rain of lightning. The transparent palm represented the Lu family's seal, and he should break it. However, at this moment, the seal had become a protective force that was helping him break through and become his own strength. This was protection, and the Lu family was protecting him. Even in his dreams, he wanted to return to the Lu family. That was his family, and there were relatives, elders, and people who would protect him. There he would have the confidence to be unrestrained. It was time for the Lu family to return. At this moment, the reincarnation tribulation that had been ignored by everyone suddenly moved. A figure walked out from behind Xixing holding a long staff. His entire body was covered in a golden glow, and even under the tempering of spacetime and the illumination of the lightning, this golden glow was not completely obscured. With the appearance of this figure, Lu Yin's bloodlust and killing intent appeared in the sky. Even though he was in the origin tribulation, Lu Yin could feel it. He looked towards the reincarnation tribulation. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, everyone also looked at the samsara tribulation. Many people were shocked. Celestial Lord Victor? The one who walked out after Saint Sacrifice was the second Empyrean of samsara time and space, second only to Grand Empyreans, Heavenly Venerate Victor. In fact, many people had already guessed that aside from the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages, who else could possibly stop Lu Yin's tribulation? Among the 3 supremes and 9 saints, the venerated World Annihilation Lotus had already appeared. The only ones who could surpass the venerated World Annihilation Lotus were Heavenly Lord Dual Sheng and the unfathomable Xixing. However, they didn't expect that the samsara tribulation would intervene at this time. Lu Yin stopped, and his body moved from time to time to avoid the shattering spacetime. Flowing light circled around his body, reversing time for him. He looked at the samsara tribulation in the distance. 2 figures were staring at him. A half-ancestor origin tribulation from the primordial space and a reincarnation tribulation from the prime space appeared at the same time. This had never happened before. Under the reincarnation tribulations, Xixing took a step forward. Lu Yin did not want to attack him, as the feeling of self-sacrifice and enlightenment had affected him. Although it was not a sequence particle, it was similar to the Forgotten Ruins god's art of meditating and forgetting, which made him lose all desire to attack. Xixing did not attack Lu Yin. Instead, he arrived in front of Lu Yin and sat down cross-legged. The surface of his body began to dissipate into specks of light. As these specks of light spread out, they actually formed a stable void that blocked the lightning. Heavenly Venerate Victor took a step forward and arrived in front of Lu Yin. The golden light became even more dazzling as he raised his staff and swung it down. Lu Yin raised his head and saw Heavenly Venerate Victor's absolute attack. Space-time shattered around him as lightning rained down from the sky with a thunderous rumble. Everyone held their breaths as they watched nervously. Heavenly Venerate Victor possessed absolute strength. What kind of threat could his strongest attack in this realm pose to Lu Yin? In front of Lu Yin, the golden staff swung down with an indomitable will. This was Heavenly Venerate Victor's will. Perhaps he was not as strong as Lu Yin in this realm, but he gave Lu Yin the spirit to fight against death. This spirit was not something that ordinary people could possess. Everyone feared death, including Heavenly Venerate Victor. Who would be willing to die? Xianxia had gained enlightenment and was no longer afraid of death, but Heavenly Venerate Victor did not care about death. This attack allowed Lu Yin to feel Heavenly Venerate Victor's greatest will: battle. Although he would die, it was just a battle. Under the reincarnation tribulation, no one could block Lu Yin's punch. Even Heavenly Venerate Victor and Heavenly Venerate Victor were no exception. "I respect your will," Lu Yin said. He then clenched his fist and punched out. His inner world circulated endlessly around him, transforming into rays of light that merged into his body as a blackish-purple substance spread out. Bang! A glaring light flashed and the void shattered. Following that, the golden figure shattered into pieces, and Lu Yin's punch shattered it without any hindrance. The half-progenitor origin tribulation had shocked everyone who understood the primordial space, but Heavenly Venerate Victor had been shattered with a single punch, shocking the entire Six Direction Society. They had not been able to understand Lu Yin's tribulation, and although they had been shocked, it was far less shocking than when Heavenly Venerate Victor had been unable to withstand a single punch. This was Heavenly Venerate Victor, a powerhouse who was second only to the Grand Empyreans. Only Heavenly Venerate Victor. Whenever the Six Direction Guild was in dire straits, it would always be Heavenly Sovereign Victorious Battle who turned the tide. He didn't have the hot-blooded passion to do so. He only wanted to fight, and he only wanted to fight. No one was willing to step into his battlefield. Heavenly Venerate Victor was synonymous with invincibility in the hearts of countless people. Even though Void Master and the others were the rulers of space-time, they could not compare to Heavenly Venerate Victor's status in the Six Direction Society. It was not that Void Master and the others could not defeat Heavenly Venerate Victor, but that only Heavenly Venerate Victor possessed such a spirit. Heavenly Venerate Victor was the Six Direction Society's war god. And now Lu Yin had shattered that war god with a single punch. It was still just one punch, and there were no exceptions. No matter which of the 9 sages attacked, it was just one punch. One punch was Lu Yin's way of showing respect to Heavenly Venerate Victor. Heavenly Venerate Victor was the first person to use his full strength after Lu Yin had transformed his inner world. Even if it was just the power of the reincarnation tribulation. The specks of light dissipated and Xianxia completely vanished. His existence seemed to have been to welcome Heavenly Venerate Victor, but even Heavenly Venerate Victor could not stop Lu Yin. With Xianxia's disappearance, the reincarnation calamity also disappeared, and there was no longer anything that could stop Lu Yin's calamity. Countless people in the Six Direction Society fell silent. Lu Yin's punch had shattered Heavenly Venerate Victor, and it had also shattered many people's beliefs. Heavenly Venerate Victor is invincible. How can this be? Someone was dazed. However, there were also people who were excited. A new war god has appeared. Who can block a single punch from him? His name is Lu Yin, and he's the Tao Master of the Heavenly Sect in the Genesis space. This person is called Lu Yin. The giant thunderbolt continued to shrink, and the translucent palm also began to crack. Lu Yin spread out his arms as there was no need for him to resist. His physical body was constantly strengthening, and he could now resist the thunderbolt sequence particles. Even if the particles were very small, it still represented that he stood on that level. No matter how despairing the origin tribulation was, he could overcome it. He was Zhou Xian, but he was also Lu Yin. He had created countless miracles and was the pillar of support for everyone in the Fifth Mainland. With a bang, the translucent palm shattered. The remaining thunderbolts crashed down. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked up at the rain of thunderbolts. Come. Boom. Light flickered on the faces of countless people, illuminating their shocked and incredulous expressions. A giant tree appeared and grew at an extremely fast speed. It covered the area of the origin tribulation and then spread out towards the 9 heavens 10 earths and the entire reincarnation spacetime. Mu Xin's expression turned solemn. A phenomenon. The people from the Six Directions Society did not understand. Only those who had come into contact with the Genesis space knew that whenever a phenomenon appeared, it meant that the person was extraordinary and represented a certain extreme. It represented a sublimation. Although the people from the Six Directions Society did not know, they knew that this phenomenon was definitely abnormal. It was impossible for every cultivator in the Genesis space to undergo the origin tribulation to appear. Otherwise, the Genesis space would not have been reduced to its current state. Within the Six Direction Training Hall, Su Lai, Third Master Mu and the others were shocked. This tea party had been full of twists and turns, and they had not been able to react until now. Now the appearance of a phenomenon had pulled them back to reality. They had seen phenomena before. When Xianxia and the Spirit Palace's breakthroughs had all been accompanied by some kind of phenomenon, which was why they had been shocked. However, compared to Lu Yin's phenomenon, it was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. There was no comparison at all. Lu Yin's phenomenon had already exceeded the range of Zhou Xian and covered the entire reincarnation spacetime. This phenomenon had appeared 3 times before. The first time was when Lu Yin was breaking through to the Explorer realm, the second time was when he was breaking through to the Enlighter realm, and the third time was when he was breaking through to the Emissary realm. Every time a phenomenon appeared, its range would expand, and this time, it had expanded to an unprecedented extent. The Grand Empyrean looked up at the tree that had enveloped his head, and his eyes were fixed on the items that were falling from the tree branches. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Why would this kid have such a phenomenon? The only true God was also looking at the items that were falling from the tree branches. Among them, there was something that he had been searching for all this time. He looked deeply at Lu Yin. This kid could not be left alive, but he might be able to help the Grand Empyrean find those items. Since that was the case, the Grand Empyrean glanced at the ancient god. The ancient god's expression changed, and he bowed slightly as if he had received some sort of order. When the phenomenon appeared, Lu Yin finally relaxed. The origin tribulation had ended. The 4th seal had been broken and Lu Yin had become a half-ancestor. Lu Yin could vaguely feel a trace of bloodline binding him from afar. He looked in a certain direction, which was the direction that Xianxia had pointed out. It was also the direction that he had tried to go after breaking through to half-ancestor. As expected, it was in that direction. Lu Yin did not know where the Lu family was in the heavens or which parallel spacetime it was in, but that trace of bloodline binding was connected to him through parallel spacetime. He closed his eyes and silently called out, "Ancestor." In the dark heavens, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, and the ancestor muttered to himself, "My Lu family has another genius descendant? I wonder how he compares to that kid Lu Tianyi. Impudent." Chapter 28:32. In the sky, the tribulation origin black hole disappeared. Lu Yin looked up. Had it disappeared? He had become a half-progenitor. After so many years of cultivation and so many years of life and death struggles, he had finally broken through. Now there was only one step left: breaking through. Once he broke through, Lu Yin believed that there would be few progenitors who could fight against him. Bai Xianer looked at Lu Yin, and her gaze suddenly became extremely cold. It was the same gaze that Lu Yin often saw in his dreams. That gaze, that finger. Cut it off. Careful. Someone shouted. Lu Yin's body disappeared and a dark green light swept past him. It was the power of extreme Yin. Divinity Xiaoyin had attacked. "So what if you broke through? I'll still kill you." Divinity Xiaoyin's expression was ferocious as he looked at Lu Yin with unprecedented killing intent. Lu Yin stared at Divinity Xiaoyin, raised a hand and punched out. Boundless energy from his inner world continuously fused into Divinity Xiaoyin's body. Divinity Xiaoyin's expression changed. Although Lu Yin had yet to reach the level of a sequence law, his strength was too terrifying. Even Celestial Champion Celestial, who had been at the same level as Lu Yin, could not last even a second against this punch. Divinity Xiaoyin did not want to try and immediately retreated. The void shattered, revealing the void realm. Divinity Xiaoyin was shocked. Although Lu Yin had yet to touch the sequence law, his strength could shake the laws. He was too strong. He had chosen a different path, one that ignored the laws. However, this did not mean that this brat could defeat Divinity Xiaoyin. He was still far from being able to truly ignore the laws. Taiyin City. Divinity Xiaoyin attacked with all his strength. He had to kill this brat here. Lu Yin took out the wordless heavenly book. He could block some of the sequence particles, but Divinity Xiaoyin's corrosive sequence particles far surpassed the thunder sequence particles. After all, that one had a 90% chance of survival and was based on Lu Yin's strength. However, Lu Yin believed that the wordless heavenly book could help him fight against Divinity Xiaoyin. At this moment he could no longer only dodge when facing a sequence law powerhouse. On the endless battlefield, Bodhi Saint retracted his gaze, suppressing the shock that Lu Yin had brought. As long as this person did not die in this battle, he would definitely change the balance between the humans and the Eternals in the future. There was no need to think about Lu Yin now. The everlasting race had made ample preparations this time. The 7 heavenly gods had attacked the Tea Party, and more than half of the true god guards had been gathered in the boundless battlefield. In addition, there were also a few scattered extreme experts. Even if more than half of the extreme experts of the Six-Way faction had arrived, it would still be very difficult for her to change the tide of the battle. However, even if it was difficult, it did not mean that it was impossible. Everyone, keep your spirits up. Life and death will be decided at this moment. Yes. Yes. Wendy Yushan had a solemn expression on her face. She had breathed a sigh of relief when Lu Yin had successfully passed his tribulation, but in the blink of an eye, they had once again fallen into a battle. She did not know how this battle would turn out. In the primordial space, the heavenly sect was locked in a battle to the death. Hen Exen and the Lady of Fate had arrived, including the Demon Emperor and the others. No matter what they thought of the above heaven sect, they couldn't let the Eternals win. Otherwise they would die as well. It was not that easy to defeat a half-martial ancestor or battle ancestor. Qingping was here to judge. Hen Xian panted heavily. The dark purple substance spread out and collided with the corpse king in front of him. More than 20 progenitor realm experts were engaged in a chaotic battle, and the balance that they had barely managed to achieve began to tilt when Ling Qing was sent flying while vomiting blood. The one who had injured him was the corpse king that had almost killed him with a trap back in the 6th mainland. True deity guard captain mid-game. The person from the Thousand Faces game laughed. This was a ruthless character. If he couldn't beat him, he would die. The mid-game was suffocating, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't withstand it. Ling Qing was the same. And so, helpless, Elder Chan's yang ancestral qi transformed into Lu Tianyi and attacked the mid-game. Lu Tianyi's appearance made Elder Chan seem much older. However, if he couldn't stop the mid-game, the above heaven sect would be defeated. The person from the Thousand Faces game shook his head. If you can stop the mid-game, then who will stop me? Ling Qing collapsed at the bottom of the sky staircase. He was not far away. He looked at the person from the Thousand Faces game approaching step by step, his face pale. Ling Qing struggled to get up. The mid-game had almost crippled him, and he couldn't stop the person from the Thousand Faces game. The mutant arrived and sneered. Blood Ancestor, so you're here too. In the above heaven sect's plaza, the Blood Ancestor looked at the disc slashing down. Was that the traitor? Who dares to court death? In the distance, a dark purple force swept out and shook the disc away. The mutant looked over. Who was it? Big Sister walked out of the void and raised her head. Give me your life. Then, the power of the netherworld formed a huge hammer and smashed down on the mutant. The mutant narrowed his eyes. This woman was strange, and he became vigilant. Big Sister had planned to go into seclusion to break through, but she was disturbed by this battle. It would have been better if she came out a little later. Once she regained the power of the netherworld ancestor, she would be able to change the situation. On the other side, the person from the Thousand Faces game landed at the bottom of the sky staircase. He was very quiet and didn't make much noise. Other than Ling Qing and a few others, no one knew that the captain of the True God Guards was standing in the above heaven sect. The person from the Thousand Faces game smiled and saw he ran. Guess who this is? Isn't this he ran from the hyperspace dimension? You're here. Interesting. Didn't you go missing? Hiram was afraid. This person gave her a very uneasy feeling. He kept retreating. The person from the Thousand Faces game walked toward her step by step. Let me guess. Could it be that you were captured? Ling Qing slashed at the person from the Thousand Faces game. The person from the Thousand Faces game suddenly stared at him. Ling Qing's body froze and his long blade stabbed into the ground. He almost fell to the ground. He was bombarded by his consciousness. The person from the Thousand Faces game laughed. Don't worry. Seeing that I once joined forces with your master Lu against the enemy, I'll let you die a little more comfortably. Cherry blossoms danced in the air, and 3 strings of ancient music sounded. Zhou Xian attacked. On the other side, Medicine Immortal, Zhang Lin, and Kuei Luo all appeared and surrounded the person from the Thousand Faces game. The person from the Thousand Faces game laughed. Interesting. It seems that you don't understand what it means to be a captain of the true God Guards. With just a few words, his consciousness took control of everyone. Zhou Xian attacked Medicine Immortal and Zhang Lin attacked Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo broke free because he cultivated the primogeniture scripture. He stared at the person from the Thousand Faces game. Jump through the dragon's gate for this old man. The person from the Thousand Faces game didn't care about the huge waterfall in the inner world. Instead, he was surprised that Kuei Luo could break free from his consciousness. You're worth studying. He waved his hand. This time it wasn't the power of his consciousness but the power of the progenitor realm. Kuei Luo spat out a mouthful of blood. He had no power to resist. The captain of the true God Guards was on a completely different level from the progenitor realm. Kuei Luo was confident that he could fight the most ordinary progenitor, but he was as helpless as a child against the person from the Thousand Faces game. He lay on the ground and smiled wryly. It seems that I'm about to break through. I don't know if I'll succeed. Kid, you have to bring the Lu clan back. You want to force me to retreat by breaking through the progenitor realm? That's not a bad idea. Well, give it a try. Watching someone break through the progenitor realm is an experience. The person from the Thousand Faces game didn't stop him. Instead, he looked at Kuei Luo with interest. The Above Heaven sect was doomed today. No one could stop it. Not just the Above Heaven sect but the Fifth Mainland as well. The Genesis space would become the domain of the Eternals. Kuei Luo sighed. He was about to break through when a gust of wind blew past. He saw many things. Kuei Luo looked at the back of the mountain. What's this? At the back of the mountain, Mad Dean Xiaochen took a sip of tea and smiled at Zhao Ran. It's delicious. Zhao Ran was delighted. Thank you. After she finished speaking, she looked at the starry sky. Even a simple-minded person like her was worried about the grand battle. Xiaochen smiled. Let's find a place to rest. Zhao Ran blinked and retracted her gaze. She looked at Xiaochen. Where's His Highness? Xiaochen replied. He'll be back soon. Zhao Ran shook her head and muttered to herself, it'll be good if he doesn't come back. It's very dangerous here. With that she slowly left. Xiaochen looked at Zhao Ran's back. Regardless of whether he had memories or not, everyone had emotions and Zhao Ran was no exception. He had promised Lu Yin that he would help the Above Heaven sect in times of crisis. Now was the time. The mundane world tempered his heart. He didn't know what it would be like to become a progenitor. He also didn't know if the realm after him would be called progenitor. Xiaochen hadn't broken through the 3 stages, so logically speaking, it was impossible for him to become a progenitor. However, he didn't walk the normal path. Others needed to break through the 3 stages to obtain the Genesis item, but he didn't. With the mundane world as a medium, the mundane world tempered his heart. His progenitor's world could see more clearly than anyone else's. The person from the Thousand Faces game looked at the back of the mountain, feeling as if he had been seen through. This feeling made him very unhappy. He raised his foot and took a step forward. Since he was unhappy, this feeling should disappear. The person from the Thousand Faces game arrived at the back of the mountain and saw the Mad Dean leisurely drinking tea. The Mad Dean's gaze landed on him. Your life is very gloomy. The person from the Thousand Faces game didn't understand. A mere half-progenitor made him feel as if he had been seen through. This old fellow's eyes didn't seem to be looking at him, but they were also looking at him. The person from the Thousand Faces game released his consciousness, intending to control the Mad Dean. The Mad Dean put down his teacup. When the teacup landed and the sound was heard, the person from the Thousand Faces game suddenly retracted his consciousness. He felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't that this old fellow was very strong, but rather that he brought about an indescribable sense of danger. It was as if he had just stepped into the progenitor's origin tribulation. The Mad Dean stood up and let out a long breath. The mundane world is me and I am the mundane world. Let me see the mundane world's memories. As soon as he finished speaking, formless ripples began to spread out from him in all directions. The person from the Thousand Faces game was the first to see his memories transform into streaks of light that shot into the sky. He was shocked. What was this? As the ripples swept past, they didn't have any power to harm others. However, everyone who was swept by the ripples had their memories transform into streaks of light that shot upwards like a river. The streaks of memories connected the sky and the earth, attracting the attention of the entire Above Heaven sect battlefield. Outside the Above Heaven sect, the ancestral turtle, the Mavis race members, the camphor insect that was colliding with the ancestral turtle, the person fully clad in black armor on its back, and even further away Elder Chan, Big Sister, Wuxia, Orange Ji, Zhong Pan, and the various corpse kings. All living creatures had memories, and these memories were the footprints they left behind when they walked through the mundane world. Mundane world was an abstract term. It was like karma that had been forcefully extracted by the Mad Dean, turning into the progenitor's origin tribulation that targeted only him. It was the origin tribulation, but also not the origin tribulation. The origin tribulation was just a synonym for the tribulation to break through to the next realm. The Mad Dean's origin tribulation had nothing to do with astral origins. It was just walking through the mundane world. Brothers, thank you for your support. I'll update more. Thank you. I'll update at 2 p.m. Stay up late, stay up late, stay up late. Chapter 28:33. Big Sis looked up and saw her own memories. She raised an eyebrow. A path that no one has walked before. This is a rare sight even in the Above Sky Sect's era. Back then there weren't many who could truly break free from the astral source cultivation method. She looked towards the back of the mountain. Little Seven has found a ruthless person. Lu Bujing, Fate Maiden, and the others all looked towards the mountain. They knew how rare it was to break free from the progenitor's origin tribulation and become a progenitor. During the Above Sky Sect's era, the most well-known figures were Reaper, Fate, Gu Yiji, and the others from the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Most of them had completely broken free from the astral source cultivation method, which was why they had been able to reach the peak. Wu Tian was considered a different figure from the 3 realms and 6 Daos. He had only cultivated astral sources, but he had also reached the peak. The crazy headmaster's path was unprecedented, and his future might not be something they could imagine. Kuei Luo considered himself to be extraordinary, and he had befriended the Lu family. He viewed the 4 realms as nothing and looked down on by Wang Yuan and the others. However, he had wholeheartedly accepted the crazy headmaster and believed that the crazy headmaster had surpassed him. How long had it been since the crazy headmaster had broken through to half-ancestor? One could imagine how shocking the crazy headmaster's path had been. Regardless of whether it was the Above Sky Sect's era when human cultivation was at its peak, or the Daoist sect's era when the 9 mountains and 8 seas had just begun, there had been very few people like the crazy headmaster. The rainbows of memories represented the mortal world, and the mortal world refined one's heart, which was a tribulation. The crazy headmaster lifted his foot and walked past the rainbow of memories of the people in the game of 1,000 faces. He paused for a moment and then walked towards Lung Qing's rainbow of memories. He walked through the rainbow of memories of these people and experienced part of their lives. This was a calamity that belonged only to him. No one tried to stop him as no one knew what would happen if they did. After all, he was breaking through to progenitor realm, and if it was the same as the progenitor's origin tribulation, no one would be able to survive. The crazy headmaster walked through the mortal world, and each time he passed through a mortal world, his temperament became more and more otherworldly. Finally, he stopped at the bottom of the stairway, and the rainbows of memories surged towards him. From afar, the mortal world bowed to him. The ripples spread further and further until they covered the entire frostwave weave. Endless mortal worlds bowed, and it was a shocking sight. Kuei Luo gritted his teeth as he stood, and wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth. He had finally broken through. Dan Pu and Dan Fengyi watched in shock. Were these the cultivators of the origin space? This kind of breakthrough method was unheard of, and there were too many possibilities. No wonder this spacetime could have a heyday. Compared with the rigidity of the 3 venerables and 9 saints in reincarnation spacetime, this spacetime was much stronger. The ripples spread out of frostwave weave and towards the entire outerverse. At the same time they spread out to the astral river and then to the innerverse. The progenitor realm was enough to shake the entire 5th mainland. The crazy principle had broken through, and now he was walking through the boundless world of mortals. His momentum was so great that even the war stopped in an instant. During the tea party in the reincarnation space-time, Lu Yin had no intention of fighting divine sovereign Xiaoyin. He just wanted to return to the above heaven. He originally thought that he could leave. With the stream of light reversing time and the wordless heavenly book blocking the sequence particles, no one could stop him. But he forgot one person, the one true God. The half-ancestor origin tribulation shocked the Six Directions Guild, the Seven Heavens and the sole true God. Too many strange things had appeared during Lu Yin's half-ancestor origin tribulation. Some things were not something that a half-ancestor could come into contact with, and even a progenitor might not be able to come into contact with them. However, Lu Yin had drawn out some things that even the sole true God and the grand heavenly venerables cared about. After Lu Yin's tribulation, the sole true God used his divine power to envelop all of Jiutian Shidi, and no one could escape. The strange thing was that the Seven Heavens who had wanted to kill Lu Yin did not attack him. Lu Yin did not know that the Seven Heavens were determined to kill him, and he also did not know that he had shocked the sole true God. He only knew that he could not escape. His divine power spread throughout the void, and his heaven's eye could see endless sequence particles. He could use his heart's power to isolate himself from the universe and tear through the void, but he could not take that final step. If the sole true God did not allow him to leave, then he could not leave. The grand heavenly venerables had no intention of helping Lu Yin leave. After all, Lu Yin was already quite powerful. You want to escape? Let's see where you can run to. The Xiaoyin divinity clenched his fingers and pointed them at Lu Yin. Within Taiyin City, the decaying heaven Dao frantically spread out, wanting to corrode Lu Yin. The decaying heaven Dao was no different from the space-time tempering that he had encountered during his previous tribulation. Even if his physical body had been strengthened greatly and he could barely resist the tiny sequence particles, he could not resist the entire decaying heaven Dao. Breaking through to the half-ancestor realm had greatly increased Lu Yin's power level. To put it bluntly, he would have no problem fighting against someone like Bai Wangyuan. Even if he faced old freak Imo, he was confident that he could escape. However, his chances of winning were still not high. The sequence laws were a qualitative change and it was already quite good that he could escape from them. How could he possibly defeat them? The only possibility was eternal darkness. Eternal darkness had isolated old freak Mo's sequence laws, and it should also be able to isolate the Xiaoyin divinity's sequence laws. As long as he entered eternal darkness, Lu Yin was absolutely confident that he could kill the Xiaoyin divinity without the power of the sequence laws. Although Lu Yin could not defeat the current Xiaoyin divinity, the Xiaoyin divinity's chances of defeating him were not high either. Flowing light's reversal of time and the wordless heavenly book's obstruction of the sequence particles gave Lu Yin the ability to contend with the Xiaoyin divinity. Before becoming a half-ancestor, Lu Yin had been unable to move around Lunar City. Even when he had teamed up with Bai Xianer, they had still fallen into a desperate situation. Now he was confident that he could protect himself in Lunar City. If the Xiaoyin divinity was careless, he might be able to turn the tables and break through to the half-ancestor realm. However, that was only against the Xiaoyin divinity. Lu Yin definitely did not want to face an existence like the corpse god. The Xiaoyin divinity could not compare to the seven sky gods. Just like how Lu Yin had barely been able to protect himself against the Xiaoyin divinity, the Xiaoyin divinity could fight against the seven sky gods. However, the Xiaoyin divinity could only barely protect himself and there was no way he could win. The difference was still too great. Lu Yin hid from the decaying heaven Dao as he took out the wireless goo. As long as the battle in the above heaven sect slowed down, he would be able to receive news. Ancestor, please come back as soon as possible. In the above heaven sect, a rainbow of memories rose from the entire outerverse. As long as it was a living being, be it a human, a giant beast, or the mechanically modified humans from the technocracy, the rainbow of memories would appear. Such a scene had never appeared in the outerverse before. The boundless mortal world bowed as the crazy headmaster completely transformed. His aura flashed for a moment and everyone knew that he had broken through. Nobody knew what the crazy headmaster's breakthrough was. Was it the progenitor realm? Or was it not the progenitor realm? Nobody knew. The members of the Thousand Faces game immediately attacked. Regardless of whether the crazy headmaster was a progenitor or not, this person had to die. The path that the crazy headmaster had walked was unprecedented. It might be a path of death or it might be a path of unprecedented strength. No matter what, the human race should not have such a person. What the Eternals feared the most was not the birth of a powerhouse, but the birth of a creator. The crazy headmaster looked back as his consciousness invaded, but he remained unmoved. Your path is very bitter. You want to impose suffering on others, but you don't know that you have never experienced the suffering of others. Now I will let you experience it once. He then struck out with a palm. The members of the Thousand Faces game subconsciously dodged, but the crazy headmaster did not attack them. Instead he attacked their mortal world, the rainbow of memories, and the path that the crazy headmaster had walked. The crazy headmaster could not change time and he could not reverse the flow of time, but he could force the experiences of others onto the members of the Thousand Faces game. The Thousand Faces game's pupils shrank and then he became sluggish. It was as if his entire person had changed at that moment. He had experienced the lives of others, experienced their suffering and felt their pain. This pain was not something that could be brought about by physical pain. He had joined the Eternals because his life had been too bitter and he could not bear it. Thus he had left his identity as a human, believing that as long as he was not a human he would not have any emotions. He did not know that indifference, selfishness and numbness were also a type of emotion. He did not know that one day someone would change his path in the mortal world. The member of the Thousand Faces game clutched his head and howled. He glared at the crazy headmaster with bloodshot eyes. What have you done? Dispel it. I don't want this pain. I don't want to experience this suffering. The crazy headmaster shook his head. You are very pitiful. You are courting death. The member of the Thousand Faces game raised his palms and slammed them towards the crazy headmaster. On the other side, a shadow shrouded the area as the camphor bug crashed into the crazy headmaster. The ancestral tortoise attacked from the side again, slamming into the camphor bug. Behind the camphor bug, the man in black armor leaped down with his mace and slammed into the ancestral tortoise's back. Compared to the ancestral tortoise he was so small. But then the black mace continued to grow. In an instant, it had replaced the camphor bug and become a colossus that was comparable to the Above Heaven sect. The Mavis game watched in horror as the mace fell. This mace was even bigger than the ancestral tortoise. Bang! With a loud bang, the ancestral tortoise was forced back, and its head quickly shrank back. The man in black armor and wielding the huge mace snorted coldly. Your love strike can wait. I have to deal with this old thing first and create an unprecedented path of cultivation. This kind of person cannot be allowed to live. With that, the mace shrunk and he slammed it towards the crazy headmaster. Halfway through, Big Sister appeared with the sky hammer in her hand. She clashed with the mace. With a boom, the two of them retreated at the same time. I'm the captain of the True God Guard's Heavy Ghost. You're a ruthless person to be able to receive my mace. Tell me your name. The man in black armor roared. Big Sister sneered. Your mother. Sure, as long as you can defeat me, you can be my mother. Heavy Ghost laughed, not caring about being insulted. He raised his mace and slammed it down. Big Sister used the sky hammer. Two mighty forces collided. Heavy Ghost was excited. You're not in the progenitor realm, but you can fight with me. You're too interesting. Come, love strike. Big Sister was disgusted, but she was afraid of this Heavy Ghost. This person was extremely difficult to deal with, and each of his attacks had a strange oppressive force. She could have broken through to the progenitor realm when she was in seclusion, but this battle forced her out. Now she had to break through. She had a feeling that these captains of the True God Guards were not simple. She glanced into the distance. There was a strong enemy hiding there. In the distance, Elder Mo stood up. Lu Bujing, little bastard of the Lu family, you owe me. You'll have to pay. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you, I'll update more. I'll update at 3 p.m. Thank you. Chapter 28:34. In the opposite direction of Elder Mo, there was also someone hiding. It was Luo Shan. Luo Shan's eyes narrowed as he watched the battle unfold in the Heavens sect. He hadn't expected the Heavens sect to be hiding so much power. That was Lu Yun, right? So that was how it was. The one who had attacked Ultra Spacetime was someone from the Heavens sect. Luo Shan didn't know who it was, but he was certain that both he and the Six Paths Association had underestimated the Heavens sect and Lu Yin. That kid had entered the Six Paths Guild long ago. Perhaps Xiaomu's disappearance was also the Above Heavens sect's doing. Luo Shan could not help but kill the traitor. On the other side of the Above Heavens sect, Qin Lu fired an arrow. The Corpse King raised its scarlet eye and roared, breaking the arrow with a punch. Qin Li's expression did not change as he fired another arrow. He could kill this corpse king as long as he used his ancestral world, but what about after that? He would have to face the other corpse kings. Qin Li did not want to move as he looked at the eternal corpse kings and the terrifying True God Guard captains. He had heard of the True God Guard captains through Lord Luo. Although the captains were not as strong as the 7 sky gods, they were still not something he could fight against. Each of those captains was extremely terrifying and could be called a peak progenitor. He did not want to die. The corpse king charged at him, but it was repelled by another arrow. He glanced around and saw that the Star Sovereign was also fighting against a corpse king. He was not sure if the Above Heavens sect could survive today, so he had to think of a way out. He could not die for that Luin. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger descended and Qin Li hurriedly dodged. There was nothing. The sense of danger grew stronger and stronger, causing his hair to stand on end. Who was targeting him? Qin Li's expression changed as he looked ahead. Someone had appeared at some point and was staring at him coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Qin Li's pupils shrank. Lord Luo. Luo Shan's lips curled up. Long time no see, Qin Lu. Qin Li's face turned pale as he stared at Luo Shan. You weren't in the endless battlefield? One question. Why did you betray me? Luo Shan asked coldly. Qin Li gulped. He was not clear about Luo Shan's strength. He had said that Luo Shan had faked his strength and was valued by the Grand Empyreans because the information about the tea leaves had come from him. He had always believed that Luo Shan was not powerful and could not be compared to Mr. Daheng. But no matter what, Luo Shan was stronger than him. The creator of the Sovereign King's Qi was not a weakling. Even if he was not as strong as Mr. Daheng, killing him would not be a problem. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. I had no choice. Luin forced me. If I didn't join the Above Heaven sect, he would kill me. Luo Shan's gaze was cold. We were the ones who taught you how to raise your strength. You have always been cultivating the Sovereign King's Qi, but in the end you betrayed me. Die. Finished speaking, he raised his hand to grab Qin Lu. Qin Lu was shocked. Lord Luo, attacking me now is the same as betraying the 6 Directions sect. You're helping the everlasting race. Luo Shan didn't listen to him at all. Qin Li shot an arrow which was crushed by Luo Shan's hand. Above, the corpse king descended and punched Qin Lu. In this life and death crisis, Qin Lu opened his arms and an incomparably huge arrow appeared. Ancestral World, Soaring Cloud Arrow. An arrow shot out, covering Luo Shan and the corpse king at the same time. Luo Shan's palm grabbed the arrow, causing it to shatter inch by inch. At the same time, Qin Li's body also shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Luo Shan in disbelief. You. Trash, how much do you know about me? The corpse king's punch did not hit Qin Lu. Luo Shan casually waved his hand. He crushed the corpse king, revealing his strength, which shocked Qin Lu. Impossible, this person killed the corpse king and him in an instant. His strength was definitely not what he thought. Luo Shan raised his hand again to grab Qin Lu. I'll let you know how a traitor should die. The Star Monarch arrived, panting heavily. Luo Shan looked at her with a complicated gaze. You also betrayed me. Star Monarch frowned. The people of Star Reflecting Universe were brought here by Above Heaven. I had no choice. Luo Shan's gaze softened a lot. Luo Shan, let him go. Star Monarch said solemnly. Luo Shan's eyes were cold. You want me to let this traitor go? Kill him and you will be a traitor of the 6 Directions sect. He is fighting against the everlasting race and helping Above Heaven, which has now become the 6 Directions sect. Is it worth it to betray the 6 Directions sect for him? Star Monarch shouted, her face flushed red. Luo Shan stared at Star Monarch, looked into her eyes and smiled. How many years have we known each other? Star Monarch was startled. I don't remember. You've never looked at me like that. Let him go. I hate traitors, I hate Above Heaven. I hate Luin and I hate the Grand Empyreans even more, but... Luo Shan stared at Star Monarch. I don't hate you for anything. Star Monarch's heart trembled. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. For her, Luo Shan had risked his life to enter the endless battlefield to bring out the people of Star Reflecting Universe. Although she had also joined forces with Luo Shan to guard the 3 Sovereigns universe, Luo Shan had never forced her to do anything for many years. Star Monarch's gaze softened. Brother Luo, don't be a traitor. Luo Shan's eyes twitched and he slowly let go. Qianlu hurriedly retreated, looking at Luo Shan in horror. He had almost died. He did not expect Luo Shan to be so strong. If he had known earlier, he would have confessed. Perhaps Luo Shan could have removed Mr. Daheng's control, and he would not have fallen to this point. Luo Shan turned and left. Brother Luo, if you still want to stay in the Six Directions sect, help above heaven. You are not helping Lu Yin, you are helping yourself, Star Monarch shouted. Luo Shan did not look back, his voice low. If I find a space-time where I can live, are you willing to go with me? Star Monarch stared blankly at Luo Shan's back and fell silent. Luo Shan smiled bitterly and took a step forward. Above heaven's sects, Lu Yin must repay what he owes me. I will not attack him, but I can open a passage to the three monarchs' space-time zones. If he wants to join the Six Directions sect so badly, then he can join the endless battlefield. Star Monarch was shocked. Brother Luo. Luo Shan had already left for Shenwu continent. On the other side, Lu Bujing stared at the progenitor realm corpse king in front of him. Waves of unease welled up in his heart, as if he was being watched by something. He avoided the progenitor realm corpse king's attack and tried to use his ancestral qi to perform a divination of fate. He had failed several times before, but this time he succeeded. He hurriedly divined the source of the crisis. Not good, it's him? Lu Bujing's expression changed. That treacherous Mo Shang had actually come. Of all times, he had chosen this moment. In the current above heaven's sect, who could stop Mo Shang? Mo Shang was a monster who had reached the level of a sequence law. Even without the Eternal's invasion, the above heaven's sect would still need to use all of their strength to resist him, and it was hard to say whether they would survive. But now no one could stop him. Lu Bujing remained calm as he did not dare to search for traces of old Mo. The old man had yet to make a move, and as long as he did not attack, they still had hope. He did not dare to hope that old Mo would help the above heaven's sect deal with the Eternals. With old Mo's personality, it would be good enough if he did not help the Eternals. The sense of crisis suddenly increased, and Lu Bujing felt as if there was a blade at his back. Lu Bujing's expression changed. He roared, I'm going to break through to progenitor realm. His voice was very loud, and it attracted the attention of Fate daughter Hen Exen and Leng Qing. The others thought that he was warning them, and they hurriedly distanced themselves. Old Mo, who had been about to attack, stopped and was bewildered. Break through to progenitor realm? He did not dare to approach. Lu Bujing's progenitor realm breakthrough would not be a small matter. If he got involved, it would be hard to say whether he would live or die. Fine, let's see if you can break through to progenitor realm. Even if you succeed, so what? At most, you'll reach Leng Qing's strength, and that kind of strength is nothing in my eyes. Breaking through to progenitor realm is even better. Old Mo sneered. I'll let you have a taste of the joy of becoming a progenitor before I push you into the abyss. Lu Bujing, you brought this upon yourself. Without the Lu family, you are nothing. Lu Bujing felt the danger disappear and he relaxed. He had scared old Mo, but that was not enough. He had not truly broken through to progenitor realm. Without the origin tribulation appearing, old Mo would definitely be able to tell that something was amiss. As he thought about it, he spat out a mouthful of blood. I still need to wait. I need to recover first. On the other side, the Corpse Kings attacked. Lu Bujing and the Corpse Kings clashed once more. Old Mo frowned. Then he would wait. Rather than killing Lu Bujing now, he would feel a greater sense of accomplishment after Lu Bujing had broken through to progenitor realm. He had to make Lu Bujing feel despair. Luo Shan quickly arrived at Shenwu continent and attacked the Tower of Resonating Light. No one dared to stop him, as Wuxia, who had been guarding this place, had also participated in the above heavens sect battle. The seal was no exception, and Luo Shan broke it. The luck path source box array was pushed aside. When the seal was broken, the three sovereign spacetime and the primordial space connected once more. Countless corpse kings surged forth, and Shenwu continent fell into the flames of war. Luo Shan sneered. None of them would have an easy time. Wuxia had sensed the anomaly in Shenwu continent, but he was unable to leave. This orange G was very difficult to deal with, as he had the ability to transform all attacks into flat surfaces. Wuxia could not tell whether this ability was an innate gift or a sequence law. Logically speaking, it should not be a sequence law, but if it was an innate gift, then it would still be difficult to deal with. Lu Bujing could rely on an endless supply of power to delay by Wang Yuan and the others, but the Eternals could similarly send a powerful progenitor to delay him. I advise you not to be careless. If you dare to be careless in a decisive battle against us true God guards, you will easily die, Orange G said coldly. In the reincarnation spacetime at the tea party, Lu Yin continued to tangle with divine sovereign Xiaoyin. Each of the 7 sky gods had their own opponents, and the endless battlefield was filled with slaughter. No one dared to say that they had the upper hand. In the above heavens sect, Lu Bujing continued to battle the corpse kings. An hour had already passed and old Mo could not wait any longer. If Lu Bujing failed to break through and died under the origin tribulation, then old Mo would not even have a chance to take revenge. Thus, old Mo decided not to wait any longer. Lu Bujing forced the corpse kings to retreat. I'm about to undergo my tribulation. Old Mo stopped once again, bewildered. He waited for a while, but Lu Bujing did not undergo his tribulation. Old Mo raised an eyebrow and was about to attack again. Lu Bujing continued to shout that he was about to undergo his tribulation. Old Mo was furious as he could tell that this bastard was definitely faking it. Did he know that old Mo was about to attack? It was not impossible, as that brat from the Lu family had told Lu Bujing about old Mo's existence, and Lu Bujing himself had the ability to manipulate fate, which allowed him to predict good or bad fortune. It was not impossible for Lu Bujing to know. When he thought of this, old Mo's expression turned sinister. This bastard had once used fate to threaten him and now he was using tribulation to threaten him. Did he really think that old Mo was afraid? Old Mo decided to attack regardless of the consequences. Thank you brothers for your support. I'll be updating at 4 p.m.